Maybe that's up to you. Rachel stayed quiet. These last couple days of Southern hospitality, well, that's our gift to you. Things have been good for the last few months. But if you'd like to stay, and you are welcome to, you're going to have to work for it. Still, Rachel said nothing. Have you ever been to Lincoln? Rachel shook her head. It's become quite a busy little town, she said. We even have a governing body, although that's probably a bit generous of a description. We see a lot of traffic. It's the first big settlement coming out of the plains between here and Denver. Anyhow, I've been here since it happened. I was here on business up from Montgomery. Couldn't get home after they grounded the airplanes. Things were so crazy that it seemed smart to ride it out here. Of course, I didn't know I'd be one of the few people still alive when it was over. But I digress. The longer you take to tell me what it is I'll have to do, the more I'm guessing I won't like it. I won't lie to you, she said. It's not for everyone, and it can be dangerous. But you'll be fed, you'll be safe, and that sweet little boy will be too. What will he do? That's up to you, she said. There are some older teenagers around town that we can introduce him to. We got books, libraries. And me? What, do I have to sell my body for food or something? Regret knifed through her before she had even finished saying the words. She could almost see them spilling out of her mouth like milk from a glass that had tipped over. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she closed her eyes, waiting for a dressing down from her host. When she opened her eyes again after a few seconds, Millicent was looking at her with a bemused look. You seem embarrassed, Millicent said. I'm sorry, I just... Just what? She didn't know what she was thinking. Sweetie, there is nothing to be embarrassed about, Millicent said. You and I, and the other girls who live here, we have a commodity. One that is in high demand. One that men pay plenty for. And, as fate would have it, we're down a girl. Rachel's head was spinning as Millicent spoke. She recalled Vanya, the hooker, and already the word felt wrong, so wrong, from the market, and how she sounded like this woman, Millicent. It was a product, a thing to sell. What happened to her? A sheen of gloom spread across Millicent's face. Oldest story in the book. Thought she'd fallen in love with a client. She went to live with him. Turned out to be a lunatic, like so many of them. One night he had too much to drink, got rough with her. She tried to run. He didn't let her. That was that. Millicent told the story matter-of-factly, with nary a hint of emotion. Not that Rachel could blame her. People died every day, for good reason and for bad. For reasons one could never have believed before the plague, and for reasons that were entirely pedestrian and stupid before the plague and still were long after. Matter of fact. She'd been offered a job as a prostitute as casually as a job serving up lattes at the long-defunct Starbucks Corporation. I know it's a lot to take in, Millicent said, but it's tough out there. Tough enough for one person, let alone two. And what do we get in exchange for my work? Safe place to live. Food. What's the food supply situation? We're part of a larger group, she said. The people who first established the community here spent those early years assembling a food supply. One was a climate scientist who predicted the problem with the crops. Before the gas went bad, we spent 20 hours a day collecting canned goods, packaged foods. You wouldn't believe how much we pulled together. And how much work do I owe you? 4 clients a night, she said, 5 days a week. We start when the sun goes down and work until we're done with those 4. Her head was spinning. She could not believe she was having this discussion. Sex with 20 different men a week. For how long? Forever? Until her body was old and battered and used up, and she couldn't feel anything from the waist down or the neck up? Do you use protection? She asked. Condoms ran out years ago, she said. We've got a homemade device we use, but it's not perfect. I recommend all the girls wear it, but I can't be in the room all the time. And some of them like it when the guys finish faster. Like I said, there's a risk. We've been doing this for 7 or 8 years. We've had infections that antibiotics take care of. No HIV or AIDS we're aware of. We think one girl had hepatitis a few years ago, but she died of an overdose before the disease advanced too far. And pregnancies? Her face darkened. We've had a few. 9. And? After the first 3, we figured out what was happening, Millicent said. After the baby's born, we all spend time together holding the baby. When the baby starts to show signs of snake, we wait. We wait and hope they pull through. But they never do. And that's that. Rachel's stomach flipped, and her skin felt hot. She wanted to yell not just no, but hell no. She didn't have to subject herself to this degradation, serving herself up as a fluid depository for lonely post-apocalyptic losers. But then her hand drifted to her flank, touching ribs that were jutting out, pressing so hard against her it was a wonder her skin didn't tear. Feeling herself go mad a little bit at a time, to say nothing of watching Will starve. They ever get rough? We have some muscle here. Big guy named Lumen. He really looks after the girls. He has a little discussion with each client before they go in. That's usually enough. Every now and then a client will forget his manners, and Lumen reminds them. We've had a few black eyes, a broken arm, but nothing too terrible. Like I said, there are risks. So it's about as safe as anything these days. Pretty much. How would I keep Will away from this? This here's the residence. We work next door. Honey, we don't eat where we poop. There'll be someone to look after him when you're working. And if I say no? Sweetie, it's still a free country. Tomorrow morning we say farewell and wish you luck. Don't suppose there are other jobs you need filled? Millicent laughed. Sweetie, I need you filled. Rachel winced. She walked right into that one. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I know it's not a glamorous life. Probably not how you imagined your life playing out. You're what, 30, 35? Rachel nodded. I'm 40. You think I ever saw myself as a madam? I have a marketing degree from Missouri. I traveled for work 40 weeks a year. I had cobalt status from American Airlines. The year of the plague, I'd already taken 65 flights. After my trip here, I had a trip to Costa Rica planned. I still have the plane ticket in my room. And here I am. What are the clients like? She asked softly. Simply asking the question made her lightheaded. We get all kinds, she said. Lumen has the right to refuse anyone. Some shy, some loud, some think their shit smells like roses. Some are lonely, some are sweet, and some you want to hurry up and then get the hell out. It had come to this. Sometimes it's not too bad. Some aren't bad looking, and, they know what they're doing. Now Rachel did flush with embarrassment. The idea she would enjoy selling her body was too much to wrap her head around. It went against everything she'd learned during her formative years, when the thing that made Rachel Fisher who she was had been baked into her. The words of her middle school health teacher, Ms. Burns, echoed loudly inside her heads. Don't give it away, girls. If you do, you can't get it back. Make sure you love him. Make sure he loves you. Wait until you're married and it will be so much better. Lordy, lordy, lordy. But they weren't in that world anymore. The world of health classes and sex ed and girl power memes on the internet. Or maybe they were, and she was looking at it all wrong. These men were willing to pay for a few pumps and a squirt between a pair of thighs, and all she had to do was lie there, maybe put on a little show, and she would eat, and Will would eat and grow and live. And if she got sick and died, if one of these men lost it and smacked her too hard, well, it would be worth it. What if something happens to me? What happens to Will? Once you join us, it's for keeps. We look out for each other. Always. Rachel looked down at her tray. Why don't you rest and think about it? Millicent said. You can let me know what you decide in the morning. No need to wait. There is, Millicent said. pressing an index finger to her lips. Don't make a rash decision. Think long and hard about it. 21. In the end, it wasn't much of a choice at all. She did think about it, as Millicent had suggested, all night, staring at the ceiling, considering her offer, considering the alternatives. If it had been just her, she wouldn't have done it. She would have managed on her own. But that was not the hand she had been dealt. There had been no other options. Far to the west lay Denver, but in between was a no-man's land where food would be almost impossible to find. To the south, Kansas City was the best bet. But even if they made it that far before starving to death, there was no guarantee they'd be able to survive there either. It was unlikely she'd find another offer this good. She'd probably end up dead. Will would be roasted over a spit. There was no hope. And the absence of hope did a funny thing to people. When Millicent came to see her the next morning, she had cast her lot in with them. After she accepted Millicent's offer, they gave her a week to regain her strength, get her system accustomed to regular caloric intake again. She spent her days with Will, who asked few questions, apparently satisfied with her explanation that they had found a new place to live. As the days slipped by, the color returned to his cheeks, and his clothes began to fill out again. They read books and played board games. This time she didn't let him win. She swelled with happiness. She slept soundly. She had kept the Reaper at bay, perhaps for a good long while this time. On the night she started her new job, one of the other girls, Rebecca, played cards with Will and made him a special meal. Rachel waited in her room, wearing nothing but a tattered, thin robe. Shortly after dark, a knock on the door, and he came in, escorted by Lumen. He was an average-looking guy, shaved head, thick beard, not much taller than she was. He was thin, but he wasn't emaciated. He could spare the hefty fee of a dozen cans of food for 20 minutes with Rachel. "My name is—" he began nervously. "No names," she said, cutting him off. It was out of her mouth before she'd had time to consider it. She really didn't want to know his name. "Okay," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Her heart raced and her stomach churned. She was glad she had skipped dinner, seeing how vomiting on a client who hadn't requested such a special service would probably be frowned upon. She had already equipped herself with the homemade birth control device, a kind of female condom that would hopefully maintain a barrier between her insides and the client's liquid gift. She motioned for him to join her on the bed. "This your first time?" she asked, trying to hold the trembling in her voice under control. "No," he said. "I always get nervous, though." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he sat next to her on the bed. She pulled the knot on her bathrobe free, and it fell away, leaving her naked before this man that she had never laid eyes on. Her breath felt ragged and shallow, and she was worried she would pass out from fear. His gaze dropped from her face to her breasts, and then even lower, and it took every bit of willpower not to cover herself up because he had paid for this view, and he had paid for a whole lot more than that, too. "Nothing to be nervous about," she said, a shimmer creeping into her voice. "We're just gonna have a little fun." She lay back and stared at the ceiling, and she saw Will's happy face there. And what the hell was that about? Should she really be thinking about her preteen son as she began her life as a prostitute? She pushed his face away and zeroed in on the task at hand. The room was quiet but for the sound of the man's belt unbuckling, the susurration of his jeans sliding down his legs, the discordant jingle of the buckle hitting the floor. He leaned down against her, his body against hers, their faces inches apart. He smelled musty, but not entirely unpleasant. He did not attempt to kiss her. A soft gasp broke free from her throat as his hardness slid up against the inside of her thigh, then up against her. He started pushing inside her, but it wasn't easy, because this wasn't sex for love or lust, or even because she was bored and lonely. It was for her very survival, for Will's right to live another day. She took long, slow breaths and focused on relaxing her midsection, telling herself that the quicker she relaxed, the quicker this would be over. Above her, the client grunted, his eyes closed, his face contorted into a visage that appeared equally happy and sad at the same time. Then he was inside her, and he held himself up with his hands, his heavy mass pressing down on her abdomen. Her hands slid around his waist to his back, Rachel hoping this added touch, this little bit of extra intimacy, would rush him along the path to completion. His body rocked back and forth above her for a few moments, and a rush of pleasant heat spread through her. It faded as quickly as it appeared. She didn't know what to make of this. It never occurred to her that she would derive any pleasure from this act, this commercial transaction that was as far removed from love and happiness and togetherness as she could imagine. After another minute, the man's thrusting ramped up in intensity. Then a shudder, and his body went rigid as he finished. She bit her tongue as she felt the warm spray of fluid inside her. Great. The homemade condom had failed. He sighed deeply and let out a long, slow exhalation, the ripples of a man whose most primal desire had been satisfied. He withdrew from her wordlessly, pulled his pants back up, left. A little while later, she took her second customer of the night. Dusk fell as she sat on the balcony outside the room she shared with Will, smoking a wretched-tasting cigarette, sipping the even more wretched moonshine that was popular with the girls. Her period was in full swing, so she was off this week. It had been 3 months since she'd started her new job. Her time working for Millicent hadn't been as bad as she feared, but it hadn't been easy either. This week, she was nursing a black eye and a broken nose, a gift from a client who had unexpectedly turned violent in the middle of the act. The nose would forever be slightly off kilter, and a large bruise covered the upper right quadrant of her face. The assault had earned her attacker a pair of broken arms, courtesy of Lumen, when she'd managed to cry out for help. He was lucky he was still alive. Lumen had proven to be a decent man who took his job of protecting the girls seriously. The broken nose had left her in a perpetual state of congestion, and her eye had a tough time rising above half-mast. The time off her back had given her time to rest and recuperate. It was her first long break since she started working. By her estimation, she had had sex with at least 40 different men, some more than once. Most were harmless and were done quickly, but a few frightened her, although she could not articulate specifically why. Giving birth to Will had permanently ruined her uterus, so an unexpected pregnancy was not a concern of hers, and she'd managed to dodge any infections, at least those with a shorter incubation period. But she wrote that off to dumb luck. Every other girl had picked up something along the way. It was only a matter of time before she did as well. The important thing was that Millicent had held up her end of the bargain. 2 meals a day, even more food than they'd had back at Evergreen. What was left of it, she wondered. Were they all dead now? Will had put on at least 10 pounds, their arrival here coinciding with and probably triggering a growth spurt. He wasn't as tall as she was yet, but he would be soon. Not that that was a very high bar to clear. She'd become tight with the other girls. The attachment she felt to them reminded her of her nearly 4 months at the Citadel, a prisoner of Miles Chadwick, the man who had unleashed the apocalypse. Miles Chadwick. Leon Gruber, the man Chadwick had worked for. Names that hadn't crossed her mind in months. What would the others think, knowing she'd been face to face with the man who had ended the world? Would they even believe her? With each passing year, the myth and legend surrounding the plague grew. About its origin, about its purpose, about their fate. The theological implications of such a catastrophic culling of humanity. The barren years since. It was terrorism. It was aliens. It was an accident. It was North Korea. It was God's judgment on man. What did it mean? Why did it happen? No, her story was just one of many. The ramblings of someone driven mad by the madness surrounding them. But she wasn't mad. She really had been there. Whether by chance or by fate, she had ended up as a guinea pig in a desperate experiment to determine whether the Citadel women's infertility had been a side effect for all survivors of the plague, or only the conspirators who had been vaccinated against it. And looking back, it could not have been a coincidence that her baby had been the one to survive infancy. Nearly all the evergreen women who'd been with her at the Citadel had tried to have babies, only to see them die. And nagging at her ever since was the sense she'd never seen the complete picture. That even though they had found and killed the man who had unleashed the Medusa virus on an unsuspecting world, there was more to the story, just off stage, just out of reach, a piece of the puzzle that had disappeared from the box. It was enough to twist her mind into a pretzel. An endgame was always on her mind. She didn't know what that would look like, but she had to believe there was a future that didn't involve fucking 4 men a night for the rest of her life. She would do it, God forgive her, if that's what it took. But all things being equal, she'd rather be tending bar on Maui, thank you very much. Her stomach rumbled. That such a sensation no longer sent her into panic mode was remarkable. There was a meal waiting for her at the end of this hunger pang. Waiting for Will. She got up and made her way to the hotel's dining room, which had been converted into a makeshift bar and restaurant, where the clients sized up the girls before meandering over to the other building for their festivities. The dining room was large, eating up a good half of the first-floor reception area. The walls were wood-paneled, giving the place a ski resort feel. The sconces had been retrofitted with candles, filling the rooms with a warm, inviting light. The room was awash in chatter as the girls cast their lines, trying to lock down a customer for the night. She took a seat at the bar, which Rebecca was manning. "Hey girl, how's that eye?" "Better," Rachel replied, absent-mindedly placing her hand over the bruise, suddenly self-conscious about it. "Swear to God, I'd have cut his nuts off for you." Rachel smiled as Rebecca poured her a tumbler of moonshine. The woman had no filter, enjoyed talking in hyperbole. "Thank you, sweetie," Rachel said. She took a sip, winced at the burn, took another sip. "Glad Lumen took care of him?" "How's it looking tonight?" she asked, anxious to change the subject. Getting the shit kicked out of her was not an event she wanted to relive. The man had turned on her like a cobra, first wrapping his fingers around her throat and then slamming his fist into her face. He'd been a big man, outweighing her by at least 100 pounds. "Big group came in earlier," she said, "up from Kansas City, headed to the Up." The Up was the Upper Peninsula, on the Great Lakes. As the food supply dwindled, more and more people were making their way to the waterways, hopeful that fishing would be their salvation. It was a hard life. Dangerous. The lakes had been a rough place to make a living before the plague, and you were as likely to die as you were to catch anything. Most people didn't know what they were doing, just running out boats that had been abandoned, throwing in a line, praying. Frequently underestimated were the rough water, the violence, the piracy. Put another way, it wasn't any easier on a boat than it was on land, and that was before you added the risk of drowning in the cold water. She swept her gaze over the room, taking in the evening's clientele. It was a big crowd. It would mean a good haul for the house. Canned goods, ammo, cigarettes, whiskey. All fungible items Millicent and Lumen could barter at the weekly swap meet in downtown Lincoln. The men were ripe, the air thick with the scent of musk and body odor. All part of the game, she reminded herself. A tall man sidled up beside her and took the seat to her right. Rachel gave him a cursory glance. He was broad through the chest, reasonably healthy, suggesting he'd spent at least some of his post-plague years with a full belly every night. He wore a faded blue shirt and blue jeans. "What'll it be, sweetie?" Rebecca asked in her sultriest voice. He held up 2 fingers on his right hand. His shirt sleeve, dirty and frayed, slid down his arm, revealing his bare wrist. A flash of red caught Rachel's attention, and her eyes zeroed in on the tattoo on the anterior side of the man's wrist. Her breath caught in her throat as she fixated on it. A bird of prey, its wings spread wide, rising from a bed of flames. Exactly like the tattoo Rachel had. 22. Her heart raced like a spooked thoroughbred's as she tried to eye the man's ink without drawing too much attention to herself. Casually, she leaned forward in her seat and tilted her head to the side for a better view. Now she had a clear line of sight, and now she saw there was no doubt. It was the same tattoo, inked using the same template, down to the little swirl of the phoenix's feathers. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to analyze the ramifications of what she was seeing. Her tattoo, also adorning the underside of her right wrist, had been a gift from her captors at the Citadel. Back then, she had looked at it as a brand more than anything, an exercise of dominion and control over their female captives. She rarely looked at it, thought about it even less. You belong to us now. And that was all fine and good because it explained why she had the tattoo. What she didn't know was why this guy also had one. "Cool ink," she said, as nonchalantly as she could. "What?" he said, barely acknowledging her. "Oh, thanks. Whatever." "Can I see it?" He turned to face her, and for a moment, terror gripped her hard, like a python. What if he was one of them? One of the men from the Citadel, one of the murderous monsters who'd held her hostage, who'd slaughtered many of the other women. But his face was unfamiliar to her, and no flash of recognition appeared to register in his face either. "How about we go somewhere quiet and I'll show you anything you want?" Of course. Her mind was racing now. A plan took shape. "Yeah," she said, nodding. "Let's go somewhere a little more private." She glanced over at Rebecca, who watched the scene quizzically. Rachel nodded toward her, and Rebecca returned the gesture. None of the girls worked if they didn't have to. There was something special about this client, something that went beyond the ordinary course of business. This man had something Rachel wanted. "Take 276, Rebecca said. She took him by the hand, and together they wound their way through the dining room, which was getting rowdier by the minute. The pre-game activities were reaching a crescendo. The moment the girls had worked these men into such a lather they'd give up anything for a couple of minutes between their soft thighs. They ducked out into the corridor and into the stairwell, which they ascended to the second floor. The hallway was dimly lit with lanterns, giving it a bit of a medieval look. When he tried to engage her in conversation, she turned suddenly and pressed an index finger to his lips. "Not yet," she whispered. He nodded excitedly. He remained silent until they reached their destination. Room 276. The room was unlocked, as they all were, as there was no electricity to power the locks. She let herself in, the man following close behind. "I have something special for you," she said. "You do?" the man asked incredulously. "I guess you caught me on a good night. I'm feeling a bit adventurous." "All right." She pointed at the bed. "Strip." He did as he was told, and it reminded her of the old movie Heathers, where the Veronica character had unknowingly set up 2 jocks for their eventual murders by ordering them to strip, on the promise of a threesome in the woods. Much like Veronica, Rachel wasn't planning to kill the man, but she was planning to put a good scare into him. That was why Rebecca had sent her here, to room 276. It was a standard hotel room, a single queen bed, a round table, a bureau containing the useless flat-screen television. But they didn't use it for carnal activities. They kept it for meetings of an urgent nature. "There's something I want to do for you." He clapped with glee. She felt a little bit bad for him, this sad little man whose wiener was powering his engines. He hadn't done anything to deserve this kind of treatment. But hey, life wasn't fair. She turned toward the chest of drawers next to the entertainment center and pulled open the drawer. Next to the Gideon Bible sat a loaded Glock pistol. In one graceful move, she pulled the gun and spun around. A look of confusion clouded his face as he tried to deduce how the gun fit into their imminent sexual escapade. But that didn't last long, the confusion quickly morphing into fear, the survival instinct kicking in. She had to be careful. The man hadn't made it this far by being a complete idiot, his current state of undress notwithstanding. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" he barked. "The tattoo," she said, holding up her wrist. "Where did you get it?" Confusion again, his face twisting up in puzzlement. "Where did you get yours?" he asked. "I'll ask the questions," she snapped, taking a step toward him. Okay, he said, scampering backward on the bed. He looked ridiculous in the nude. His penis, which had been at full attention, had retreated so far into his body she could barely see it. "I'm going to ask you a very simple question," she said. "All you need to do is answer it." "Okay." "Were you at the Citadel?" "What's the Citadel?" "Don't lie to me." Her arm stiffened, the gun trained squarely on his face. "I swear to God," he said, cowering, his hands up. "I've never heard of it." "Then where did you get the tattoo?" "In Colorado." "What's in Colorado?" she snapped, her anger radiating from her in waves. "You better start giving me specifics, you son of a bitch, or I will shoot your tiny little dick off. It's not much of a target, but I won't miss from here." Okay. "If you're not talking at the count of 3, you're dead." 1, 2, she increased the pressure on the trigger. "My name is Oliver Clark," he said. "Before the plague, I worked for the Penumbra Corporation. Do you know it?" "Doesn't ring a bell?" "Big multinational. Agriculture, pharmaceuticals, weapons systems, artificial intelligence. You name it, they did it." "Okay. How does the tattoo fit into this?" "I'm getting there." "A few weeks before the outbreak, I went to a Penumbra facility outside Denver, up in the mountains." He scrunched his face up and looked up at the ceiling, perhaps trying to decide which part of the tale to tell next. Her arm began to tire, so she switched the gun to her left hand. As she did, he pounced like a tiger, leaping off the bed and tackling her to the ground. The gun came loose and clattered to the ground. He wasn't particularly strong, but he'd gotten the drop on her. He reared back and punched her once in the face, the blow rattling her teeth. Then he let her go, scrambling for the gun, which had come to rest under the bed. Blindly, she grasped at his crotch, finding his testicles, grabbing and squeezing for all she was worth. Clark howled like a bear. As he rolled on the ground, tending to his wounded jewels, she leapfrogged over him and grabbed the gun. On her ass now as he struggled to his feet. She pointed the gun at his midsection, no more than 18 inches away from him. He slapped desperately at the gun, knocking it free a second time. It somersaulted through the air, end over end, before striking the edge of the entertainment stand. The gun went off, the roar of the blast deafening in their small enclosure. A loud "Ugh!" filled the room, and Rachel didn't know if she'd been hit. Then everything went silent. She opened her eyes and saw Oliver Clark pawing at his throat, blood spurting through the gaps in his fingers. He managed to stay upright for a few seconds, but the rapid blood loss quickly took its toll, and his legs buckled underneath him. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came through. Only an upsetting glugging sound, like water squirting from a kinked garden hose. Slowly, his body crumpled to the floor, his legs folding awkwardly underneath him. Just then, the door to the room blew open and Lumen rushed in, his gun drawn. She held up a hand and Lumen stood down. Together, they watched the man twitch and writhe before the last vapors of his life slipped free into the ether. She knelt down and held up the man's lifeless arm, studying the tattoo carefully. Her brain struggled to process what she was seeing. Her world, perhaps the world of everyone around her, had changed in a fundamental way.
"You okay?"
he asked. Rachel nodded, not once taking her eye off Oliver Clark's body. She screamed in frustration. All she had was penumbra. Who was this man? Was he telling the truth? Colorado. Penumbra. She had to go to Colorado. 23. The meeting was not going well. They were in the dining room, she and Millicent, in a back booth, away from prying eyes and ears. Will sat at the bar near the front door, transfixed by Rebecca, on whom he had developed the sweetest schoolboy crush. It had been a week since the man with the tattoo had died. The left side of her face ached dully, injury heaped upon injury. Oliver's fist had connected with her already bruised cheek, turning her face into a giant hematoma. The pain had started to fade finally, but she wasn't sure her face was ever going to look right again. Her nose hadn't finished healing from the previous beating it had taken, so one couldn't really say it had been broken again. No, it was just brokener, if that was even a word. On the table between them sat a plate of hard cheese and salted beef, which they ate with flatbread. But by her third bite, when she realized Millicent was not joking, that she was not going to let Rachel and Will leave, she didn't give a good goddamn what Rachel's reason was. The food had lost much of its appeal.
"I thought I made it clear when you joined us," Millicent said. "This here's a permanent arrangement."
Millicent sliced off a wedge of cheese and set the knife down on the table between them. She chewed slowly, clearly enjoying her supper. And this made Rachel hate her. Made it rise up in her, made her feel hot, the spark deep inside her catching a splash of accelerant. "This is such good cheese, don't you think, sweetie?" Rachel faked a smile, which only caused her to wince. Even fake smiling hurt. "So that's it? We're on our backs forever? No one put a gun to your head." "But this is important. You have no idea how important." Even as she said it, she recognized how ridiculous it sounded out loud. "I really am the special little flower." "You're one of my best earners," she said. "The boys pay extra for you." Rachel rubbed her forehead in frustration. "That's supposed to make me feel better?" "I'm not terribly concerned with whether it does or not." Millicent's tone gave her a chill. It was a side of her she'd never seen before. The meeting was barely 5 minutes old, and it had all gone south in a hurry. It had been so unexpected, this sudden yoke she felt around her neck, leaving her breathless. "What's to stop me from walking right out the door?" she asked, placing her hands flat on the table, jutting her chest out a bit farther. Millicent smiled demurely. "You won't do that." "Why?" "Because that boy's not going anywhere." Rachel clenched her hands into fists, let out a frustrated breath. This had been a courtesy call, nothing more. She could have disappeared into the night with Will, but she thought she owed the woman who'd saved their lives a goodbye. "But this could change things," Rachel said, her voice taking on a pleading quality that embarrassed her a little. "For all of us." This earned her nothing but a continued, disinterested stare from her employer. "You're being ridiculous," Rachel said. Millicent struck like a cobra, slapping Rachel hard across the left side of her face, lighting her up with a fresh bolt of pain. Rachel shut her eyes tight as the pain radiated through her, her face feeling like it had been set ablaze. Her stomach flipped, and the room snapped off-center. She set her hands flat on the table to steady herself, hopefully prevent a reappearance of her meager dinner. "Please don't speak to me that way." Rachel remained quiet as she regained her bearings. "I really cannot believe we're having this conversation," Millicent said. "Do you understand anything about loyalty? About keeping a promise?" Rachel stared at her blankly. "You needed me a lot more than I needed you," Millicent said, tenting her fingers together. "Do you remember what you looked like when we found you? What Will looked like?" "I'm very appreciative of what you've done for us. Really, I am." "Then you should shut your mouth and do what I tell you." Millicent sliced off another bite of food, the hard sausage this time, and set the knife back down on the plate. Rachel watched the woman eat without a hint of emotional distress. She didn't care. She simply did not care about Rachel or Will. She'd been a fool for letting herself think a bond had formed between her and this woman. Rachel was a hole. Nothing more, nothing less. A hole to be filled for Millicent's benefit. A stitch of laughter from the other side of the dining room drew her attention. Will tossed his head back in glee at something Rebecca had said. From where she sat, she could make out Rebecca's face. A look of contentment, of something real there. Something she rarely saw. It was remarkable, the binary nature of what was happening here. Across from her sat Millicent, the poster child for the way the world was. Behind her, Will and Rebecca, the way the world was supposed to be. That was why she had to go to Colorado, to find out if there existed any hope of a possible future. Because this, the way things were now, was not going to work. They were already dead. Already dead. The survivors wandering the ruins of America, they were already dead, whether they knew it or not. They were machines executing a code, a prime directive. Nothing more. That wasn't living. That was existing for the sake of existing, for turning oxygen into carbon dioxide. In a gray world with gray walls and gray skies and gray thoughts, where nothing mattered. Where there was no love or art or music or gentle breezes or watching the sunrise with the love of your life. Rachel picked up the knife and sliced off a piece of sausage. She chewed it slowly, savoring the smoky, salty tang of the meat on her tongue, the way the flavor popped in her mouth. Then, she leaned across the table and jammed the knife straight into Millicent's throat. Desperate hands grasped at the knife's handle, but it was already too late. Her eyes bulged in shock, and Millicent struggled to take a breath, her mouth snapping open and closed like a fish flopping on a boat deck. Blood cascaded down her hands, down her arms, splashing on the table, running down to the floor. As her body slumped out of the chair, Rachel was on her feet to catch her, to lower her gently to the ground. She glanced back at Will and Rebecca, who appeared oblivious to what had happened. She tucked the remaining cheese and sausage into her pocket and made a beeline for the bar, her mind blank, focused on a singular goal of getting the hell out of here. Without stopping, she grabbed Will's hand and pulled him off his bar stool. "Mommy! We need to have a talk, young man," she said as sternly as she could. He tottered unevenly behind his mother. "Uh-oh," Rebecca said. "Looks like someone's in trouble." A smile still draped the lower half of her face, the woman, for the moment, falling for Rachel's ruse. They were within 10 feet of the door when she heard a shout behind her. At the door, she paused and took Will by the shoulders long enough to utter 4 words to him. "Will, run or we die." His head bounced up and down obediently, his eyes wide with fright. They pushed through the door and out into the hotel parking lot. It was dark, difficult to see, but it would make it easier for them to hide. She'd become familiar with its layout over the past few months. They cut across the parking lot to Main Street and turned north, not running, but not exactly out for a leisurely stroll either. 2 hours later, they made it to the city limits, where the commercial development began thinning out, the promise of the empty plains still ahead of them. Will hadn't said a word during their flight, and she hoped it meant he was starting to understand how the world really worked. She had said it, that their lives were in danger, and he had fallen in line. They would run with the clothes on their back and the little food she had squirreled away in her pockets. They had full bellies, and their muscles were strong. They could make it. They would find food, they would take food. They would stop being the hunted. They would stop being the victim. In this world, you took or you got taken. For all these months, she had been the latter. For all these years, she had been the latter. Taken by her father's abandonment, taken by Eddie's abuse, taken by Millicent's manipulation. That ended tonight. That ended right now. They would go to Colorado, and they would find Penumbra. God help her. Or they would die trying. 24. It felt good, having a purpose again. A moonshot they could devote their lives to now. A goal beyond simple survival, which, standing alone, was a pointless and hollow thing. Survival. All that meant was not dying until you did. And if all you were doing was surviving, then what difference did it make whether you died today or on a Wednesday evening in September 20 years from now? They cycled along I-80, about 100 miles due west of Lincoln. Both rode mountain bikes, which made traversing the weedy and potholed highway much simpler. Visibility was good, giving them a clear view of all points of the compass in these flatlands. On their second day, she spotted a search party out of Lincoln, but they had easily outmaneuvered them. Far off in the distance, the ghostly outlines of the Rocky Mountain foothills beckoned them. But that was many days away. One thing at a time. She sipped water from the hydration pack strapped to her back. It was a bit uncomfortable, the pack having to share her back with the M4, but a full ration of water was a gift. She cut her eyes toward Will, who seemed to grow taller with each passing day. It was a cold, cloudy day, the sky threatening rain, but never following through on its promise. They had been on the road since first light and hadn't stopped since, perhaps their longest ride without a break since fleeing Millicent. Her legs felt a bit rubbery, and she began thinking about a lunch break. The idea of having a lunch break was intoxicating. They had stumbled across a small cache of canned goods 2 days out of Lincoln, a supply that would last them another 2 days. The big score had been the HK machine pistol and a few boxes of ammunition, as she'd had to abandon her M4 back in Lincoln. But today, ravioli! Ravi-fucking-oli! She felt a thump, and the bicycle shimmied underneath her. She had time for a brief yelp, enough to draw Will's attention before the bike tipped over. The bike clattered to the mossy asphalt beneath her. Her feet hit the ground running, trying to keep her upright. For a flash, she was right there, avoiding a fall. But then she hit another small pothole, her right ankle turning underneath her. White-hot pain shot up into her leg like magma from a volcano. "Damn it!" she bellowed, crumpling to the ground as her leg gave out underneath her. She held out her arm to brace her fall, her body hitting the ground awkwardly, the asphalt peeling a layer of skin from her arm. She lay there, catching her breath, waiting for the shock to wear off, for the pain to bleed through the sudden jolt of adrenaline currently protecting her. Rachel tested the injury, putting as much weight down as she could, which, as it turned out, was very little. The slightest step injected her foot with liquid fire. "Mommy, you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. "Give me a minute." She took a deep breath, trying to will away the pain. "It's not so bad." A step. Fire. Another step. Fire. No more. That was it. 2 steps were all she had in her. Down. She had to sit down. She lowered herself to the ground, careful not to put any weight on the foot. Being down on her ass was a relief, the knowledge her foot would be spared any additional trauma for now. She untied the laces on her left boot, loosening them as much as she could to grease the extraction of foot from shoe. But even with the boot wide open, the slightest movement triggered pulses of pain through her heel, into her calf, up into her kneecap. She didn't even have to take the sock off to know how bad it was. The ankle was already swelling, pushing tightly against the thick fabric of the sock. She put the boot back on in the hope it would hold down the swelling. "You okay?" "Twisted my ankle," she said through gritted teeth. Will rushed to her side and knelt by his mother. "Is it bad?" She let out a shaky breath. "Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to stay off it for a while. Any houses or buildings nearby?" Will stood and swung his head around, scanning the area. "There's a farmhouse up the way a bit," he said. "Hand me the binoculars," she said. "In my pack." He handed them to her. The building was about a quarter-mile off the main road and looked deserted. 2 vehicles sat by the side of the house, a rusted pickup and a small school bus, enveloped in a tangle of weeds and vines. There was a small barn off the northwest corner of the house, its roof missing. "Okay," she said. "Doesn't look like anyone's home. Better than nothing. Help me up." He crouched next to her while she snaked her arm around his neck. Using her good leg for leverage, she pulled herself upright, leaning on her son for support. Only then did she realize he was nearly as tall as she was, virtually eye level with her. "What about the bikes?" "Pull them to the side of the road. You can come back for them after we make sure the place is clear." She held a flamingo pose while Will saw to the bikes, tucking them in the tall grasses at the road's edge. As she watched him, it occurred to her she would be depending on him for a while now. The tables had turned. Fear hardened in her belly, whispering to her that she hadn't done enough, that by trying to protect him from this world for all those years, she had done nothing but doom them both. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded. It took them 30 minutes to cover the distance, Rachel's arms slung around Will's back for support. She did her best to put as much weight down as she could because that would mean it wasn't as bad as she thought. Within 50 feet, however, she had to concede the ankle was a wrecked mishmash of torn ligaments and broken blood vessels. If anything, the pain had worsened, and the slightest movement or weight was agony. "If you can get me to the house, I can use the walls for support." "Okay. Give you a break." She smiled and squeezed his arm. "Sorry about your ankle," he said. "Nothing to be sorry for. I should have seen that pothole. Called it out for you." His eyes were wide and glassy, shimmering with tears. The kid was really beating himself up over this. "It was stupid of me." "Hey, Spoon, it was an accident. These things are going to happen. The important thing is that we don't let it drag us down, that we figure it out and keep going." He nodded, the tears starting to fall. "Buddy, this is a tough world we live in. A tough world. You've got to be able to roll with it." She chuckled softly, her time at Millicent's brothel rushing back to her. All the nights she'd spent on her back to keep them alive. After all, that fell squarely within the purview of rolling with it. You can't get hung up on what happened before, on what's behind us. You do that, you'll miss what's coming. And, Spoon, that is not something we can afford to do. "It's so hard," he said, his body starting to tremble. "Why's it gotta be so hard?" "I don't know," she said. "It's so hard." "You know what grown-ups used to say to kids when I was your age?" He shook his head. "You kids these days, you have it so easy." "Was it?" "I don't know, really," she said. "Some things were easier. We had technology. You could look up anything you wanted whenever you wanted. You could order any kind of food you liked and it would be delivered to your house in 30 minutes.
Wow,
he whispered. I know, it sounds ridiculous. Compared to what you've been through, we lived in paradise. You got a raw deal. But here's the thing you have to remember, she said. It's going to be hard no matter what. Complaining about it won't make a bit of difference. All complaining does is take your eye off the ball, and out here that could get us killed. Then, out of the blue,
Is that why you shot Dad?
The question staggered her. She stood mute, unsure of how to respond. It had been there all this time now. Like the way the sun got in your face no matter which way you turned, annoying you, even blinding you to the full picture. It had to be dealt with. I had to keep you safe, she replied. It was all she could think to say. He considered her response for a moment, holding her gaze, perhaps trying to decide if she was putting him on or if this was the truth. I'm sorry I had to do it, she said. More silence. As she stood there, she hoped for a hug, a tearful absolution for this thing that Eddie had made her do. But there wouldn't be. Not today. Perhaps not ever. There was no way to know what effect it would have on him. Not even Will knew what effect it would have on him. It wasn't as if he was standing there hiding a prefabricated response to the death of his father at the hands of his mother. She felt cold and hard teaching him these lessons. But they were lessons she had to teach him. It was her job. It was her duty to teach him these things. He wiped away the tears, nodding. But she saw a stiffness in his stance, an acceptance, begrudging, perhaps, that his mother knew what she was talking about. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Out here, all alone with no one to see, he let her. She pulled him close, hugging him tightly, inhaling his scent. The sweetness of the little boy still there, even under the accumulated sweat and grime. He did not hug her back, but he did not pull away, at least initially. She didn't know how many more discussions like this one they would have, in which he would listen to her, really listen to her. He cried for a bit, and she held him until the tears dried up, until his breathing returned to normal, until he was calm again. Now we go, he said, finally pulling away from her. No resolution today. She gave his cheek a quick rub. They followed the long dirt road running toward the main house. It was weedy, but not completely overwhelmed, suggesting that it had seen some maintenance in the not-too-distant past. Halfway down the lane, they stopped again for another peek with the binoculars. Still no sign of life around the buildings. No crushed vegetation at their feet, no markers of foot traffic. If there had been a community here, they had packed it in some time ago. Wide tracts of empty farmland stretched away to the east and west. It still fired her up, watching the earth lay barren year after year. It had to end sometime, right? At some point, the climate would recover and they would grow crops again, and they could end this interminable war. She would think about those last days of civilization, when scared men had made bad decisions to launch those nukes, to demand of those who would live on past Medusa one last crushing debt, even after they had paid so much. But that was the hand they had been dealt. All they could do was play the cards. Another few minutes of staggering and limping brought them to the road's terminus, where it opened on a circular clearing fronting the main house. Small potholes full of the previous night's rainwater pocked the ground. The front door of the house stood ajar, and a chill frosted the back of her neck. There it stood, about a third of the way open on this cool, cloudy day. A wedge of darkness lurking beyond. There's no one here, she whispered to Will, as much for herself as for him. Nothing to be scared of. Oh yeah. If there's no one here, little missy, then why the hell are you whispering? She stared straight at the house, not turning toward Will lest he see the terror on her face. Her gaze remained fixed on the door as she wondered whether they should make their way down the road. Certainly they'd find another place to take shelter soon. But the idea of subjecting her ankle to any more trauma today made her sick to her stomach. All they had to do was check the place out, something they would do anyway. "Ready?" Will asked. She nodded. The house had once been painted white, and she could see it in her mind, a bright white gleaming under a cloudless Nebraska sky, the fields flushed with corn from one edge of the horizon to the other. She preferred that image to the current reality, a crumbling museum of a world gone by, the paint long since faded, the fields empty. It was a big house, 3 stories, the main home place set off from the rest of the acreage by what had once been a long fence. Much of the fence had failed, the rest racing to catch up. The planks had buckled and snapped, hanging onto the support posts by a thread. It looked like the stripped skeletal remains of a great beast that had wandered these plains millennia before. "We'll look around outside first," she said. He nodded. They began a clockwise loop of the house, Rachel using the wall for support. Somehow it made her feel a bit better, not leaning against her 11-year-old son. The HK was cradled under her left arm, her finger curled gently on the trigger. Abandoned equipment and junk littered this side of the property. A couple of oil barrels, a band saw, a pair of axes, some not terribly rusted. A large tarp, bearing a large, dark stain. Faded soda cans. Rachel paused at the corner of the house, peering toward the large clearing that ran toward a meandering creek about 50 yards distant. A large fire pit, about 12 feet in diameter, had been scooped out of the land. It was about 24 inches deep and stacked with the remains of long-burned firewood. Spanning the length of the pit was a crude spit bearing a long cut of raw meat, still dripping onto the cold kindling underneath. Ash blanketed the sooty fire-blackened edges of the pit. Scattered haphazardly around the area were several bones, the sight of which made Rachel's stomach flip. There was a haunting familiarity to the remains, a splinter in her soul. "See anything?" Will whispered behind her. "Shh," she replied, her response coming out choppy and breathy. She swept her gaze wide, beyond the fire pit, down toward the creek, looking for any sign of activity. Her trigger finger itchy now. "Binoculars." He handed them to her. She scanned the area again, taking her time, sweeping from west to east, on high alert. The sensation that they weren't alone began niggling at her, frosting her insides, making her shiver. Then, a cough. A quick, sharp hack. The sound was unmistakable, coming from inside the house. Someone was in there. 25. Rachel looked over her shoulder and pressed a finger to her lips. Will nodded, his eyes wide. Quickly, she took stock of their location. There were 4 windows on this side of the house, 2 on each level. It was difficult to tell how exposed they were here. Her brain cycled through their options, what steps they would have to take to survive the latest fastball from their terrible world. As it was, they had probably already pushed their luck to the limit by not being spotted. Unless they already had been, and they were too naive to know it. Unless they were already in a terrible trap they could not see. Flight was out. Her ankle was simply too injured. They were here now, and she doubted the occupants of the property would be welcoming them with open arms. She glanced back at the fire pit, telling herself she wasn't seeing what she was seeing. wondering if by sunset she or Will might be roasting on that spit. You don't know for sure. That could be a deer or a boar, maybe one of those panthers like the one that killed Charlotte. The sound of footsteps clomping on wood drew her attention back to the front of the house. Someone was coming out on the porch, the metronomic thump, thump, thump of feet descending stairs. She slithered around Will, putting herself between him and the front of the house. Coin flip here. If this stranger came around this way, she would open fire without asking any questions. There was too much at stake. Then the sound slipped away from them, the susurration of boots on gravel retreating into the silent void of the afternoon. She motioned again to Will to stay quiet, and he nodded. Her back to the wall, her arm around Will, she edged back toward the yard, her heart up in her throat. There was evil here. Pure evil. Something dark and ancient. You could feel it crawling on your skin, up your nostrils, down into your lungs. A lot of variables were in play here, leaving her body tight with stress, like her skin didn't fit her frame anymore. Who lived here? What were they up to? Were she and Will already trapped? Were they the proverbial frog in the slowly warming pot of water? She felt naked here in the long shadow of the house, sitting isolated on this barren stretch of land. Will's body tensed against hers, and she froze. His young ears had picked up on something, and she primed her own as she tried to play catch-up. The soft crunch of gravel again as the footsteps drew closer once again. She inched her way toward the corner, risking the slightest glance toward the yard. From the other side of the house emerged a very tall, very thin man wearing a butcher's apron, carrying something in his arms covered with a blanket. A shadow of stubble graced his narrow face. His pants were filthy. His eyes were red and puffy. He set his load down at the edge of the fire pit before taking his seat on the ground, his legs crisscrossed underneath him. He sat there for a while, staring into the center of the fire pit. As she studied the peculiar scene, she became aware of a faint sound, a whimpering or neighing sound, maybe a cat or dog. The man glanced over his shoulder at the house, but did not appear particularly troubled by it. After a very long while, he rose to his feet and peeled back the tarp from the item he'd been carrying. At first, Rachel couldn't see what it was, the man blocking her view. Then he stepped around to the side and began working the fire pit, stoking the kindling, giving her a clear line of sight. She gagged instantly, and it took every atom of willpower not to vomit. It was a human torso. The shock of it froze her where she stood. The ghost stories, the rumors, the whispers in the dark she'd heard over the years, the things she knew to be true but didn't want to admit were now laid bare before her. The nadir of humanity on display now. This was where their humanity had ended, where it had morphed into something base, something twisted, something that transcended any plane of existence with which she was familiar. Heat spiked up her back as she watched the man work, lighting the blaze in the pit, the blackened chunks of wood. As the man stoked the fire, the sound emanating from the house ramped up in intensity, from a whimper to a full-throated groan, unquestionably human. This time he paid it no mind at all, focusing his attention on the fire before him. After a few moments, perhaps a minute, the fire took hold, rippling to life in the belly of the pit, the waves of heat shimmering and dancing above its corona. She glanced back toward the front of the house, back toward the highway. They could slip away now while this barbecue from the depths of hell unfolded, away from this living horror show, even if they carried with them an abscess of darkness on their souls. Her ankle throbbed, but Running for your life had a funny way of curing what ailed you. Another moan. Someone was in there right now. Someone for whom the arrow of fate pointed at that roasting spit. And it wasn't her problem, really, now was it? It was every woman for herself out here. She had a responsibility to take care of Will, and injecting herself into this equation meant abdicating that responsibility in favor of something else. But did it? Keeping Will alive, while the most important piece, wasn't the only piece of the puzzle of her life. What would she be telling him if they walked away and left that poor soul inside to become this thing's dinner? There had to be more. Justice. That was what was wrong with their world. No one was held accountable anymore. If she walked away now, this man would continue to snare unsuspecting travelers off the road because that was what the world had become. By simple dint of untold horrors happening over and over in every possible way, they had become used to it. And becoming used to it had facilitated a de facto acceptance of it. No more. There had to be justice. As quietly as she could, she checked the HK's readiness. "Stay right behind me," she whispered. He nodded his understanding. She limped around the corner, the HK's muzzle up. Will hung back off her left flank. Her eyes darted from side to side while keeping her quarry in view. A rusted tractor sat by an equally rusted propane tank on the far side of the clearing. In front of it sat a pile of bones, which caused her to shiver with rage. How many? How many, she could not help but wonder. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She cleared her throat as loudly as she could. The man froze, his spine stiffening and straightening. He turned around on his haunches. She tightened her grip on her rifle when she spotted the long, curved knife in his right hand. He was maybe 15 feet away from her, 20 at the most. "Who's inside?" she asked. He didn't reply. He simply stared at them, not unlike the way the mountain lion had before attacking Will. "Who's inside?" she asked again. A flutter of movement to her right, drawing her eye away from the man for the splittest of seconds. He charged at them, the blade high and ready to strike. She squeezed off a burst, catching him squarely in the chest, knocking him backward a handful of steps before he fell directly into the fire. She turned to see a large woman wearing a dirty housecoat lumbering toward her. She fired again, missing this time. The woman was deceptively quick, or maybe it was because Rachel was too slow. As the man howled while he burned alive, Rachel fired off another burst, this one catching the woman in her meaty legs. She was close enough that the blood spattered against the cuffs of Rachel's pants. She tumbled to the ground in a heap, grabbing at her mangled shins. Rachel stepped forward and fired a final burst into the woman's head. She glanced back at the fire pit where the man was now fully engulfed in flames. If he were not dead yet, he would be shortly. She turned back toward the house, which sat quietly now, not as haunting, like something had been exorcised from it. It was over. Rachel felt her bladder let go, a warmth spreading through her midsection and down her thighs. Her legs gave out under her and she sank to her knees, feeling the cold, damp earth under her. The rage drained away, a storm front losing its punch. What had she done? She glanced up at Will, who had wandered over toward the fire pit, watching the fire consume the cannibal's body. He stood there, watching it burn, and she was sorry. Sorrier than she had ever been in her life. There was nothing left to hide from him. He now knew it all. He now had seen all there was to see. It was more than any 11-year-old, more than any human being should ever have to see. But you couldn't fix something until you saw what was broken. You okay, Spoon? Without turning away from the fire, he gave her a shaky thumbs up. You know why I did this? An almost imperceptible nod of his head. There may be people trapped inside. Another nod. We need to try and save them. He nodded. I know. It could be very bad in there. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I know. They slowly made their way toward the house, Rachel gingerly moving on her wounded ankle. The back door hung open like a broken wing. As they neared the threshold, the moaning started up again, and now she could hear someone calling for help. Is someone there? Rachel looked back at Will and pressed a finger to her lips. They stepped inside the small country kitchen, dim in the weak light of the gray afternoon. The smell of decay and mustiness was almost overpowering. Behind her, Will retched and then threw up on the floor. You all right? Yeah, he said, his voice shaky but firm. A series of meat hooks retrofitted into the ceiling swung gently in the breeze flowing in through the door. Mercifully, the hooks were bare. On the counter, however, was a horror to counterbalance that. A human head. Desiccated. There was no point in telling Will not to look. If anything, it was counterproductive. It hurt him not to see the world for the way it was. They moved into a small corridor, darker here, away from the ambient light of the day. To the right was a small sitting room jammed full of junk and debris. Old magazines and books, knickknacks and piles of trash stacked above her head. The walls might have been a pleasant yellow once upon a time. Now the color was inscrutable. Please help me! The voice echoed pitifully through the house. Where are you? Will called out. She grimaced at Will's impertinence. She didn't think there were any hostiles left, but there was no way to be sure. The graveyard of history was full of men and women better than her, smarter than her, faster than her, nevertheless felled by good motivations fueling bad decisions. Downstairs! Who else is here? Please don't hurt me. Please, God, don't hurt me. You're safe now? No, came the reply. No, please hurry before they come back. The wailing continued, filling the house with a dreary, mournful cry. Her skin rippled and tightened with gooseflesh. Part of her screamed at her to turn tail and run, put as much distance between this place and Will as she could. She didn't know what he was screaming at, whether someone was down there now, carving him up, or some memory that had broken free. They came to a closed door at the end of the hallway. Will? Yeah. Open the door. Slowly. His hand trembled as his fingers curled around the knob and twisted it. The door squealed on its hinges as it swung open, revealing a dark stairwell beyond. The stairs descended to a basement, out of sight. Who's there? Is someone there? Please don't hurt me! Stay right behind me, she whispered. She leaned up against the wall of the stairwell, mindful of her throbbing ankle, taking one step at a time. It was hot in here. Sweat slicked her body and the air tasted rank and stuffy. Each step was an eternity, each one a nightmare unto itself. The only light came from the upstairs hallway, and that was weak at best. She flicked on the flashlight in her pocket. The beam of light was dim, a reflection of the weak batteries at their disposal. Another dozen steps to the bottom, then 6, then 3. It was cooler down here. Damp. The smell of metal hung thickly in the air. Is someone there? Who's there? She swept the flashlight across the cellar. It was bigger than she thought, perhaps equivalent to the entire square footage of the house. A large trough sat in the middle of the room. There was a work table built into the wall to her right, on which sat 4 human heads, staring back at her. The beam continued its trip across the room, freezing when Rachel came across the room's sole occupant. She stood frozen, her mouth agape. A thin man stood against the wall, his arms chained above his head. He wore dirty khaki shorts but no shirt, revealing a bare torso stained with blood and only God knew what else. His body trembled in the damp cold of the basement. Rachel couldn't tell if he was awake, as his head was drooping down toward his chest. "Are you okay?" He startled at the sound of her voice, his head popping up, his body recoiling away from her. He began to sob as she watched him. It was an ugly cry, tears and mucus dripping from his face and nose. "It's okay," she said. He trembled violently as he wept. "We're going to get you out of here." She let him be while he cried, studying his shackles. Each of his wrists bore a cuff connected to a short chain mounted in the drywall. "Hey, what's your name?" "Alec," he said in between teary gasps. "Listen to me, Alec. I've got to break you out of these cuffs, but I'm going to have to shoot out the anchor." "Will, stand right behind me." When Will was in position, she raised the muzzle to the eye bolt restraining his left hand and squeezed off a shot. The drywall crumbled, releasing the anchor from the wall. She repeated the step with his right hand, freeing him from his shackles. His arms swung down heavily, the chains scraping across the ground. He crumpled to the ground. "We have to get out of here." He pushed himself to his feet, but he was unsteady, like a baby giraffe taking its first steps. Together they staggered toward the stairs. Rachel's ankle throbbed as they ascended, each step pure agony as she bore not only her weight, but a good bit of Alec's as well. The number of stairs seemed infinite. They would spend eternity climbing and never reach the top. She stole a glance at Will, grimacing and grunting from one step to the next, his skinny arm wrapped around Alec's waist, and this galvanized her. As the landing drew closer, she shifted the HK, sliding the stock under her arm, snaking her finger around the trigger. "Can you hold yourself up for a second?" she asked Alec. "Yeah," came the reply, raspy and shaky. On the landing, he leaned back against the wall and let out a sigh. Rachel's arm burned with fatigue, which left the gun a bit wobblier than she would have liked. She hazarded a peek down the corridor, first to her left, back toward the kitchen, then to her right. It was clear in both directions. "Let's go." As they lurched down the hallway, she reflected on the abject stupidity of what they were doing. So much risk, so much danger, and for what? Was it worth her life? Was it worth Will's? They'd been lucky enough to survive the encounter outside, and she'd gone on and pressed their luck even farther. Why? To feel good about herself? To show off to Will? The door was still ajar, as it had been when they'd first laid eyes on it, 30 minutes ago? What horrors had swum past them in that time? Evils seen and unseen, here and there and everywhere. As they stood here, saving this man, elsewhere terrible things were happening to good people, and there was nothing she could do about it. And that was the answer to the question. There was something she could do here. She could help this man who could not help himself. The simple act of doing something was what mattered. Rachel stepped through the door first, covering the area with her HK. Behind her followed Will, and then Alec. He stumbled toward the railing. As he looked out across the farm, he began to cry. "Thank you." "We don't have any food to give you," Rachel said, reality crashing down on them. One way or another, this world was going to get you. "It's okay.
I'd rather die out here than live another second in there," he said, tilting his head back toward the house. "Besides," he said, "I have food to give you."
26. The land stretched flatly to the horizon in every direction, eternal and unforgiving. Once the farmhouse faded from view, they saw nothing and no one. They walked. They walked slowly in the rain, Rachel limping, Alec on legs that had atrophied during his time in captivity. He had to rest every few hundred yards to massage his quads and his calves, as though he were trying to jumpstart them.
"They said it made the meat easier to chew,"
he said, and that had been the last he'd spoken of it. It had been more than enough commentary on what they had been through, and it kept her up for hours, long after they'd pitched camp and packed it in for the night. She lay awake now, the faces of the people she'd killed hovering about her subconscious. Eddie and Millicent, and the 2 people from the farm. It was the first time she'd ever taken such an inventory. Initially, she'd been wary about sharing space with this stranger, but he had dropped into a deep sleep seconds after climbing inside his tent, his snoring loud and rattling her teeth. The man probably had years of PTSD-related insomnia ahead of him, but tonight, sleep would come first. Beside her, Will snored. When she asked him how he was doing, he'd said he was fine. She didn't know whether to believe him. The idea of Will lying to her was strange to her, alien, almost impossible to comprehend. Lying. That was how you learned your kid was his own person, that he wasn't an extension of yourself, a dummy satellite floating through the ether, simply executing the same lines of code. She crept out of the tent and sat cross-legged at its mouth, looking up at a sky pockmarked with glittering stars. She felt that old yearning again, the desire to be part of a community again. God, people. People had done nothing but grow worse. The masks society had forced upon them shattered like porcelain. People had been shitty, but the rules, the laws, had helped hide away what people had been really like. Then the plague had come and wiped all of that away in one fell swoop, returning the survivors to their default setting. That was the funniest part of all this. Recorded human civilization had lasted a few thousand years, and they had treated each other like shit for all but maybe 6 months of it. Without their gargantuan social construct, which had been nothing more than a house of cards, it had all come crashing down. Her Sunday school classes came back to her. The lesson that God had created man in his image. In his image? If God had created man in his image, then their God was a terrible one indeed. And given the events of the last 13 years, it was difficult to conclude otherwise. Yet here she was, longing for human contact all the same. Dangerous, unpredictable, potentially deadly human contact. She missed Charlotte. Now that had been a good woman to the end. And Charlotte was dead because of her. Because she had been too weak to teach Will what this world was like, to do the job she was supposed to do. She had gambled on protecting him from the reality of the world, and it had blown up in her face. Hell, sometimes she missed Eddie. The old Eddie, the one she'd first met. She missed how he'd felt close to her, how he'd felt inside her when sex had still been a regular thing between them. The way he smelled, how he'd slept. The Eddie before he'd taken off his mask. The flutter of a zipper unzipping startled her. She glanced over to see Alec crawling out of his tent. Immediately, her mind went on red alert, her hand tensed on the HK. Her skin went tight, her muscles taut. What was he doing up? He was coming to rape her, to slit their throats, to cook them up himself because, hell, why not? It had worked for those monsters back at the farm. "Hey," he said.
Couldn't sleep?
She shook her head.
Bad dream,
he said, taking a breath and letting it out slowly.
Took me a minute to remember I wasn't down there anymore.
Rachel relaxed, her muscles releasing. Another problem with their world? This man had been subject to the worst horror imaginable, and her first instinct had been to distrust him. That might have been how you survived in this world, but that didn't mean it was good. Where are we going?
I live at a boarding school not far from here, he said. We've been there since it started.
How many of you?
35, give or take.
Rachel's eyes widened in the dark. That many? How did you end up together? He laughed softly.
I'm guessing this is going to be hard to believe.
What?
We were living there before the plague.
Rachel looked for something to say, but words failed her.
I know, it's hard to believe.
You were all immune?
Oh, I doubt any of us were immune, he said. I think we got very lucky. The school is in a very remote area. There were about 60 of us there for summer school. Normally, there were about 500 students. Gravy, he's the headmaster, he quarantined us when the outbreak started getting bad. No one got sick, so we sheltered in place for a year. We had enough supplies. We had enough water. Eventually, our supplies started to run out and we had to send someone on a supply run. It was either take a chance or starve to death. Gravy believed if the disease killed anyone who wasn't immune, then there wasn't anyone left who could transmit the disease.
Not entirely true, but she understood their thinking.
Gravy was the one to go.
Alec laughed and his eyes filled with tears as he recounted the memory.
God, he was so scared. He was supposed to be back a week later, but that came and went. No Gravy. We started to assume the worst. Then, he comes back 10 days later, still healthy, no symptoms. He's quarantined for a week, never gets sick. We figured we were safe.
The babies still die from it, you know. He glanced at her, his eyebrows raised.
Oh?
No women at your school, I'm guessing?
No, he said, shaking his head. All boys. Men, I guess, now. I still think of us as kids. I was 17 when it happened.
You have food there?
It's rationed, he said. Not sure you'll be able to stay very long, but you are welcome to my rations for the coming week.
That's very generous of you.
Least I can do. As I said, I'd rather starve to death out here. We're almost there,
Alec said, pointing at a small sign bearing the school's name, the arrow painted pointing east. They picked up the pace as best they could, Rachel accelerating from a limp walk to something resembling a slow jog. They turned right onto a narrow road that was passable, but showing signs of decay. It took 20 minutes to cover the last half mile, Rachel's ankle reaching the end of its usable life for the time being. Fatigue was setting in, the adrenaline firing her engine since they had fled Millicent's clutches, draining away rapidly. All she cared about was a decent meal and a good night's sleep, a place to put her foot up for a while. She was done, worn out. She had given all she could and needed time to recharge. If this all went badly and she and Will were walking into a trap, well, there was nothing she could do about that now. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, simply glad to be alive. That was a status increasingly difficult to maintain. Alive. Still kicking when so many others were not. If this was the end for them, then she was proud of what they had done. They drew close to the school's outer gate, which was manned by a lone sentry. He was too far away for Rachel to get a good look at him. He noticed them about 50 yards out, drew his weapon, pointed it at them. "Stop right there!" he called out. "Chung, it's Alec." "Alec? Holy shit!" Then he paused, the fact that Alec wasn't alone suddenly registering with Chung. He held his firing stance as they approached the gate. Chung was a small man, not much taller than Rachel, but stoutly built. The gun looked like a child's toy in his hand.
"Who are they?"
he asked after Alec embraced him.
"It's fine, they rescued me. What the hell happened to you?" "It's a long story. Gravy around?"
Chung unhooked a small walkie-talkie from his belt and spoke into it, quickly summarizing the situation before him.
"Wait there," came the reply. "We'll send some backup."
As they waited, she took in the campus. A cluster of dormitories to the west, a football field and other athletic fields to the east. The goalposts looked ominous in the moonlight. 3 larger buildings sat in the middle of the campus. As the minutes ticked by, panic fluttered inside her like a butterfly. Had she really thought this through? Putting her faith in this man Alec simply because she believed he owed her something? But she had to try. The risk of accepting his offer was high, but the cost of not taking it was even higher. Things had been much easier in the salad days immediately after the plague. And the fact she was calling the days after humanity's near extinction the salad days really drove home how bad things had become. Food, medicine, and weapons were everywhere, as though a benevolent deity had cracked open a giant piñata of survival supplies. Why hadn't she socked more away, hidden it away for a rainy day? She hadn't taken the long view. She had looked at the world through blinders. That had been the first domino. God, there were no easy decisions anymore. Not a one. The only way to calculate the wisdom of a decision was to still be alive after acting on it. Oh, a bad choice. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You're dead. The sound of footsteps broke her out of her trance, and she instinctively pulled Will against her. A trio of men approached them. She focused on the one in the middle, a tall, thin man wearing jeans and a black leather jacket. He was middle-aged, perhaps a few years older than she was. His hair was shorn close to his head, but a thick salt and pepper beard masked the lower half of his face. His eyes were big, uncomfortably so, like they had been installed on the wrong face. He stared at Rachel for a few moments, long enough that it became uncomfortable before she broke the stare and glanced down at Will. When she looked back up, he had turned his attention to Alec.
"Welcome home, buddy,"
Gravy said, giving the man a big hug. He stepped back but kept his hands on Alec's shoulders. The concern on his face was evident.
"Thought we'd lost you," he said. "Believe me, I thought the same thing." "Who are your friends?"
Alec stared at Rachel for a bit, and it occurred to her Alec didn't know her name.
"I'm sorry,"
he said. "Rachel, this is Will." He turned back to Gravy.
"They helped me out of a very bad situation,"
Alec said. His face darkened and he took a deep breath.
"Very bad."
Rachel's stomach flipped.
"Thank you for bringing our boy home," Gravy said. "Not many will stick their necks out like that anymore."
"Well, here we are."
"Indeed."
Everyone stood quietly, the silence quickly becoming awkward. Alec was the one to break it.
"I think we owe these people a good meal, a roof over their heads tonight."
Gravy ignored him, keeping a wary eye on his guests. Long enough to make Rachel shift her weight from foot to foot, cough nervously in her hand, glance around at the others.
"Gravy?"
He blinked and turned to Alec.
"Dinner? A place to stay?"
He smiled.
"Of course. Where are my manners? I hope you'll consider staying here a couple of days. We are rationing our supplies, but the day I don't open my home to folks in need, well, that's a day I don't want to see."
Will's stomach rumbled, loud enough for everyone to hear. She couldn't decline the offer now.
"I'm sorry we can't offer you more than a brief respite."
"It's okay," Rachel said. "We'll be happy to stay for a bit. We could use some time off the road." He clapped his hands together, a smile digging its way out of his beard.
Wonderful. Chung, please show our guest to Tuttle. It's nice and quiet.
Thank you.
We'll have some food and water brought over. Again, I'm sorry it's not much.
We're grateful for anything you can spare. Gravy clasped his hands together, quickly bowed his head in reply. This little meet and greet was in its death throes now. Everyone running out of things to say. As Rachel and Will followed Chung, she was reminded of boring cocktail parties at Caltech, where she'd find herself trapped in an interminable conversation with a socially awkward professor. He led them to a dormitory near the center of campus. It looked Jeffersonian, white columns against brick that resembled a skull of a mysterious desert creature. The name Tuttle was carved into the stone header above the portico. They went inside. It was dank and cold in the foyer, the air musty and sharp in her nostrils. A bulletin board was mounted on the wall next to the stairwell, still bearing the flyers and notes from before the plague. The pages had yellowed with age, the corners curled around the rusty thumbtacks holding them in place. One flyer for a math tutor, C. Justin Tuttle, 143. Another for club soccer tryouts starting August 17th. August 17th. A Tuesday. Her mother had died that very day, August 17th, as the sun set, the thin, high clouds above the dying city of San Diego turning fiery red. Nina Kershaw had been the first to come down with it, early that morning. The three of them, Rachel, her mom, Jerry, had stayed up late into the night, glued to the television, watching coverage of the outbreak. They sat three wide on the sofa, under a blanket, the table covered with vitamins and antiviral pills Jerry had ordered online. They alternated between CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, on the new 70-inch television her mom had bought Jerry for his birthday in May. Thinking back on it now, it had been horrible to watch the news on that monstrous screen. The colors and sounds of this riot in Denver, of that plane crash in Norfolk, of this burning hospital in Albuquerque. So bright and alive, it felt like they were right there. Rachel had nodded off around 4. An hour later, the heat radiating from her mother's feverish body woke her up, the left side of her body drenched. As she swam to the surface of wakefulness, she couldn't figure out why she was so hot. "Mom," she'd whispered, as if waking her up gently would help her escape the disease's clutches. No response. "Mom!" She was yelling now, waking up Jerry. Nina had come around, barely, her fever spiking. You could feel her baking. How could someone be so hot? Rachel collected all the kitchen towels, soaking them under the faucet, plastering them to her mom's broiling arms and legs and forehead. She didn't bother taking her temperature. You didn't need a weather forecast to know it was raining. "Bring in the parakeet," her mother had said, delirium setting in. Jerry came absolutely unglued. "Jerry, the fucking parakeet!" They rushed her upstairs to the bedroom, tucked her into bed, closed the door. Jerry insisted on quarantining her, even taking a decontamination shower, as he called it, even though she didn't know how it differed from a regular shower. Jerry barred Rachel from the room, which, to be honest, she hadn't objected to that much. She was reluctantly conscious of the fact that deep down, her primal urge to survive was firing up. First was the pointless call to 911, which had stopped taking calls days earlier. But Jerry insisted, and they spent 30 minutes listening to the Holds music, a bizarre instrumental version of a Taylor Swift song. "Please bring me the parakeet," she called out, and then she wailed. "Jerry, they're not answering," Rachel had said, pushing her mother's plaintive cries out of her head. She was trying to remain calm because she figured someone needed to. But truth be told, the fear inside her had been gargantuan, hot and choking as she waited to start baking with fever. He looked at her, began nodding his head, and then uncorked his iPhone into the wall. It blew apart into 100 pieces. She supposed the remains of the phone still lay on the floor of their Tony living room in that fancy San Diego subdivision. Second came Jerry's ill-advised decision to try and make it to the hospital, despite the ticker on the bottom of the screen announcing that San Diego area hospitals were no longer taking any new patients. They made it 2 blocks before encountering a massive traffic jam on Spotswood Avenue. The cars abandoned. No way through. It was over. They had lost. And sometime in the next few hours, she would heat up like a brick oven and die at the age of 19 before she had done anything in her life. As they drove home, Rachel in the back seat with her mother, she caught a glimpse of Jerry in the rearview mirror. He was crying. She never forgot that. Tears streaming silently down his face, his eyes wide open. Back at the house, Jerry carried Nina to the front porch. He sat with his wife of 4 years on the swinging bench and rocked back and forth, whispering to her. Rachel stood on the porch and watched, glad Jerry was taking the lead here. Nina died 30 minutes later. They sat there on the porch together. "You'll be in the South Wing," Chung said, breaking her out of her daydream. "We don't really maintain the other sections of the dorm." "You get a lot of visitors?" "Every now and again," he said. "Gravy won't turn his back on anyone in need." He said it with a tone of exasperation. That's rare in this world, among other things. She didn't press the issue. He unlocked the door and they followed him down the hallway to the first room on the left, which faced east across the campus. It was a standard dorm room, 2 twin beds. More nostalgia on the walls, but Rachel paid it little mind. She didn't need another walk down memory lane, seeing as the previous one was still playing out the string. Jerry went downhill quickly that night, sitting on the porch with Nina's body in his arms. He sat there as he started coughing, as the nosebleeds began, as his internal furnace really started cranking. His consciousness faded like a dying campfire, but he wouldn't let her go. Rachel waited on the porch with them. She was afraid that when he finally winked out for the last time, her mom's body would tumble to the porch like a dropped coin. Jerry didn't last long. He died 8 hours after he started showing symptoms. But to his credit, he did not let go of Nina. In death, his arms stiffened around his beloved bride's corpse, and Rachel sat cross-legged on the porch, that hard, unforgiving wooden porch, all night with them. The skies thick with the tang of smoke, the chatter of automatic weapons, the whisper of helicopters buzzing overhead, until the sun rose. Their cat Hobbs sat in the window behind the bench, decidedly uninterested in the fall of man. Rachel stayed at the house for another few days, waiting to die, waiting to live, waiting for someone to come help. She buried her mom and stepfather in the backyard in the middle of that gigantic, choking, suffocating quiet. She called her father several times, but the lines were down, and she'd only been able to leave a single voicemail message. She did not know what happened to the cat. She left San Diego on the morning of August 23rd, first making her way to Lake Tahoe, where Jerry and Nina had a condo, before turning east, planning to cross the country to find her father. "Ma'am?" Chung again. "You all have a good night." "Thank you." He left them alone. "You okay, bud?" Will sat on the edge of a bed, fiddling with a fingernail on his pinky. His head was down, his chin almost touching his chest. Preteen boys were chameleons, she decided right then and there. Look one way, and you saw the man he was turning into. Turn your head just so, a change in the light, the opaqueness of a shadow cast, and there was the little boy he had been not very long ago. "They were eating people," he mumbled. He looked up. "Right?" She looked at him, tapping her clenched fists together, unsure of what to say. The room was deathly quiet but for the patter of raindrops on the windows and rooftop. Yes. His chin dropped back down. Why would they do that? A lot of people have forgotten how to be nice. He guffawed, almost derisively, as if annoyed by his mother's attempt to sugarcoat the horrors of their world. That's a long way from being nice. You're right, sweetie, she said. She turned his question over in her mind for a bit, wanting to give him a better answer. It wouldn't be a good answer because she doubted there was one. The truth is, some people have forgotten they're human. They're no better than animals, wild animals who will do anything to stay alive. Would you ever do that to stay alive? She was shaking her head even before he finished the question. No, absolutely not. He looked back up at her, his jaw set, his eyes wet and bright. I would rather die. Gravy came to see her later in the evening. Will was asleep, and she sat under the portico in the cool night air, looking up at the stars. It was a clear night, one of the clearest she could remember, and she wondered if this was a hint their perpetual autumn might be coming to an end. The enduring nature of the cool, clammy weather had been wildly frustrating. It couldn't last forever, they kept telling each other. But one way or another, it had. Maybe the nuclear exchanges alone hadn't been responsible for the climate. Maybe it had been that and humanity's mass die-off. Maybe they had pushed the planet beyond the point of no return, and this was the way things were going to be. Still, she didn't want to believe this was mankind's epilogue. A disjointed, confused mess where they bounced around like free radicals, extinguishing each other until there were none of them left. She ran her hands through her hair. A thin clump came free. The cord was thin and dry and brittle. That had been happening more and more often lately, an unwelcome byproduct of nutritional deficit. What was next? Scurvy? Was she a pirate? The sweet smell of pipe tobacco harkened Gravy's arrival.
Good evening,
he said, emerging from the darkness. He had a clear, soothing voice, one made for public radio. She nodded.
Mind if I join you?
She gestured to the empty seat next to her on the porch. He sat next to her with a contented sigh.
Nothing like a good sit, wouldn't you agree?
She glanced at him, but didn't reply.
Thank you for bringing Alec home.
She nodded.
He didn't want to talk about it.
No, she said. She said it declaratively, to make it clear she wasn't going to discuss the subject either. If Alec wanted to share what had happened to him, that would be up to him. It wasn't her story to tell. This cloaked the discussion with a shade of tension.
Your accommodations are acceptable, I hope?
Yes, they're fine, thank you.
How's your son?
He's fine, she said, without any real knowledge if that were true.
He's very young,
Gravy said. He's small for his age.
Is he your biological son?
No.
I'm a patient man,
he said.
But I don't like being lied to.
Her shoulders sagged. What was the point in lying about it anymore? Yes, he is my son.
And he was born after the plague.
Rachel didn't reply.
Remarkable,
he said.
You're a very lucky woman.
Rachel took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Sometimes I'm not so sure. He lifted a single eyebrow.
Yes, I suppose it must be quite a challenge.
You are the headmaster here?
Yes,
he said.
This was a school for kids with behavioral problems.
Really?
Yes.
But
everyone is so nice?
Yeah.
When it all went down, these boys were so scared. So scared. A few boys ran off during the outbreak and, I presume, got sick. We never saw them again. The rest fell in line pretty quickly. That first year was rough, but we managed. Weird what the end of the world can do to a person.
Indeed. Another pause. I have to ask, she said, what kind of name is Gravy? He laughed.
My real name is Gary Fanwood. When I was a kid, my little brother had a hard time saying my name, and it came out as Gravy. The nickname stuck.
You were very lucky to not get sick.
I believe a higher power was looking out for us.
She bit down the urge to ask about the 7 billion people who hadn't warranted such protection. But their survival made sense at some level. Medusa was a virus, subject to the laws of virology. The outbreak had ended because the pathogen had found no more hosts to infect. And although the virus might still be swimming in their bloodstream, the fact Alec hadn't gotten sick probably meant immune survivors couldn't transmit the virus to others. It had only been 2 days, but Medusa had been nothing if not speedy. More importantly, if there were women out there who had never been exposed to Medusa... Are there any women here?
No.
Rachel's mind was racing.
I know what you're thinking, he said. I made a list of all girls' boarding schools, women's prisons. Hell, I even went to a convent. We must have gone to 50 different facilities. I didn't find a single survivor.
That didn't mean there weren't non-immune survivors somewhere. But then she remembered that would simply mean more mouths to feed.
I'm sorry.
She laughed. I think we're way past the point of apologizing to each other.
I hope not,
he said.
There's something civilized about apologizing to your fellow man. To express sadness or remorse. To empathize. I believe that is what makes us human.
They sat in silence for a few minutes, Rachel watching the stars, Gravy fiddling with his pipe. How long can we stay? Rachel asked. No point in beating around the bush. She was going to take as much as she could for as long as she could.
2 nights,
he said, pausing to exhale a cloud of sweet-smelling smoke.
We can't offer much in the way of food, but we can give you 1 good meal before you go. Tomorrow night, a banquet, to thank you for rescuing Alec. And then the following morning we'll send you on your way.
Part of her wanted to wake Will up and hit the road now, tonight, under the cover of darkness. Safety there, and she preferred anonymity to the unknown risks associated with casting your lot with others. She simply wasn't there yet, as friendly as these people seemed. Actual freedom was better than the promise of freedom. But the specter of starvation hung over them, that eternal cloud darkening their daily existence. You ate when you could eat. You didn't push a plate away. It was the cardinal rule. We would love to join you for dinner. 27. She woke with a start, forgetting where she was, almost forgetting who she was. Was she dreaming now, or had she been dreaming before? Because it wasn't possible she was a gypsy traipsing across a post-apocalyptic wasteland, was it? She took a deep breath and let it out as she regained her bearings. The room was clouded with the gloom of the early dawn. Will was still asleep, hard, the kind of rest that could only be built on a foundation of security and safety. Her body felt rested, if not a bit stiff. Amazing, the restorative powers of sleep. Amazing how good it felt when you had been deprived of it for so long. Another week of it, and she might start cutting into her deficit. She might start feeling human again. Knowing Will was safe, that he'd been cared for, that he had some food in his belly had been the equivalent of a sleeping pill. Every meal they could get inside their stomachs reminded her of the arcade games of her youth. If you could make it to the next checkpoint, the words extended play would flash on the screen, getting you more bang for your video game buck. She stepped out into the hallway, still dark at this early hour. Her foot brushed against something. She looked down and saw a small box by the door. She knelt and opened it to find 4 bars wrapped in foil, and 2 bottles containing a purple-colored liquid. A note reading, "Drink me," was affixed to each bottle. She smiled. She took her breakfast under the portico. The beverage wasn't particularly tasty, but it wasn't bad. Sort of like homemade Gatorade, and it washed down the chewy protein bars. She threw caution to the wind and ate both of hers as she watched the day brighten around her. In the distance, the sounds of the campus coming to life for the day. Will was sitting up in bed when she got back to the room, blinking the sleep out of his eyes. "Morning." He acknowledged her with a yawn. "How'd you sleep?" A single thumb up in reply. "Breakfast," she said, tossing the box on the bed. He dug in, inhaling both bars and a handful of bites. "Are we leaving now?" "Tomorrow," she said. "Why not now?" "One more good meal, one more night's sleep. You know the rules." "How much farther to Colorado?" He drained the last of his drink. "I don't know," she said. "Not as fast as we'd like, I'm guessing." "We should go now," he said, yawning. His face was gaunt, his eyes puffy. No, they should stay. He needed to rest. Another full day of rest would do wonders for them, and they would hit the road refreshed. It was the smart play. Will didn't put up much of a fight. In fact, he had fallen back asleep shortly after breakfast. Rachel spent much of the day in bed herself, reveling in the quiet, in the solitude, in the knowledge that at least for today they wouldn't have to fight to stay alive. They wouldn't have to be on high alert. She wandered the hallways of the first floor, peeking into each room along the way. The rooms were sterile now, having long been stripped of anything useful. It was a routine now, habit, she supposed, a muscle developed over the last decade, an instinct to check in every nook and every cranny of every new place for something of use. A noise in the hallway startled her, freezing her in place. Like a computer program, she reached for her HK, even though it was back in her room. She turned back and saw Gravy near the door to her room, his palms out.
"I didn't mean to scare you."
"It's okay."
"Everyone ready for dinner?"
His voice sounded a bit high, reedy, more than she remembered from their earlier discussions. "I think Will is still asleep," she said. "Let me check." A quiet check of the room confirmed her suspicion, and she rejoined Gravy back in the hallway.
"Did you all get some rest?"
he asked. "Yes. Kid is still zonked out. I'd like to let him sleep a bit longer."
"Of course,"
he said.
"We have time, I think."
He lingered in the doorway, and Rachel became aware of an awkwardness between them. It was his school, his building, but she got the sense he was waiting for an invitation. "Would you like to wait with me?" she asked. "He'll be up soon."
"Thank you."
"Why don't we move to the next room?" He nodded. They each took a bed, sitting across from one another. Rachel placed the lantern on the end table between the 2 beds and closed the door. A plastic potted plant was perched on the end table next to her. The carpet was threadbare, worn to the concrete in some spots. Gravy sat on the edge of the bed, his elbows on his knees, tapping his fingertips together. "Thank you again for your hospitality," she said. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate your sharing your supplies with us."
"It's not a big deal,"
he said. "It is a big deal. Very few people would do what you've done. Most would put a bullet in our heads. More efficient." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"Well then, you're very welcome."
They sat in silence for another few moments. Gravy continued to tap his fingertips together. Rachel was content to sit in silence. She had never been one to make small talk for the sake of filling a void of silence. He was handsome, she saw, stealing glances at his profile. A weariness about him she found warm, almost inviting. Someone who had seen darkness but hadn't let it drag him down into its depths.
"I have a confession to make,"
he said. fingertips tapping. Oh?
You're the first woman I've spoken to in a long time. Since it happened, in fact.
She did not reply.
I have to admit it's made me very nervous. I feel like I'm doing everything wrong. Like this thing I'm doing with my hands. I don't even know why I'm doing it. I don't know if I've ever done it before.
He stopped tapping his fingers together and looked at his hands like they had just sprouted from his wrists. Did you have a family? Before?
No. Divorced when I was 25. Never remarried. Worked here 6 years before the plague hit.
You're probably better off, she said.
How so?
No entanglements? Less to worry about? Less to mess with your head? Everyone's fucked up now. The things we've seen. The things we've had to do to stay alive. I doubt anyone has been immune from that.
I suppose you're right.
She got up and sat next to him on the bed. Her body was turned toward her host, her right leg folded underneath her. What was she doing? Her eyes caught his in the dim light, his cheeks colored, and he looked away.
Where are you headed? You and your son?
Nowhere in particular, she said. Meat for the pot, roof over our heads. Keep plugging away, like everyone else. She waited as he processed that, wondering if he would dig any deeper.
I hope you find a place to call home,
he said. We'll see. There was another silence. How do you all pass the time? Keep the crazies away?
Every few months we produce a Shakespeare play.
Really?
This surprises you?
Just unexpected.
The men look forward to it, he said. It's a little reminder of what we were once capable of. A reminder of something beautiful.
When's the next show?
I'm afraid it's several weeks off still.
Which one?
12th night.
And is there an audience?
No, he said. We do it for us.
Rachel looked down at her hands, trying to picture a stage production at this lonely outpost, these men living and breathing the art of a world long dead. This was what they had forgotten to do at Evergreen. They had become so obsessed with staying alive that they had forgotten to live. I wish I could see that. He laughed.
I'm not sure how the men would react to that, he said gently. After a decade of playing to an empty house, I think they'd freeze on stage.
It's a nice thing, she said. Just knowing about it makes me feel better.
Do you believe in God?
He asked. Miles Chadwick had been the last man to ask her that question, in those last days before her father and Sarah had rescued them from his clutches. Chadwick's God had passed a harsh judgment on them, had punished them, had used Chadwick himself to deliver that punishment. Not anymore. You?
More than ever. God is calling us all home, you see. He sent the plague to teach us a lesson. That all this shit we've been wasting our time on has been just that. A waste. Texting and gourmet olive oils and red-eye flights to Vegas. This world we were left in, that's what he wanted us to see. The quiet, the beauty, that's our responsibility. To see the world the way he meant for us to see it.
This was not terribly dissimilar from what Chadwick had told her 13 years earlier, but it felt different. A more benevolent viewpoint? Maybe Gravy was right. Perhaps God had taken everyone home. The Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the atheists, the Satanists, the Buddhists, all in one fell swoop. The ledger cleared, everyone square with the house. He held a fist to his lips. A river of tears slid down each of his cheeks. The distance between them had been cut by half. She did not know how that had happened. She was close enough to smell his aftershave, close enough to reach up and wipe away the tears from his right cheekbone. She tried to remember if she had ever seen Eddie cry, and she could not. Then she was swinging a leg over his lap, taking his face into her hands, pressing her lips to his. He kissed her back, timidly at first, and then wrapped his arms around her back and joined her in the crest of it. She kissed him hard, almost violently, needing the touch of someone who wasn't Eddie, who weren't the men who'd purchased her at Millicent's like she was an object. This embrace washing away the disappointment of her years with Eddie. Remind her there were men who had not been Eddie Callahan, who had been better than Eddie. She worked his jeans and briefs off while he did the same with her pants. She pulled her panties to the side and straddled him, sighing as he entered her. She didn't think about what she was doing or why she was doing it. For this moment, she simply enjoyed the sensation of being close to another human being. She closed her eyes and thought about their Shakespeare play, about sitting in the audience alone, watching these men live and breathe the art of a dead world. Gravy shuddered as she rocked back and forth above him, pressing his face against her chest. He didn't last long, barely a minute before he finished. She leaned in and kissed him gently.
"I'm sorry about that,"
he said. "Don't be," she said. "That was very nice."
"Yes."
She dismounted his lap, feeling a little bit dirty for taking advantage of him as she got dressed. That's what it had been, really. Yes, a little. As she readjusted her clothes, he traced a finger across his lips, perhaps to ensure the taste of her mouth against his was really there.
"Right."
"Do you think your God will forgive us?" Rachel asked.
"For what?"
he asked. "For doing what we had to do." He looked at her with eyes that were bright and full and wet.
"I hope so."
Will was still asleep when she went to check on him a few minutes later. "Ready, Spoon?" she whispered, shaking him gently by the shoulder. She repeated the inquiry twice more before she got a response. He yawned loudly and rubbed his eyes. "Hungry. Well, let's go take care of that, shall we?" He nodded, and they stepped outside to join Gravy, who was waiting in the sickly yellow glow of an incandescent lantern. The light threw a rippling shadow against the wall behind him.
"Follow me,"
he said, avoiding eye contact with her. She started to regret their dalliance, which served only to depress her even further. It almost made her give up hope, right then, as they walked to dinner, that their ability to make new connections had been permanently severed, that their new default setting was a state of war. There was little chit-chat as they crossed the campus. She expected a guided tour. "Oh, this is the science building. That's the Performing Arts Center." But Gravy didn't say a word. Maybe it was because she had just rocked his world. She felt like an asshole for thinking it. Pride goeth before the fall, sweetie, remember that one. She felt bad for thinking it because when you got right down to it, he had been a gentleman. And that was a category of men in woefully short supply these days. This man could have done anything to her and Will. Instead, she had found a group of people clinging to their civility, in a world absent it. There was enough light left in the sky to take in the campus, which was quite lovely. Gravy's people had maintained the grounds over the years, although certain buildings did look a bit ragged. To their west was the athletic complex, including a football field and an outdoor track and field facility. A bit farther north was a larger cluster of buildings, more dormitories and classroom buildings. "How many students went here?" she asked, breaking a long silence.
"About 500,
Gravy replied. They continued in silence, entering the main quad a few moments later. A bit of a breeze had picked up in the throughway between the buildings, chilling her. She felt naked without her HK, the reassuring weight of it hanging from her shoulder.
"We're here,"
he said, pausing before an old Victorian-style brick building. He seemed distracted again. "It's a lovely building," Rachel said, glancing upward toward the gables. They climbed the steps slowly. Rachel was looking forward to being indoors. The wind had picked up, and the evening had broken chilly, the sky limned with bleak gray clouds. Gravy held the door open for them, waiting as Rachel and Will entered the foyer before them. The foyer was dimly lit, the shadows flickering against the wall. The murmur of voices in an unseen room tickled Rachel's ears. It had a ghostly timbre about it. She felt Will pressing up against her.
"I know, this is a bit of a creepy room,"
he said, sensing their discomfort.
"It's the best building for storing food, so we made this our dining room."
He pointed toward a door to their left.
"It's through there."
Gravy led them inside, where Rachel got her first look at the community in full. As the presence of Will and Rachel became apparent, the vigorous chit-chat died from one table to the next, like power grids failing across a stricken city. There were 6 long wooden tables in the rectangular-shaped room, 3 on each side, lined up in 2 rows. The tables were crowded with men, most of them about her age, but a few older ones. Portraits of men long dead lined the walls. There was a door in the center of each wall, but it wasn't clear where those led. A series of oil lanterns bathed the room in a warm, inviting glow.
"Brothers,"
Gravy said after the room fell silent,
"these are our special guests."
He placed a hand on Rachel's shoulder.
"This is Sister Rachel."
"Greetings, Sister Rachel," said the men, almost in unison.
"This is her son, Brother William."
"Greetings, Brother William," came the reply. Gravy led them to 3 open seats, one at the head of the table nearest them, the 2 others next to the head. Will sat on the end seat, in between Rachel and Gravy. To Rachel's right was a thin man with a narrow face and a scraggly beard. She spotted Alec 2 tables away. She nodded at him, and he returned the gesture. In front of each person was a bowl full of a thick stew. Steam was still curling from the surface of the bowls. It smelled delicious, made her mouth water. Will dug in without waiting. She smacked his hand. "Wait!" she hissed at him. No one else seemed to notice Will's breach of etiquette, each man bowing his head. Gravy's voice filled the chamber.
"Thank you, Lord, for this bounty,"
he said. "Thank you, Lord, for this bounty," echoed the men.
"We do not ask why you have cast this judgment on the world.
We do not ask why you have cast this judgment on the world.
It is not our place to know.
It is not our place to know.
We see the beauty in the world as you intended.
We see the beauty in the world as you intended.
Amen.
Amen." The prayer concluded. The men dug into their bowls, the room silent but for the clink of ceramic against silverware, the silver against teeth. Rachel took a bite of the hot stew. She didn't know what was in it, a mixture of meat and potatoes. It was salty, very salty, but it was delicious. Perhaps the best thing she'd eaten in years. She kept a wary eye on her Will, who was lost in his meal. The world had slipped away. Just a boy and his supper. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this," she said to Gravy, who was focused on his bowl, stirring the stew with his spoon. She had thanked him over and over, but for some reason it didn't seem like it was enough.
"I'm sorry."
"For what?" she replied. "For making us leave? You can't be sorry about that."
"It's just that we're running low on food."
"I understand," she said.
"No,"
he replied.
"I don't think you do."
He glanced up and looked around the room. The other men were engaged in chatter and seemed oblivious to the sudden chill at the head of the table. Gravy's mood was beginning to frighten her. "What's wrong?" she asked, reaching out and wrapping her fingers around the palm of his hand. He looked at her, his eyes wide and blank. He looked very far away.
"You have to understand."
"Understand what?" she asked, pulling her hand away from his.
"I'm sorry. I had no choice."
The 4 doors opened simultaneously, and a hush swept across the room. Rachel leaped from her seat, accidentally flipping over the bowl of stew in the process. A dozen heavily armed men and women, dressed in black pants and heavy barn jackets, poured into the room, surrounding all of them.
"Hands on your heads!"
One of the men sitting at a table close to the back door made a move inside his jacket, but a deafening burst from one of the guns blew him off his seat. He landed in a heap on his back, his left leg wrenched under the lip of the table. A ribbon of blood laced the wall behind him.
"Hands on your heads!"
As they complied with the request, Rachel stole a glance at Gravy. There was a resigned look on his face, one that said he wasn't surprised at all. He stared blankly at their captors, his eyes wide and unblinking. "You sold us out," she whispered.
"Quiet!"
barked one of the gunmen. A burst of commotion near the doorway caught Rachel's attention. She turned her head toward the sound, where she saw a sight that chilled her to her core. One last person had entered the room. It was a face Rachel had only seen once before, but it was one she remembered easily. The woman who had wanted to take Will. Priya. 28. Rachel's body turned to stone. Her eyes darted around the room, looking for some answer, some solution, some way out of this mess. Her mouth went dry. There was no way out of here. "The woman and the boy," said Priya. The two gunmen closest to Rachel approached her and Will and motioned toward Priya with the muzzles of their guns. Rachel took Will's hand, and together they followed the men toward Priya. As they neared the door, Priya motioned them to continue. Rachel and Priya locked eyes. As Rachel exited the dining room, she could hear the woman's words to one of her men, as clearly as if she had whispered them into her own ear. "Kill the rest." Rachel held Will close as they followed their captors down a long corridor, trying to cover his ears with her right arm as the room behind her erupted into apocalyptic gunfire. Behind her was Priya, flanked by two women. Over the staccato bursts of the dozen automatic weapons, she could hear screaming. But it was brief, and then it was over. Will had started to cry, his body heaving and hitching against her, but she kept him moving, unsure if the slightest deviation from Priya's direction would result in their execution. Then they were outside again, trailed closely by the group that had remained behind to follow Priya's extermination order. Their work done. Just like that. As casually as asking someone for the time, she had ordered the execution of more than 30 people. Her head swam, and she began to salivate. It felt like she was floating, the ground underneath her unmoored. She was sweating, and she felt lightheaded. It was the Citadel all over again. The ledger had been balanced. All those women, all these men, all dead. She let go of Will and struggled to keep her balance. Bent over, hands on her knees, the ground swaying. Then her stew came up all at once, a furious rush, and she was pissed at herself because that was good food she was puking, you stupid woman. That's good food you're leaving here on the not-so-manicured grounds of the Deep Haven School for Boys. Gravy was dead. This kind and decent man who had betrayed her was dead. And fuck him, it was his fault he was dead. He might as well have shot himself in the head. And she had let herself believe he wanted to help them. You see, Eddie? Do you see? See what would have happened? She buckled to the ground, her legs crossing underneath her. The ground was slightly damp, the dew staining her knees, sending a chill through her, but she didn't care. Around her, activity. A nondescript SUV pulled up nearby. The familiar beep, 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 signifying the hatch opening. Several of Priya's Confederates re-entered the building with dollies, scavenging what remained. She wondered what promises Priya had made to Gravy, 2 years' worth of food. A trip to Hawaii. Everyone wanted to believe they were merely one step away, one deal away from salvation. This trade, that sellout, this close to happily ever after. Like the get-rich-quick real estate seminars from the old days. Did hope have no mercy on humanity? Couldn't it just let them be? Hope preyed on humanity through its lies, through its false promises, tricking the world into thinking that sunnier days were right around the corner. Problem was, you never made it to that corner, because there was no corner. It was a mirage, an illusion. There was no hope. They were already dead, trapped in these mortal coils, swirling to the bottom of the hourglass. She became aware of a presence behind her. It was Priya. She was smoking a cigarette. Like the first time they had met, she was dressed impeccably, her hair perfectly coiffed. This made Rachel hate her almost more than anything else. "So," Rachel said, "here we are." "Here we are." "How did you know we were here?" "My search for your son is no secret," she replied. "We've been operating up in this area for several years. I made it clear there would be a hefty reward for your capture." Rachel's skin crawled. While she was playing kissy face with Gravy, Priya had been close by, hidden in the seams of his hospitality. Betrayal layered upon betrayal. She had made the mistake of trusting someone. It was an error in judgment she would not repeat, although that was probably because she would be dead soon. Hell, even her son had known better, his insistence they leave that morning looming large in her mind. "Way to live up to your end of the bargain." Priya's eyes briefly flashed with anger, but the moment passed. "Sometimes we have to do things that are not easy." "I'm coming with you," Rachel said. "If you want him to cooperate, you will need me there." "I'm afraid not, my dear." "I'm not letting you take him without me." "What choice do you have?" Her eyes narrowed, and Rachel got a brief taste, like a swish of wine in her mouth, of the evil inside this woman. In some ways, she frightened Rachel even more than Miles Chadwick had. Priya left Rachel sitting on the ground and turned her attention toward winding down their activities at Deephaven. This morning, this had been a home, a place to live, a place to survive. Now it was just another dead place. Another point of light extinguished. She imagined an aerial map of the place, a fresh red X superimposed over the image of the campus, like the one over Evergreen, over the world. There would be a lot of red X's on the map these days. Priya was right. She had no choice. No choice but one. "Wait!" Priya paused. "What if I could offer you something better?" Priya turned slowly to face Rachel, who did her very best to keep her jaw set, her eyes on her captor. "I'm listening." Rachel told Priya everything. She made Rachel repeat the tale to her chief lieutenant, a man named Kovalovich. He was a squat man with a thick gray beard. He listened carefully as Rachel told the story a second time, beginning with her capture by Chadwick's goons all those Septembers ago, and ending with the discovery of the tattoo on the man back in Lincoln. "That's a pretty amazing story," he said. "It's the truth." "A mother's love," Priya said. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You expect us to believe that not only are you mysteriously connected to the conspiracy behind the plague, but that you managed to get caught by these conspirators, and that your father managed to rescue you? I'd have a hard time believing any one of those stories, let alone all three." Rachel took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She had to convince these people, yet it all sounded as ridiculous as Priya suggested. Rachel wasn't sure she would believe the story if their roles were reversed. "Is it any less believable than what we've all been through?" "Meaning?" "This world we're in." She turned to Kovalovich. Did you ever think you'd grow up to be a lieutenant to a post-apocalyptic warlord? He ran a thumbnail against his lip. He glanced at Priya. What did you do? Rachel asked, nodding her head to signify the before.
Director of HR for a small hospital chain?
He sounded small when he said it, as though it was the first time he had thought about who he'd been in a very long time. And now look at you. He looked at Priya again, but her face gave no quarter, showed no emotion. We'll have a chat about this, she said. Wait here. Priya and Kovalovich climbed into their vehicle to palaver. Will was still under the guard of one of Priya's henchmen, whom she approached as she waited for the referendum on her life to end. Will was in the front seat of the truck, his face pressed to the window. She waved at him, but it earned her nothing more than a barely perceptible nod of the head. Jesus God, this could be it. This really could be the last time she ever saw Will. There was nothing to stop them from simply leaving her here, from disappearing into the gloomy evening.
Get back,
the man hissed, raising his gun at her. The exchange of words drew the attention of another, who sauntered over to join his comrade. I can't say hi to my son. She stared at his round little face in the window, the panic rising in her. A little more post-traumatic stress disorder for you, my sweet boy? After all, it has been almost 2 whole days since the last horrific thing I've put you through. She watched Priya's contingent shuffling to and fro, preparing for their departure, and she wanted to curse them. All these fools, mourning the fact they hadn't been able to have kids. Did they not know how lucky they were? Did they have any inkling of the burden she carried? No. What did they plan on feeding these kids? Hopes and dreams didn't do much for empty tummies. The more of them there were, the faster they could all starve to death. And even if she found this place in Colorado, what then? The odds were excellent they were starving too. Probably hadn't counted on mankind's itchy nuclear trigger finger to wreck its cupboard. Although looking back, she couldn't imagine why that wouldn't have crossed their minds. She couldn't save the world. She was no Vin Diesel, may he rest in peace, coming to save the day, finding the canister of Medusa virus and firing it into space seconds before it had been unleashed against humanity. The world was already dead. That's what these people didn't understand. They were already dead. They were all dead. She was dead. Priya was dead. Will was dead. All she could do was try to stretch it out a little bit longer. Will deserved better than a brief coda to his existence at Evergreen. He deserved to be happy and warm and comfortable, if only for a little bit. She would die to get that for him. If she had to hop in bed with this mass murderer, then she would. It didn't matter, because they were already dead.
Hey!
She was shaken loose from her daydream, looking up to see the guard pointing back toward Priya's vehicle. She was motioning for her to join them. Rachel blew Will a kiss, then turned to head back toward Priya without waiting to see if he reciprocated. If she didn't see his response, then she wouldn't have to know he hadn't blown one back to her. That seemed too awful to contemplate. The man was lighting a cigar as Rachel rejoined them. Good news, Priya said. We're going to take a flyer on you. She let out a deep breath, one she'd been holding in since they retreated to consider her tale. Thank you. It would be short-sighted not to explore this angle, Priya said. Despite the unlikeliness of it all, here you are. Your son was born after the plague. The very fact of Will is a huge thing, you see. He exists in a world where he should not. That gives me hope that all is not lost, that life will prevail, that we will prevail. Rachel considered this, juxtaposing it with the situational assessment she had just conducted. Priya, she of the mass execution order, she was the hopeful one. Rachel, trying to keep her son alive, was the pessimist. That was a crazy thing to wrap her head around. Let us be clear about one thing, Priya said. We're going to find out why the babies are dying. And if we can find out, then all the better for you and Will. But if this goes sideways, there will be hell to pay. 29. By the time the group finished strip mining Deep Haven, it was full dark. Priya made the call to make camp and shove off in the morning. To ensure Rachel didn't try anything stupid, Priya split her and Will up for the night. Rachel didn't know where Will was sleeping, but she was back in the same dorm room. Priya placed a guard outside her room and left her with 2 cans of food, corn and black beans. Rachel ate them slowly by the light of the lantern, savoring each bite. When each can was half full, she mixed the remaining portions together. Black bean and corn salsa. A full belly, a clear head. Nothing extraordinary. That was natural. That was the way things were supposed to be. She found herself wondering about the others they had left behind in Evergreen. What had become of them? Had they gone their separate ways, the bonds tying them together having finally dissolved? Maybe Priya had gone back to kill them after discovering Will was gone. Her train of thought continued motoring along the track to the future, as unknowable as the fate of those in her past. The quest had shifted. Before, it had been a matter of idle curiosity, something to pass the time while they foraged for food. But now the tables had turned. For as long as she could remember, food had been her primary mission, protecting the warehouse at all costs. It had consumed all of them. Her dad, Harry, and the others. And it had broken them all. They had lost something along the way. It was as if they lived to support the warehouse rather than looking at it as something to support them. And not just her group. Even these monsters, these cannibals that fed on weary strangers, were no different. But for now, food was no longer the issue. This group was well-equipped, well-armed. Her very life now depended on this quest. Will's life. To save Will, she would have to save them all. She slept fitfully, waking up every little bit, cold, sore, her eyes gummed with goop. She dreamed about Schrodinger's cat, both alive and dead at the same time, until you opened the box and the world would collapse to one choice or another, and the cat would be either alive or dead. There were no other options. Terror gripped her tightly. What if there were nothing there? What if they made it to Colorado only to find her family had been nothing but the random byproduct of an experiment gone terribly wrong? The dim light of dawn filtering through the window shades put an end to her sleep for the night, and the morning rolled into being. Game pieces moving into place, small moves that would begin to snowball into bigger moves, into big decisions that would determine how this all turned out. Calm. She needed to be calm. A bit of yoga loosened her stiff muscles, cleared the lactic acid that had built up. Vinyasa, downward dog, warrior 1, warrior 2. She did the moves until her muscles began to burn, until they began to ache. The exercises helped her clear her head, wash away the dregs of fatigue still lodged in her body. A knock at her door. She waited, assuming correctly that whoever was on the other side of it would open it without being invited. Kovalovich stood in the door jamb, looking fresh and rested. Just another day at the office for this guy. All he needed was a cup of Starbucks, his name misspelled on the side of it, steam curling skyward. Headed to the morning budget meeting.
Ready to hit the road?
He asked congenially. For a man who had helped execute 30 people the evening before, he seemed remarkably at peace. How is that possible? It was supposed to matter, killing someone. It was supposed to be a hard thing to do. Not that it could never be done, sometimes it had to be done, but good goddamn. What had the years done to these people? Had she really missed that much in her little cocoon? Was this how it really was? Had the last 10 years of her life been nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion? Let's go, she replied, strongly desiring to shut down this conversation before it got started. She followed him outside where the group was busy breaking down the camp, loading the trucks. 4 black Suburbans idled in the access road that swirled toward the front door of the administration building. A woman emerged from that doorway, carrying a banker's box under her arm. She looked anxiously for Will, her rational mind knowing he was fine, but panicking nonetheless. There. He was sitting in the front seat of the first van, his legs dangling over the side. Priya was with him, playing a game of some kind, rock, paper, scissors from the looks of it. Will shot paper, Priya shot rock. A big smile opened up his normally dour face as he covered her dark olive fist with his hand. She couldn't see Priya's face, but she seemed at ease, her shoulders rounded, her movements lithe and soft. They shot again. Will, paper again. Priya, paper. A woman approached her, drew her attention. Priya tousled his hair and went back to work. Immediately, her body went rigid again, her shoulders stiff and square. It hit Rachel like a truck. This was what they were looking for. Will's inherent innocence and spunk. Childhood. The spark of life that had been missing for so long. When you were around it all the time, you forgot what it was like when it wasn't there. After all, it wasn't only the fact that Will was born after the plague. It was that he was so much younger than everyone else. The plague's brutal aftershocks had been unkind to its very youngest survivors. Sometimes late at night, her thoughts turned toward the immune babies and toddlers that had died simply because there had been no one around to take care of them. For every 10 small children immune to Medusa, Rachel bet that 8 had died in the ensuing weeks, simply unable to care for themselves.
"It's time," a voice behind her said.
It was Kovalovich. Rachel had not heard him come up behind her. One by one, they loaded into the caravan. Will was in the 3rd vehicle, Rachel in the 4th. They were a fearsome sight together. This many people, vehicles, weapons. It exuded an aura of control, of power. All these years they had been on the defensive, reacting instead of acting. Look where that had gotten them. The caravan began to move, chugging away slowly from the Deep Haven administration building. The day was cloudy but bright, the sense that blue skies were right around the corner, even though they weren't. Every now and again, a thicket of clouds would break, revealing a swatch of blue behind it, but then it would seal up just as quickly, as though it had remembered its place in the world. They ran west for the balance of the day, averaging about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Compared to the snail's pace she had become used to, it felt like she was aboard a rocket ship. With each passing mile the caravan chewed up and swallowed, they cut deeper into a world unknown to Rachel. Until this trip, she hadn't ventured farther than a 10-mile radius of the compound since they had moved there. Around her, the world was returning to nature. The road they were currently traversing, Interstate 44, had devolved into a weed-choked nightmare. What would Dwight Eisenhower say about his beloved interstate system now? It had never seemed this menacing when they were on foot or bicycles, but from inside a moving vehicle, the highway felt haunted. A familiar thrum of tires on concrete had been replaced with a mild susurration. In some spots, especially along the shoulders, where the weeds had thrived and contributed to a thick layer of humus, small bushes had begun to grow. A burgeoning forest on the edge of the roadway. A few more years, and these roads would be impassable by car. Moss-coated billboards advertising truck stops and tobacco outlets and the world's cheapest furniture made in America were a reminder of the world gone by. There weren't many cars out here, a few, but they were more part of the scenery than anything. They stopped at each one because you never knew where you might find a can of food, but that first day there was nothing for the effort. Exit ramps. Exit 143B. towns called Kofel and Norwich. Faded highway signs. Taco Bell, 1.3 miles. Kaylee's Diner, 0.5 miles. These exit ramps led to dead places now. It made her sad. They drove for 10 hours, covering about 400 miles. One stop about midway to refuel. Rachel was fascinated by the group's fuel supply, all of which was stored in the trail car. Fuel had been like a unicorn for her community. They had tried to make their own a few times, but all they got for their efforts were a few blown engines and one explosion that killed Debbie Coleman, an Evergreen resident. A woman who had played guitar and sometimes ate up the quiet and the lonely with her beautiful, mournful music. As dusk fell, the lead car took the exit for Clearmill. Rachel caught a glimpse of a motel marquee as they sledded down the ramp. They made a quick right, then another, which put them in the parking lot of a Holiday Inn Express. Like locusts, they descended upon the long-forgotten motel and, with the precision of a special forces unit, quickly took over the building. Around them, a dark Hardee's and a gas station, probably still sitting atop a lake of thousands of gallons of inert gasoline. How much easier their lives could have been if the gasoline had lasted even a couple of years before going stale. Priya and 2 others stayed behind with Will and Rachel, while the rest made quick work of the 3-floor establishment. Rachel was alone in her vehicle with the driver, who smoked a foul-smelling homemade cigarette. The smoke burned her eyes and made them water. "You mind if I wait outside?"
"Go ahead,"
he said, his voice rough like sandpaper. It was the first time the man had spoken all day. She alighted from the vehicle, relishing the thick, cold air she pulled into her lungs. As she wiped the smoke-induced tears from her eyes, the passenger door of the lead vehicle creaked open. Priya climbing out. "The cigarettes," Rachel said. Yes," said Priya. "He's very proud of those." A moment of silence. "How is the ride?" "My back hurts. It's been years since I've been in a car that long." "Like the old days." "Other than the skeletons in rusted-out vehicles and bushes growing in the middle of the interstate, it is exactly like the old days." Priya laughed. An honest-to-goodness laugh. The sound was almost alien to her. It felt good to make someone laugh. Even Priya. Pride, man. That's why it was one of the deadly sins. Pride goeth before the fall. "You're going to honor our deal, right?" "Of course," Priya said. "Why wouldn't I?" "Not much honor these days, thieves or otherwise." "This isn't personal, my dear. Like I said, I'd be a fool not to explore all options, all contingencies." Silence. "I had a son," Priya said, her voice suddenly small and far away. "He was 11. We live near Philadelphia. The virus hit there early on. He died that first week, before anyone really knew how bad it was going to get. It was still just a bad flu then, an early start to flu season. Remember how hot it was?" "I was in San Diego. Weather never really changed there." "Oh," she replied. "So he died, and the doctors told me it had gotten into his lungs, and that's why he died. Bad luck. I was a single mother. My husband died in a car accident when Raj was 2. Just the 2 of us. And then it was just me. And then it was really just me. I watched everyone around me die. Every single person I knew died." She paused and smiled. "Isn't it funny?" Priya asked. "What?" "We tell our stories of surviving the plague like they're unique, as though my story is extra special or somehow more horrible than yours. It's all rather self-important, isn't it? We all want to be the best, the most unusual, the standout." She paused. "Why do you think that is?" Priya asked. "Same as anything else," Rachel replied. "People want to think they're special, even when we're not." "Do you think we are special? People? I mean, we evolved. Evolutionary luck.
You're a scientist, Priya said. Perhaps an engineer? Or you were, once upon a time.
How did you know?
Scientists have a certain humility about them, of their place in the world. You understand it was just as possible that we didn't evolve, and really wouldn't have cared.
It's true. Any one of a million things breaks differently, and some other species would have dominated the Earth.
One with better sense than us.
Probably.
People were wretched.
Hello, Pot. Kettle is online, too. Would like to discuss colors with you. Rachel's left eyebrow arched upward, just enough for Priya to notice.
You're wondering why I killed the people at the school.
It had crossed my mind.
Will is too important.
What does Will have to do with it?
Until we know what's special about him, it would be a grievous error to have his existence become common knowledge.
But you said people knew about him.
Rumors, really. Conjecture. A myth. A legend. I don't think anyone believed he existed.
Rachel didn't reply.
You really don't know how desperate people have become, do you?
I guess not.
People have gone off the deep end. The loneliness, the sadness, the idea that all this is for nothing. All the suffering was for nothing.
And if it got out he existed?
I believe there would be a religious component to it.
Meaning what?
You agree that the vast majority of people alive before the plague believed in God?
Yes, of course.
Didn't that strike you as odd? That literally billions of people devoted their entire lives to a supreme, all-powerful being they had never, ever seen? A deity who had never once in recorded history provided irrefutable proof of his existence?
You don't believe in God.
You'll forgive me if I don't put much stock in that fairy tale. I'm supposed to accept, as fact, that a man rose from the dead from a story told over and over again, massaged, spun, re-massaged, and re-spun?
I guess I never really thought of it that way.
Either way, I think it's highly probable people would view Will as a gift from God. Or God himself. The second coming, and all that.
A chill tickled Rachel's spine.
Do you mind if I ask who Will's father was?
He doesn't have one.
For the briefest of moments, Priya's dark olive skin paled, almost to ash. Then Rachel began to laugh. His father's an asshole.
At least he was. He's dead.
I see.
Besides, what do I care what people think about him?
My dear, after that, all bets would be off. We would be in uncharted waters. For the sake of humanity, we have to find out what's special about him. We will find out. I promise you that. I am sorry if there is collateral damage, but we have to find out.
Rachel felt a buzzing on the bridge of her nose. That sensation that things were getting away from her. That things were beyond her control and there was nothing she could do about it. What were you? Before?
Police officer.
Rachel's eyebrows elevated slightly.
Don't fit the bill, do I? Not too many Indian women working as officers.
It didn't fit the bill, no, but that wasn't the point. The point was that they'd all forgotten who they were. Humanity had forgotten itself. All the things they'd been, all the things they'd done, all the things they were capable of had been swept under the rug. She let the comments slide behind them in the wake of the moment. A stitch of commotion from the second floor drew their attention. Rachel glanced up and saw Priya's comrades escorting two people downstairs, their footfalls heavy and clanging on the metal steps. They were brought before Priya, two bedraggled, middle-aged men. One had long hair tied back in a ponytail. His beard was speckled with gray, but it was mostly just dirty. The second man was heavier set and balding. He wore a blue New York Giants sweatshirt that had seen better days. Both were a bit wild-eyed.
"What have we here?"
Priya asked. There was something unnerving about her accent, something precise and frightening. charming and cultured once upon a time. No longer.
Found these two upstairs.
It was one of the guys from Rachel's vehicle.
It's bad.
Show me, Priya said. Rachel, come along. You need to see what I'm talking about. Rachel paused, glancing over her shoulder toward the vehicle carrying Will. Relax, she said. He will be fine. Rachel's gaze lingered on the boy a bit longer before she turned and followed Priya. The stairs felt rickety, the years of weather and wind and rain taking their toll on the metal bolts and screws. It was nearly full dark. The beams from their flashlights hitched and bounced as they scaled the steps, navigated the breezeway, past the shattered remains of a vending machine. Rachel's heart was beating so hard she could feel it in her ears. She didn't know why she was so nervous. Obviously, Priya wanted to prove her point, to justify the way she handled things. Truthfully, Rachel didn't care. People did what they wanted, and they had let it be that way. The SS morality had long since set sail. A half-moon hung in an unusually clear sky. Its silver light shimmered against the windows of the rooms they passed along the balcony. The group had paused at the doorway at the end of the concourse, the men and women huddled around the entrance, shifting to get a good look at the interior, but hesitant to go in. A thick, rich smell hung in the air. Metallic, meaty. It was different than the smell of sickness and death she remembered from the heady days of the plague, mostly gone now. But occasionally she would catch a whiff of something, and it would all come back, all the way down to the color socks her stepfather was wearing on the day he died. The crowd parted as she and Priya approached the doorway. Someone handed Priya a flashlight, and she stepped into the room without a moment's hesitation. A woman motioned for Rachel to follow her into the room, the stench growing as she drew closer. Rachel paused for a second at the threshold and then stepped inside. It was a standard hotel room. 2 queen-sized beds, a small round table, a chest of drawers, a cheesy art print hanging on the wall. Rachel followed the beam of light from Priya's flashlight around the room. A puddle of blood on the carpet by the dresser, a larger one in the space between the beds. Still another. Knives and other sharp instruments on the table. Then the flashlight settled on the bed closest to the door. She moved the light a bit higher up on the bed. At first, Rachel didn't know what she was looking at. Then her head processed the thing her eyes were seeing. It was a woman. At least, it had once been a woman. Now it was desecrated. That was the best word Rachel could think of. Desecration. She looked away because there was no need to look. You see? Priya asked. Okay, it's not the first time I've seen it. What's your point? The world is full of terrible things, and terrible people. This is what happens when you lose all hope. You become a monster. You become the thing you fear. For all I know, these guys were middle school principals or medical supply salesmen, and now this. Rachel had heard enough of Priya's oral dissertation on the current state of the human condition. She went back outside and leaned against the railing, looking out on the dead town spread out before her. She became aware of a presence behind her. Like I said, who knows what happens if people find out about your boy? They went back downstairs to the parking lot, where the 2 men were down on their knees, their hands laced together above their respective heads. The light from the lanterns illuminated them in a small sphere of light. They said nothing, made no sound. Someone handed Priya a gun. She pressed the barrel to the nape of the first man's neck and pulled the trigger. Rachel started at the sound of the shot. Gunfire never lost its visceral punch, even if she had lost a chunk of her hearing during the gunplay of the last decade. Before the dead man's body had finished crumpling to the ground, she repeated the action with the second man, the 2 gunshots coming so close together they seemed to amplify one another. The report echoed, bouncing across buildings. They slept. At 3 a.m., Rachel got up and went to the room where the dead woman lay. She pulled the cheap blanket, bearing a pattern that could best be described as a kaleidoscopic nightmare from the second bed, and covered her remains. She sat with the dead woman and cried. 30. They drove for 3 days, churning west through the plains, the upper peaks of the Rockies coming into sharper relief on the horizon. The schedule was rote. On the road by 7 a.m., lunch at noon, stopping at dark. Powered by biofuel, the vehicles only managed a top speed of about 30 miles per hour, and they only managed that on a few stretches of road. The pace was maddening to Rachel, some long-dead part of her still remembering how fast cars used to travel. And then she would remind herself she could be walking. Will rode in the lead car, Rachel in the trail vehicle. Priya alternated between them, probably to compare their stories. That was one thing she didn't have to worry about. She was telling the truth. She had no idea if Priya was, but she wasn't in any position to second-guess her at this point. The first night, they took shelter in a sturdily built farmhouse. The paint had peeled, and moss carpeted the exterior like a bad rash, but the structure was sound. Priya kept a guard on Rachel all night, but she was too worn out, and her back was too sore to even contemplate an escape. The events of the previous night had drained the group's energy, and they had all turned in early. Rachel slept at the end of the hall in a musty-smelling bedroom, with a sentry outside her door. She didn't know where Will had slept. They camped outside the second night, the surrounding terrain not giving up any shelter worth hunkering down in. Again, Priya kept them separated, except at dinner, when they were allowed to sit across from one another. "I'm not the monster you think I am," Priya had said, as they ate their beans. Rachel didn't reply. Then someone had broken out a guitar, and they sang some Rolling Stones, some Beatles, even some Avett Brothers, an alt-rock, folk, bluegrass hipster band popular right before the end. The last tune was called Murder in the City, a quiet little number about the importance of family, and that one had made Rachel tear up a little. Or maybe it had been from the smoke of the campfire. If Will had seen her cry, if he had asked her about it, she would say it was from the smoke. Music was a rare thing these days, and when they heard it, it sounded particularly special, almost forbidden. What business did music have in this world? Harmony and song were anathema to this world in discord, and that made it sound all the sweeter. The third day on the road dawned wet and chilly, the rain thrumming against the polyester tents they had pitched. They were 100 miles from Denver, which would put them there around midday, assuming they didn't hit any obstacles. Rachel hadn't slept well, tossing and turning all night, even briefly debating an escape attempt, because she was pretty sure Will was 3 tents over, and she could take the guard outside her tent, and they could make it to one of the vehicles in the ensuing chaos. But she was only pretty sure that's where he was, and so she had lain in her tent, dozing more than sleeping, shivering in the cold. When she emerged from her tent at dawn, she felt thick and slow, her eyes sticky with sleep, her head hurting. The unknown of today added another layer of stress. Perhaps there would be answers. Maybe there would only be more questions. But as she crouched, relieving herself in the bushes, she understood today was different, its outcome murky. The group, 14 of them in all, was buzzing, a current running through them as they ate and addressed their morning constitutionals. They all wanted to know what was out there. It wasn't just her quest anymore. Will woke up a few minutes later. He popped out of his tent, tufts of wild hair poking out in every direction. As he made a beeline for the chow, she noticed that little attention was being paid to him. "Now, Rachel, now!" She finished her business and pulled up her pants. As she fastened the last button, she charted a course that would intersect with Will's, a straight line that would bring them together near a large rock on the edge of the camp. 20 yards, 15, 10. They made eye contact moments before she hooked her arm around his waist and pulled him past the rock, toward a copse of trees that guarded the camp's northwest flank. "Run," she said. "Now." They bolted. Behind her, she heard a burst of shouting, Priya's normally reserved voice limbed with anger. "Hurry!" The idiocy of this maneuver dawned on her as they negotiated the uneven terrain of the forest. The ground, caked with dead leaves, cascaded gently, forcing them to regulate their speed. Heavy rustling behind them as Priya's group gave chase. Where would they go? What would they eat? She didn't even know where the hell they were. She hazarded a look over her shoulder, a decision she immediately regretted. Her injured ankle began to throb as she negotiated the uneven terrain, a relief map of exposed roots and rocky ground. White-hot pain surged up through her leg, making her stomach flip. Eventually, her leg buckled, and she stumbled to the ground in a heap. Will, who had been right off her right hip, tripped over his mother's leg and landed headfirst into a mound of dirt and leaves. "Mommy!" he barked, rolling to his side and sitting up. Knowing the game was up, she took her time, rolling to his sitting position, facing back in the direction of the camp. A group of 4 came upon them and quickly surrounded them. "Can't blame a girl for trying, right?" They walked back to the camp as rain began to fall. Rachel made the trip under her own power, but every step was painful, her ankle tender and fiery. She didn't know why she had tried something so foolish, so exquisitely stupid. She could not abide being Priya's puppet, playing to her agenda. That meant compromising who she was, what kind of mother she was. On her own, she could think, she could analyze, and if necessary, she could abort. But under Priya's thumb, she would have to go all the way. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, with a woman who represented all that was evil and wrong and twisted in the world. Priya did not look happy when they got back. Her jaw was clenched tight, the muscles under her cheekbone rippling. Her hands closed and unfurled again, closed and opened. She was a cornered animal, looking for a way out. "Was it worth it?" she asked in a measured voice. Rachel couldn't look at her. It wasn't worth it, but she didn't want to admit that to her. Priya drew in close to Rachel, her lips nearly touching Rachel's ear. "I'm sorry," Priya said, "but there are always consequences." With the speed of a cobra, Priya grabbed Rachel's left hand and snapped her pinky finger like she was breaking a pencil. The crackle of the bone breaking was as bad, if not worse, than the stab of pain she felt. Her eyes watered, and a grunt escaped her lips, but she refused to scream. Priya let her go, and Rachel cradled her injured hand against her chest. Steam curled from her overheated skin, even in the chilly rain. They stared at each other, the world around them falling away from her periphery until there was nothing but Priya. Her eyes were stone dead, the visage of a woman who had plucked the wings from a housefly, who had used a magnifying glass to scorch a trail of ants. Rachel vowed she would find the answer Priya was looking for. She most certainly would. And then she would kill her. "Bring me some medical tape," she said. No one moved. "I said, bring me some goddamned medical tape." This galvanized her troops, and suddenly, 6 people were looking for medical tape, digging through packs and first aid kits until someone brought her a roll of it. Priya tore off 2 long sections and affixed them to her sleeve. "Give me your hand," she said. Rachel extended her hand to the woman. Her finger trembled from the trauma Priya had inflicted upon it. Priya gently straightened the finger and splinted it against Rachel's ring finger, binding them together with the lengths of tape. "Are we done with this silliness now?" Rachel nodded. "Don't you see?" Priya asked. "We need each other. You never would have made it without me. I can't save us without you. Without Will. The fate of the human race may depend on our alliance. I'm not saying you have to like me, but understand that your success depends on mine. Are you ready to see this to the end now? Rachel's finger throbbed. Yes. They hit the Denver city limits shortly before noon, the skyline coming into view as they rounded a curve along Interstate 56. As they rounded a curve, Rachel could make out the shadowy outline of the Rockies in the distance, veiled by the mist and the low-hanging clouds. She'd been to Denver only once before, when she was in 9th grade and she and her mother and Jerry had flown here for a cousin's wedding. A boy had tried to kiss her at that wedding, and she had turned her cheek at the last moment, giving him nothing but a mouthful of her hair. She tried recalling his name, but she could not. It was the biggest city Rachel had seen in years. She had forgotten how massive the buildings were. From a distance, Denver looked none worse for the wear. About what you'd expect on a quiet day in the big city. Dead traffic still choked the eastbound lanes headed out of the city, but nature was doing its best to win back the territory. Hardy weeds had overwhelmed the rusted and deteriorating hulks of metal, as though the cars had invaded a nature preserve, and not the other way around. There were a few stalled vehicles in the westbound lanes toward the city, but clearly, running for the hills had been man's final play, as Medusa had pulled civilization down to its knees. Near an exit ramp, the blackened remains of an Abrams tank bisected the column of traffic, perhaps positioned to stop the exodus from the city. Rachel couldn't figure out why the tank was there, but relatively little from those last days made any sense. The caravan decelerated as they approached a thicket of stalled cars ahead of them. Priya, currently riding shotgun, turned toward Rachel. "Well, my dear," she said, "we are at your mercy now. Time to deliver on your promise." "We need to find out more about Penumbra." "Well then, we need to find ourselves a good old-fashioned phone book, don't we?" It seemed silly, so ridiculous that Rachel began to laugh. Their fate might rest in a decade-old copy of the goddamn Yellow Pages. "I say something funny?" "Nope," Rachel said. "You're right. Let's find a phone book." They descended the next exit ramp, which put them on a once-busy thoroughfare in the eastern outskirts of the city. There was a small subdivision north of the artery, connected by a narrow 2-lane road. A crumbling sign announced they were entering Wellesley, a Pippert neighborhood. The caravan rumbled through the ritzy neighborhood, home to dozens of sprawling McMansions, once pure green lawns and, in December, dazzling Christmas light arrays. But white lights, Rachel bet, because white lights seemed classier somehow. They pulled onto the first driveway, a stone-paved semicircle, and curled around toward the front entrance. "Let's go." Rachel alighted from the car, with Priya and 2 of her guys right behind her. There was no thought of escape. Not anymore. That had been dumb. A decision built on fantasy, on white-hat thinking, on a belief that because she was in the right, she would find salvation. The foursome scaled the brick steps, and someone kicked in the door. It flew open easily, the door and the jamb both weakened by years of water damage. The tang of mildew and mustiness tickled Rachel's nose as they breached the threshold. "Check the kitchen," Priya said to Kovalovich as they inspected the foyer. The house was still tidy. Somewhere, a steady drip. There was a small sideboard standing against the wall, a stack of phone books perched on top. Rachel flipped open the slimmest of the 3 volumes and paged her way over to the P's. She spent a few moments scanning the tiny print before she found it. There it was. Penumbra Laboratories, 720 18th Street, Northwest. "Here it is," she said. "Good. Let's roll." The kitchen scout returned empty-handed. "Nothing. Place was cleaned out." You mind if I check something? Rachel asked.
Be my guest.
Rachel stepped gingerly down the corridor toward the galley kitchen. It was magnificent, equipped with top-of-the-line appliances, Viking all the way. But there was something specific she wanted to see. She crept toward the sink, simultaneously hoping to see and not see what she was looking for. It was there. A pot, a handful of utensils, 2 spoons, 2 forks, a butter knife. One of the last moments of normalcy from the world that was now behind them, frozen in time here. When this person had set these down in the sink, was the trouble already brewing? Already at their doorstep? Did she have an ear toward the news, hearing the empty promises that the outbreak was under control, that the death tolls were being wildly exaggerated, that, no, ma'am, there is no plan to quarantine the city of Denver because there is no need for a quarantine in the city of Denver? She didn't know why she did this to herself. There was nothing she could do about it. And yet sometimes she found herself longing for the past, for those last few idyllic moments before it had all changed. The tacos at the beach. And what made it worse was that Will had never experienced the good things in the world she'd come from. He'd never had the tacos, or gone to a Padres game, or flown on an airplane, or been to the movies, sat in the dark, his fingers slick with popcorn butter. He'd never been to a sleepover, never had a best friend. He'd never woken up on Christmas morning, run downstairs in footy pajamas to see what was waiting for him under the tree. No baseball games, sitting in the stands, feet dangling over the edge of the seat, the ground caked with empty peanut shells and sticky with old soda.
Something on your mind?
She turned and saw Priya standing at the long granite counter that did a marvelous job finishing off the kitchen. No, we have what we need. They were underway a minute later. Back out of the driveway. Back out of the subdivision. Along the windy road running by a man-made lake. A playground with equipment so high-tech it still looked brand new. Complete with that extra safe, extra springy fake mulch that absorbed the impact of little bodies better than the real thing. The neighborhoods were the worst, where the children had played outside and the summer air was redolent with the aroma of grilling meat and the throaty growl of lawnmower engines and the electronic chimes of the ice cream truck on warm afternoons. A chapter closed forever, before Will ever had a chance to do those things. They picked up a map of the city at a gas station about a mile west of the neighborhood. It was brittle and yellowed, and despite her care, the sections came apart in her hand when she tried to unfold it in the cargo area of her Suburban. Carefully, she pieced them back together and studied the best route to Penumbra, using the map index to locate the streets on the grid. "We're here," she said, tapping their location on the map with her index finger. "And the lab?" "Here." She traced a finger diagonally to the upper left corner of the map, the northwest part of the city, and double-tapped their destination. "Good," Priya said, a softness in her tone Rachel hadn't detected before. It was almost hopeful. "How are we on fuel?" Rachel asked.
"We're fine."
She patted Rachel on the shoulder and gave it a squeeze. She found the friendly touch revolting. This woman was a killer. This woman had her own agenda. The fact their interests were currently aligned meant nothing. Just because she wanted the same thing as Rachel did not make them the same. She would still be a mass murderer, someone who had crossed a line you could not uncross. The enemy of your enemy was not necessarily your friend. At some point, their paths would diverge, and after that, all bets would be off. "I'm going to make it count," she said. "Am I going to have your help? I don't have any idea what I'm going to find out there. You know everything I know."
"You'll have my help?"
"Do you know much about Denver?" Priya pointed to the northeast part of the city.
"The airport is here," she said. "I've heard that's dangerous."
"Anything else?"
"Some areas in the west and south can be dicey."
"So we steer clear of those areas." She pointed back down at the map and traced a route from their current location to the northwest corner of the city. This is how we'll do it. Priya nodded. It felt good to take charge. If they were going to do this, then they might as well do it her way. No regrets. If it all went to hell, at least she wouldn't have to sit back and wonder if her way would have been better. Are your people going to be ready? Rachel asked. I need to know Will is going to be safe. Anything happens to him and we're done. My people are very skilled. They better be, Rachel said, sighing. Priya drove, Rachel riding shotgun. Priya had agreed to let Will ride in their vehicle. They ran west along East 38th Street, a major collector road carrying them deeper and deeper into the city. The first 10 minutes took them through older neighborhoods. The streets were quiet, but there were obvious signs of life around here. Smoldering fires burning in old oil drums, the lingering smell of food being cooked, the sense of being watched. Does anyone else know about Will? Rachel asked. Priya and the driver exchanged a glance. I need to know, Rachel said. Maybe, Priya replied. Here in Denver? Possibly. They turned north at Quebec Street, more industrial, past a metalworks building, a cardboard recycling facility, and a nondescript warehouse. The buildings were a bit taller and bigger here, a sense of claustrophobia slipping around her like a blanket. As Priya drove, Rachel's eyes were locked on the rooftops, looking for any movement, anything out of the ordinary. They rolled on. She checked her map. The lab was still a good 6 miles away. When the attack came, it came fast. A whistling sound filled the air. Then, the Suburban behind them exploded. 31. Priya turned the wheel hard, sending them skittering out of control. The truck bounced up and over the median before landing hard in the southbound lanes. She spun the wheel in the opposite direction, tipping the heavy vehicle up on 2 tires. Rachel's heart froze as she waited for the centrifugal forces to finish the job, to flip them over and leave them wounded prey for their unseen attackers. But the SUV bounced back down on all 4s, giving Priya a chance to retain control. Rachel turned awkwardly in her seat, wrenching her back to check on Will. He looked fine, still upright and buckled in. He too had turned his body, his eye on the conflagration behind them. The second vehicle in the caravan had forked off the roadway and up into a building, where it was burning like holy hell, engulfed in flames. The third and fourth vehicles had stopped, seemingly unsure of their next move. The street was nondescript, nothing remarkable about it. A handful of broken-down vehicles lined the north side of the street. At the end of the block, a large dumpster, brown with rust, big holes eaten away in it. Kovalovich was the first in their vehicle to act. He shot out the rear windows and sprayed the street with a hail of bullets. They didn't hit anyone, but the very act of reacting made Rachel feel better. Priya mashed her foot against the gas, throwing everyone back in their seats as she accelerated them out of the killing zone. A flicker of light in the corner of Rachel's eye, this one from the right. Another bloom of fire as the trail vehicle, the one carrying their fuel reserves, ate a shoulder-launched missile and exploded, illuminating the gloomy street in an orange-red glow. This was all the invitation the third vehicle needed. It punched forward from its dormancy, so quickly it nearly rear-ended Rachel's rig. A rifle muzzle emerged from its passenger side window, firing haphazardly. Ahead of them, a large brown box truck had burst through from the cross street, blocking the road. It was an old UPS truck, the famous logo badly faded on its rusted exterior. A quartet of shooters poured out from the cargo area, armed with heavy weaponry. They immediately began firing, the gun's massive bullets pinging hard against the Suburban's front grille. "We've got company," Priya hissed as she turned the wheel hard again, fishtailing to a stop in the middle of the street. "Got him." He flung open the rear passenger door and took cover behind it, readying a shoulder-mounted rocket-propelled grenade launcher. He fired once, the projectile screaming through the air before it pierced the cargo truck's engine block. It exploded in a fireball, the rapidly expanding bloom of fire engulfing 3 of the shooters. The surviving shooter ran for cover at the curb, taking refuge behind a burned-out sedan. Priya hitched forward, and the surviving vehicles continued down the block. Rachel held her breath, waiting for the shockwave of fire and heat that would mean the end for them. For her. For Will. Every second stretched like putty into an eternity. A third launch flew wide, striking the road behind them and splintering the roadway into a shower of hot chunks of asphalt. Bits of broken roadway pinged the vehicle. More gunfire, but she couldn't tell from where. Rachel's head turned from side to side as she looked for their attackers. Were they ahead of them? Behind them? "Hang on," Priya said. She made a hard left, the Suburban's back end fishtailing wide before she spun the wheel the other way to tame the beast. Rachel watched the other vehicle follow suit, still unscathed. 30 seconds went by without another attack. Then another 30 seconds. They were running east now, in an undeveloped area of East Denver. "How much farther?" Priya asked. Her hands trembling, Rachel stretched out the map across her lap and tried to focus, but she was having a hard time wrangling her wits to the ground. The map was a swirl of unformed shapes and colors that made no sense. How had she read this not even an hour ago? "Give me a second. Now, Rachel, I need to know now. Give me a goddamn second." She inhaled a deep breath and let it out slowly. Time slowed around her. The sound of the tires thrumming over the road, the heavy breathing of the other occupants of the car. The engine revving. These calmed her. The map began to make sense. She pressed her thumb against the key to measure the distance, then made a rough guess of the remaining distance to Penumbra. 3 miles, give or take. We're going to run west to Martin Luther King Boulevard and then head north. The lab is in an industrial corridor. "Everyone keep your eyes open," Priya said. They rode in silence for a bit, Rachel trying to process what had happened. Once again, circumstances had dictated strange bedfellows. She tried to feel bad about the people who had died in the other vehicles, but she couldn't. They were cold-blooded killers. She didn't care that they were dead. A burst of static from the CB radio. Priya keyed the mic. "Yes." "Everyone okay?" came a shell-shocked voice. "All okay. You?" "Michelle took a bit of shrapnel in the arm, bleeding, but should be okay. Should we go back for the others?" "Wish we could. Too dangerous." A bit of static before the CB clicked off. "Roger that." Regular people checking on each other. Regular people, like herself and her dad and Harry, trying to do the best they could. Play the cards they were dealt. No one was innocent. They all had blood on their hands. "You know who they are?" Priya didn't reply. "Who were they?" "Religious group," she said. "They believe in Will's divinity." "Jesus H. Christ!" "Kind of." "You knew, and you took us right through there." "I wanted to flush them out," Priya said. "They're known to be a bit rash." Rachel wanted to strangle the woman, but she counted to 10, keeping her eyes on the prize. This was not the hill to die on. If they could figure out why Will had survived, what it would take for the babies to live, then maybe they could figure out their other problems. Maybe a big old injection of hope would fire up humanity's engine, making their problems seem a little more manageable. Make no mistakes, the problems were not insignificant, but they were not impossible. They could solve the food problem. Hell, hadn't Priya had her hands on those seeds? Life would find a way, as long as they kept fighting. Then they could all let go of the past together, absolved of their sins, baptized in the blood of new life. The sound of new life. Perhaps someday, the sound of children again. She glanced back at Will, who sat with his arms crossed. A quick thumbs up. He returned the gesture. It would have to do for now. Sure, one could argue they were better off without children, because what were they going to feed them anyway? But maybe they hadn't come up with a solution to the food shortage because they weren't properly motivated. If you had nothing to live for, then what was the point of trying to keep living? In some very real way, they had all given up. Maybe if the babies lived, they would think of things they hadn't yet. Their minds would be open to new ideas, to new connections, new approaches they hadn't yet considered. The idea that the answers to all their questions might be tucked away in her own body, in the body of her little boy, was a bit hard to deal with. Even now, with the evidence laid out before her, she didn't want to believe something about her family, had cast a long and terrible shadow over the world. What if it didn't work? So what if it didn't work? The trying was the important thing, not sitting around and waiting to die. That's all they were doing, really. Killing each other while waiting to die. Hell had come to Earth. She was going to find the truth, if it killed her. They ran unmolested for another half hour, Rachel navigating, Priya following the route but frequently doubling back to ensure they weren't being followed. They stayed out in the open, away from tall buildings, away from spaces that closed up around them. Rachel pressed her hand to the window. It was cold, the coldest it had been yet this season. It was early spring, probably April, best as Rachel could guess. Much of the winter snow had melted, but there was still plenty lying about. They didn't use the heat in the truck as it was too much of a drag on their fuel efficiency, which was bad enough as it was. Eventually, they made it to 18th Street, a long and winding road cutting through alternating tracts of commercial development and undeveloped real estate that would bear nothing but unrealized potential. "This is it," Rachel said. "Up on the left." There was a sign at the corner of the intersection reading, "Pen Labs." Underneath that, the following inscription: "A proud subsidiary of the Penumbra Corporation." A thin range of trees flanked either side of the access road. Priya pulled to the side of the main road without turning. The second vehicle lay in behind them. "Got any binoculars?" she asked. Priya snapped her fingers, and someone handed her a pair of field glasses. She held them to her face. A large brick structure lay about a half-mile distant. The sizable parking lot in front of it was empty. "What's your plan?" Priya asked. "Well, I was thinking of going up and knocking on the door." "Are you kidding me?" "Look," she said, "I'm not a spy or a soldier. I don't know anything about cloak and dagger shit. The one thing I have going for me is this tattoo. That will buy me some tokens." Priya's eyes narrowed as she considered this. "They might kill you." "They might? Do you have a better idea?" Priya shrugged. "It's your funeral if you're wrong." "There's only one way to find out," she said. "Will, let's go." "Oh, I don't think so. He stays with me." "Like hell he does," Rachel said, bristling with anger, her hackles up. "Will, out of the car." Priya nodded to Kovalovich, who took Will by the arm. "You let him go!" "Rachel, let's dispense with this nonsense. Will stays here. End of story. You know he's my insurance policy. You insult my intelligence when you act in a way contrary to that. It will just anger me, and that is not something you can afford right now." "Fine," Rachel said, a hint of defeat in her voice. "Can I have a few minutes with him?" "Take all the time you need." Priya and the others got out of the car and left Rachel alone with her son. "You really have to do this?" he asked. "I do, buddy. It's important." "Can I come?" "No, you need to stay here." "But I can be brave." "You have been so brave. You're the bravest kid I've ever known. You saved Mommy's life." One devious benefit of raising Will in a world without other kids was that he'd never learned to shorten her honorific to Mom. She could be Mommy for as long as she wanted to be. And he had been brave. No kid should have to go through what he'd been through. "When will you be back?" Her stomach flipped. "Buddy, I don't know. As soon as I can." He let out a sharp breath, squared off his shoulders. "Okay," he said. And in a flash, she saw his future in his face. It passed in the flicker of a second, like a bolt of lightning. But for just a second, the little boy that he still was fell away, like a skin being shed, leaving behind a man hardened by the world in which he'd grown up, but maybe properly equipped to handle it. She could only hope she had done enough, because she had no idea if she would ever see him again. She leaned in to hug him, but he drew back from her a hair, as if he was preparing himself for a life without her. The gap between them was only a few inches, but it felt interstellar. A spike of sadness ripped through her. A boy rejecting a hug from his own mother. She stood up and tousled his hair. It felt cheap and phony, but it was all she would get from him today. And then it hit her. He was saying goodbye. Priya was waiting for her at the front bumper when she was done. "I remember how difficult that age could be," Priya said, her voice empty and far away. Knives of guilt ran deep into Rachel's soul. There was nothing she could say. She had her son, and Priya's lay dead somewhere, probably in some hospital morgue, a pile of bones. Bones of the children. Bones of the world. "I'm going to go on then," Rachel said. "How long will you wait?" 3 days. You need to be back by then, or we go." Rachel's heart fluttered. 3 days to finish this, or she would never see Will again. She went to the back and strapped on the heavy backpack, already loaded with supplies. Priya had agreed to give her a gun, but it was unloaded, a small supply of ammunition in a separate compartment, lest she try something foolish. "Remember that your ammo is limited. You need to make it count." She nodded. "If this goes south on me," Rachel started to say, before her voice caught in her throat. "He will be fine." Rachel nodded. "See you soon," Priya said. 32. Rachel crossed 18th Street, even pausing to look both ways, and headed up the access road. She hugged the tree line, not hidden necessarily, but not anxious to advertise her presence. The walk was quiet, peaceful. It was a chilly afternoon, but the sky was reasonably clear. The air was redolent with pine. Her journey reminded her of another incursion, one made by her father many years earlier. Once upon a time, he had done a great thing. It had started like this for him, she supposed. Alone and terrified, certain that death was close by, that those he cared for would be lost forever. And he had made it. She had to finish what he had started, even if he would never know how deep the rabbit hole went. She would solve the mystery he never could, unlock the secret that had kept all of them alive when so many had died. After a quarter mile, the trees thinned out, and she came up to a security booth and gate which was fixed in the upward position. She withdrew her pistol and made sure it was loaded. The parking lot was wide and open, pockmarked with potholes. Thick weeds and hard scrabble bushes grew from the fissures in the asphalt. First, she checked the booth, which was empty. There was an old binder sitting on the built-in desk. The faded lettering read "Visitor's Log," decorating the cover. The pages inside had long since fused into a thick, brittle clump. A check for any forgotten supplies came up empty. The window in the booth gave her a clear line of sight to the front of the building. There was no movement, no sign of life, and her heart sank. The compound appeared as desolate as everything else in the world. What if this were it? What if there were no answers to be found? Pushing those thoughts away, she emerged from the booth and crept across the parking lot. The gun was up, her finger on the trigger, her head rotating from side to side, ahead and behind her. Nothing. Another minute brought her to the front of the building. The doors were intact, tinted, revealing nothing of the building's interior. Her heart pounding, she tugged on the door pull and was relieved to find it unlocked. She opened it and stepped inside. To her great surprise, the lights inside were on. Her ears picked up the faint buzz of power coursing through the building. Electricity! Her first taste of it in 13 years! She stared at the lights, blinking at their brightness, forgetting how harsh and invasive artificial lighting could be. Still, for a moment, this modern-day comfort they'd taken for granted whisked her back through time, and she could still feel, deep inside her soul, a different version of herself, one who had never seen the plague come to pass. Hell, maybe they could just live here. She was standing in a square-shaped foyer, unremarkable, minimalist in design. No reception desk, no waiting area. There were doors to her left and her right. Alphanumeric keypads mounted on the wall next to each door, both with indicator lights shining red. The hacker in her awoke, a long, mothballed version of herself that had once wreaked havoc on any computer network that drew her attention. The problem with password protection was that it had only been as strong as the person's willingness to create a strong password. And when you got right down to it, most people had been fundamentally lazy about passwords. Many years earlier, Rachel had read a research paper positing that 3 different codes could open 95% of 4-digit password-controlled systems. She tried the first, 0000. A beep, followed by a click. The light shined red. Her breath caught. 1, 2, 3, 4. A beep, followed by a click. The light shined red. Her heart skipped a beat. One last guess. It was commonly used in laboratories, as accidents were common and often called for a fire EMS response. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If this didn't work, the odds of successfully hacking the door would plummet. 0, 9, 1, 1. A beep. The thunk of the lock disengaging. The light shined green. A laugh sprang free from her throat. Achievement unlocked. Stealing a phrase from the video game lexicon once popular with her generation. After wiping her hands dry, she readied her gun and slipped through the door. Bright fluorescent bulbs shining down from the ceiling left her feeling naked, exposed. The corridor immediately doglegged right, opening up on a long hallway. On either side of the hall were several small laboratories. As she edged down the hallway, a splash of déjà vu washed over her, her memories from the Citadel as strong as they had been in years. The massacre of the captured women during the Citadel's unraveling. Seeing her father, shooting Miles Chadwick in the stomach as they had struggled to escape. Her skin crawled. A much larger laboratory sat at the end of the hallway. A sign reading, "Clean Room," was posted above the double doors. There was something different about these labs than the ones at the Citadel. No biosafety cases, not as clinical, something industrial. She pushed on a door, but it refused to budge. Then she wedged her fingers in between them and leaned her weight into separating them. Slowly, the doors began to slide on their tracks, squealing in protest. It had been a while since these doors had been opened. Her arms began to burn, but finally there was a gap wide enough for her to slip through. Before entering, she waited a good 2 minutes to make sure the doors wouldn't automatically slide shut behind her. She didn't want to be inside the lab and find out the doors were shatterproof. When she was satisfied she'd be able to get back out, she stepped inside. She gave the lab a quick once-over. There were 6 computer workstations, 3 on each side of the room. A bookcase stuffed full of thick 3-ring binders on the back wall. Above the bookcase was a large LED screen. In the center of the room, a 7th computer, this one a desktop, sat on a rectangular table. Her head swam with confusion. What was she looking for? She didn't know. She ambled over to the desktop and pressed the spacebar. A fan whirred, and the screen blinked to life to reveal a login screen. 2 fields, calling for a username and password. She passed on trying to hack that for the time being. She turned her attention to the binders on the bookcase. After checking back down the hallway to make sure she was still alone, she grabbed a binder and set it down on the desk. The words stamped on the cover of the binder chilled her to the bone. PB 815, Human Trials. Airborne Aerosol Exposure, Iteration 8. Failure. The date November 11th, not quite 4 years before the outbreak, was stamped underneath. She'd seen the PB 815 moniker before, many years ago when she was at the Citadel. It was the official name Chadwick's group had assigned to the Medusa virus. Her heart pounding, she flipped open the binder to the first page. She found it difficult to focus, her brain processing only bits and pieces of the terrible crime memorialized in these pages. 23-year-old Caucasian female, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Exposure, 3.6 seconds. Subject 0. Symptomatic, bleeding from ocular cavity, 18.3 hours. Remained conscious. Seizures. Time of death, 07:15. Infectious waste protocol. She flipped the page. 46-year-old Latino male. Subject terminated. And again. 58-year-old African-American female. And then one more. 6-year-old Asian male. Subject 17. Recovered from infection. Subject terminated. She slammed the binder closed, her breath coming in big, sloppy, ragged gasps. Hell inside these pages. Pure hell. Her heart hurt. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground in a heap, bawling. She could not wrap her head around the evil at work here. A peek behind the curtain of the preparations that went into all this. She flipped the binder back open to the last entry she had read and traced down the page to the line that had caught her attention. Recovered from infection. Subject terminated. Recovered from infection. Subject terminated. A little boy had survived infection with an older version of the virus, and they had killed him anyway. Her stomach heaved, and she vomited on the floor. Her whole body hitched, and it took all her strength to stay up on her hands and knees. She rolled back into a sitting position, crossing her legs and holding her head in her hands. Being at the Citadel, that had been bad enough, and she thought it would have prepared her for all this. But it was worse. Much worse. Seeing this place, seeing the binder, seeing the description of this little boy. Nothing more than a science experiment to these people, disposed of like a broken piece of lab equipment, a shattered beaker. But she had to keep pressing. She still hadn't learned anything she didn't know. This binder, horrific as it was, simply added detail work to a nightmarish landscape, one with which she was already intimately familiar. There was another picture she needed to see in full, one of which she had only seen the barest outline. Still no clue how she was connected to this. After wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she struggled back to her feet, using the edge of the desk to support her shaky legs. A few cleansing breaths, her sea legs returning, blood again warming her clammy face. She turned her attention to the computer screen in front of her, dark again after having returned to sleep. The screen blinked back to life after a quick touch of the mouse. 2 fields awaited her. Username. Password. The first step was to search the workstation for sticky notes, index cards, old notebooks, anywhere this computer's primary users may have scribbled down his login information. No matter how many times system admins told people to never do that, without fail, they did. Not that she could blame them. Your password requires a capital letter, a lowercase letter, an Arabic numeral, a bottle of unicorn tears, the menstrual blood of a virgin, and your favorite lasagna recipe. She checked every square inch of the lab, even flipping through every page of the binders on the shelf. But she came up empty. She sighed, reaching back into mothballed files for her hacking skills, long since packed away. Some folks had a gift for it, an intuition about how to break into closed computer systems, but it had never been like that for Rachel. There had been few systems she was unable to hack, but it always took her a long time and a brute force approach. And now, more than a decade later, she would try to call on those cobwebbed skills again. Well, no time like the present. The longest journey and all that. She started with most likely suspects. Admin for the username and 1234 for the password. Holding her breath, she tapped the return key. A new window splashed onto the screen. The username and/or password is incorrect. 1 failed attempt. Nope, it wasn't going to be that easy this time around. She focused on the second line of the message. Most systems allowed as many as 3 attempts before locking out a user, but she suspected this one wouldn't be so forgiving. If she blew it this time, she might create all sorts of problems for herself. Her focus shifted to this hack, the world falling away from her as she debated the best approach. It had been a closed system, no link to the outside world. The only thing she had going for her was that she was standing at the terminal itself. Hacking this place from the outside would have been a monumental challenge. Think, Rachel. Think. But no solution would reveal itself. It had been too long. The finer skills required for this kind of hack long since atrophied. She was useless. All her accomplishments, all her education, now worthless in a world like the one she'd spent the last decade in. And when she needed it most, the arrow was no longer in the quiver. A sound startled her. Her face was still tilted downward toward the screen. She glanced up over the top of the monitor, giving her a clear look at 6 armed men coming down the hallway. It was hard to tell if they had seen her through the glass doors, if they could see her standing at the monitor. If she fired now, she might be able to cut them down before they knew what had happened. She sighted one of her visitors, hesitated. If she fired, she'd take 1 out, maybe 2, if she were lucky. They would cut her into ribbons and Will would be alone. She needed to be smarter than that. Long-range thinking now. 2 and 3 steps ahead. If they had wanted her dead, she would be dead. Slowly, she raised her hands and stepped around the monitor. 6 of them in all, she saw now, in 2 columns of 3. Very heavily armed. Flak jackets, bulky. Probably bulletproof vests protecting them from any bad decisions she might choose to make. When they saw her, the group stopped its advance. The muzzles of their rifles zeroed in on her. She didn't know if the glass was bulletproof, but she wasn't particularly keen on finding out. One stepped clear of the others and motioned for her to step out of the lab. Keeping her hands up, she complied with his request and joined the group in the corridor. "Search her." A second gunman patted her down, not bothering to spare her dignity. His hands were rough and hard up and down her legs, across her abdomen, her breasts, around her back, even in her buttocks. There wasn't anything lurid about it. That was what struck her. This was a man doing his job thoroughly. "She's clean." The leader activated a walkie-talkie hanging from his hip. "Base, Markham," he said. "Go ahead. Target has been acquired.
Adult Caucasian female. Found her in the nanotech lab.
Nanotech?
Killer.
The one who had searched her clipped the back of her legs with his gun, and Rachel buckled to the ground.
Roger that. Mark him out.
No, wait! The open line of the walkie-talkie hissed.
We'll await confirmation of subject's termination.
The hissing clicked off. The gunman hooked the communicator back to his belt.
We'll do this outside, the leader said. Less mess to clean up.
They took each of her arms and began escorting her back up the corridor whence she had come. Rachel's heart was a frightened horse that had gotten spooked. Her legs were jelly, her brain frozen. She could not form a single thought in her head. Think! Her feet began to drag behind her, slowing their progress. The bright lights buzzing down from above gave her a headache. A way out. There had to be a way out. But she said nothing. She would not beg for her life. They went back through the access door she'd been so proud of bypassing less than an hour ago, back into the entry foyer, and then outside. It was drizzling again, the rain dampening her clothing, the water seeping through the fabric, chilling her. A pair of pickup trucks idled in front of the building.
Down on your knees.
No. The gunman struck her in the face with the butt of his weapon, staggering her. Her cheek had split open and blood trickled along the jawbone to her mouth. Will's face, bright and hopeful and naive, filled her field of vision. Will. Get your boss back on the line.
Get her up on her knees.
Rough hands grabbed at her arms and torso, pulling her up on her knees. Listen to me.
I don't have to listen to anyone except the man on the other end of this line,
he said, tapping the walkie-talkie's plastic housing. Yeah?
That's right.
Well, you get him on the line and tell him my name is Rachel Fisher.
What?
Just do it! He looked at her with a puzzled look on his face, the way a dog might look at you when you sing to it. It had been a weird thing for her to say, and that by itself made it stand out. It was the green M&M in a universe of brown ones. The others stood idly by, shifting their weight from one to another. Engaging in nervous tics, adjusting vests, shifting strap placement. If it didn't work, she'd have to show them the tattoo. But then they would know she was at the Citadel, and that was a card she wanted to keep close to the vest for now. It can't hurt to call it in, right? She asked. Silence. If you kill me and you're wrong, there's going to be hell to pay. Silence. The man nervously clicked his tongue against his teeth. The sound writ large in the stillness of the Colorado afternoon. She could see him working it out in his head. He didn't want to call the boss back and incur his wrath if it turned out she was lying. She could only hope he wanted to find out she'd been telling the truth after he killed her even less. His hand dropped to his hip, inches away from the walkie-talkie. It hung there for what seemed like an eternity.
God help you if you're wrong.
He unhooked it and pushed the talk button.
Base, mark 'em.
They waited in the shadow of the open line's hiss.
Is she dead? Negative. Why the hell not? Sir, this woman says her name is Rachel Fisher. Does that mean anything to you?
The line hung open. Then, a mutter, barely audible, but enough for her to make it out.
My God.
A crackle of static.
Bring her back.
Relief flooded through her veins, and she let out a shaky breath. They boarded the vehicles, Rachel sitting shotgun in the lead truck. Before she'd had a chance to process what was happening, they were off. They followed the same access road back out to the highway where Priya had dropped her off. She looked anxiously for them as they turned north, but they were gone. 33. They drove west-northwest for an hour, up into the foothills of the Rockies. The sun had begun to set, its weak rays gilding the snow-capped mountain tops like dull gold paint. Rachel sat enveloped in darkness, wearing a ski mask over her head, the eye holes stitched closed. As they climbed the switchbacks, carving their way up the mountain, she became uncomfortably aware of the growing distance between herself and Will. This was the farthest she had ever been away from him, and the chance of a successful reunion grew more remote as the gap between them widened. Priya's 3-day clock loomed large over her head. As the moon rose, they turned onto an old logging road, narrow and rutted. Their headlights carved twin cylinders through the darkness. She thought they would pepper her with questions, but no one said a word. "How did you find me so quickly?" she asked. No one replied. She gave up and leaned back against the headrest. She dozed. Her eyes were heavy, and she felt sleep pulling her down into its embrace. Sleep would be good now. She needed to rest when she could. The vehicle's big shock absorbers kept the jarring to a minimum, the bouncing soft and lulling her into dreamland. She slept. 30 minutes later, the vehicle lumbered to a stop. "We're here," said the leader, shaking her by the shoulder and peeling off her mask. Rachel yawned. Her neck was kinked from an awkward sleeping position, but her head was clear. Her body relaxed. The driver spoke into an intercom mounted on a brick pillar attached to an iron gate. A moment later, the gate whirred open, and they drove through. The well-maintained road curled around a copse of pine and sequoia before straightening out. A huge structure loomed ahead, the glow of electric lights burning in the distance. The road broke to the north, climbing a bit more into the mountain before tapering to a narrow sliver of asphalt. They passed the edge of a huge building that reminded her of a ski chalet. The caravan came to a stop at the main entrance of the complex. Someone opened her door for her, and she climbed out, careful to maintain her balance, a tricky prospect with her hands bound together. She stretched her back and took in the scene. The gigantic chalet stood before her, all gray stone and sloped roofs. Lights burned in the windows, and the chilly air was redolent with good cooking smells. Garlic, maybe, or onion? She couldn't quite pinpoint it. Around her, patches of snow shimmered in the yellow light of the moon. An ornate fountain adorned the large entrance plaza. "Where are we?" she asked.
"Welcome to Olympus."
She rolled her eyes so hard she was thankful it was dark. If they had seen her do it, they probably would have shot her. Olympus. Of course, it had to have some fancy nickname. Maybe something that made it easier for these psychopaths to swallow what they had done. They passed underneath a suspended covered walkway connecting 2 wings of the chalet. The leader used a key card to access a door on the building's western wing, which brought them inside a large foyer. It was toasty warm inside, the kind of warmth she hadn't felt in many years. It felt so good, so natural, the memories of thousands of dark and cold nights slipping away in the blink of an eye. They made their way toward a stairwell catty-corner from the entrance. As she mounted the first step, she heard something that froze her in place. A sweet, tinny sound she hadn't heard in a long time. It had come from this floor, a bit farther down the corridor. She was hearing things. She had to be. A weird whistle of the wind, an unseen door squealing closed. Then she heard it again. There was no question now. She broke free of her captor's grip and sprinted down the corridor toward the sound.
"Hey!"
Laughter now. It was laughter she was hearing. There was no doubt in her mind. Footfalls of the men chasing her down. They needn't have worried. She wasn't planning on going anywhere. She had to see. More laughter and shouting and giggling, but not just any laughter, not just any giggling. She found the room that was the source of the commotion. There was a small porthole in the door. She cupped her hands around her face and peered through the glass. It was a large activity room, about 30 by 30 square, populated by arcade games and foosball tables and old-school pinball machines. She got only a few seconds to see what was inside the room before they pulled her away, back to the staircase. She went quietly, her mind a blank notebook. Her whole world had been reset, the last dozen years blown away in the blink of an eye. The room had been full of children. 34. Even as they pulled her away, the sounds of the children echoing in her ears, she wasn't entirely sure she hadn't hallucinated the entire thing. There were no other children. It was a fairy tale, a myth. Maybe like the one people had told about Will. That was the world they lived in, after all. One trafficking in rumor and conjecture and speculation. Hope's distant cousins.
This way,
the leader said, leading Rachel down the hallway as the faces of the children loomed large in her mind. She kept glancing over her shoulder, back toward the room, that beautiful, magical, unbelievable room. More. She wanted more time to look at their faces, to hear their voices, to smell them, to hug them and love on them, not for them, but for herself. Her greedy little self. They climbed 4 flights of stairs, the ascent leaving her winded in the thinner air of the Rockies. The stairwell opened on a small foyer, all wood paneling and thick carpet. It was warm and cozy and made her sleepy. Her escort knocked on the heavy oak door across from the stairwell. As they waited, she considered the ramifications of what she had seen. Children, born after the plague. The human race wasn't going extinct after all. The answer lay here. A moment later, the door swung open. A tall, thin silhouette stood before her. When he stepped into the light, her breath caught in her throat, the memories of the children going dark like someone had pulled a plug in her mind. She had never seen this man before, not in person, but she knew exactly who he was. Many years ago at the Citadel, she had seen his portrait hanging on a wall, right before Sarah Wells had blown the place to hell. The same lifeless eyes, the beak nose, the narrow face, the wild, springy hair. It was as if the portrait had come to life, and this man had stepped out from it. Today he wore the most pedestrian of outfits, a pair of khaki pants and a blue Oxford shirt. The ordinariness of his clothing only seemed to amplify his terrifying nature. Leon Gruber. He took another step toward her, folding his arms, rubbing his chin like he was inspecting a piece in an antique store, trying to figure out if it was worth what they were asking for it.
"You wait out here," he said gently. "Miss Fisher and I have some things to discuss."
Her stomach muscles clenched tightly at the sound of her name. "You know who I am, don't you?" she asked. Her voice sounded small, felt small, like she was a little girl who'd peed on the carpet.
"Yes, I do,"
he said, his face bright and terrible and happy. "How?"
"My dear," the man said, "you look just like him."
"Who?"
"Your grandfather."
Rachel followed Gruber inside his office on a pair of wobbly legs, staggered by his revelation. She crumpled into a wingback chair by a fireplace, not bothering to wait for an invitation. Gruber went to the bar near the window.
"You look like you could use a drink,"
he said, plinking ice cubes into a pair of glass tumblers. She turned toward him, but was unable to formulate a response. Her mouth was dry, her lips stuck together. It was as if she had forgotten how to speak.
"Hearing no objection,"
he said, continuing his preparations of the cocktails. As he fixed their drinks, she took in the room around her. It was a study, wood-paneled like everything else she'd seen so far. Sporting a lot of wood here. The joke broke free out of her subconscious, and she giggled, clapping a hand over her mouth, because laughing didn't seem to fit here. Not now, not tonight, maybe not ever again. Everything around her felt different. Like the world had been wearing a mask all along, and it had now been ripped off. And underneath, it was the same, but not the same.
Something funny?
I don't know, she said. And that was the literal truth. He joined her by the fireplace, handing her the drink before taking his seat next to her. They sat quietly, watching the fire crackle and ripple. It felt good. As Rachel sat there, stealing glances at this man who had ruined so much, who had found the loose thread in the fabric of humanity and pulled it until it had unraveled, until it had all come undone.
My name is Leon Gruber, he said. I'm the director of this facility.
She took a sip of her drink. It burned going down, but not in an unpleasant way. It had been years since she'd had a drink, and immediately it made her head swim. From the corner of her eye, she could see him staring at her. There seemed to be a real sense of surprise there.
My goodness, he said.
His voice was high-pitched, a bit flinty. It was devoid of any accent she could identify.
You look just like Jack.
Her skin crawled at the familiarity of it all.
Old buds, Gruber and her dear old Gramps.
She had no recollection of Jack Fisher. She had never even met him. There weren't many branches on her father's family tree, and after her mother had taken her to San Diego, she'd had very little contact with that side of the family. Jack Fisher had died when she was 15, lost at sea when an unexpected squall had overturned his sailboat during a fishing trip. She had flown back to Virginia for the funeral, the first time she had traveled alone. She'd felt so grown up, walking down the jetway by herself, tucking her bag in the overhead compartment, ordering a lemonade from the flight attendant on her Delta flight from San Diego to Richmond, perhaps flying right over this very mountain as she crisscrossed the country. They had the funeral at an old church in Culpeper, Virginia, a rural stretch of horse country near the foothills of the Shenandoah. They had both been uncomfortable negotiating the small service, the reception following at the home of the minister, held there because there had been no other relatives. She sat in a hard, uncomfortable chair next to the buffet spread, near the cold cuts and cheeses and the stale cookies and the punch, watching as people loaded their plates, and not care about her grandfather one whit or whittle. She was finding it hard to breathe, the rage crashing through her like a flash flood. A strange, unpleasant scraping sound filled her ear canal. It was her teeth grinding together.
I can't believe you're here,
Gruber said. She didn't reply. The metallic nature of his voice ate away at her, eroding her ability to think rationally. She looked for her own voice, but the words would not come. How did you speak to the devil himself? To evil in human form? Once, she had considered Miles Chadwick to be an evil man, but he had been nothing. He had been a tool, a piece of equipment wielded by this man, by this monster standing before her. It took every bit of willpower for her not to tackle the man and choke the life out of him. And there was no doubt in her mind she would succeed, that she would kill him before they could pull her off him. But that was reckless thinking. Simple fantasy. She had work to do, and a lot of it.
I wondered if I would ever meet you, he said.
There are children here, she said, her voice small and cracking. How?
I'll explain everything. But first, I have to know something. How on earth did you find us?
She had been preparing for this moment since they had captured her, considering her answer carefully. If she told the truth, he would know she had been at the Citadel. Was that a piece of intelligence worth concealing? She sorted through the permutations and decided it was in her best interest to keep that close to the vest for now. On my 18th birthday, she lied, I received a call from a lawyer in San Diego. Said he had something for me. I went down there and they gave me this letter. It was very short.
What did it say?
It said someday I might have very strange questions about my family. And if that day ever came, I was to find Penumbra Labs in Denver. And now for the kicker. She laughed softly, more of a snicker than anything. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Gruber. I really thought it was a prank. I didn't know who the letter was from. The lawyer said he wasn't authorized to disclose the identity of the person who wrote it.
Did you tell anyone?
I may have shown it to my roommate, she said, before I threw it away.
You never asked your father?
She shrugged. The rank perspiration of deception slicked her body. I didn't think about the letter for years, she said. Even after the plague. I was living in this community. She almost said Nebraska, where the Citadel had been, but that would be asking for trouble. Anyway, one night this guy got really drunk and was hassling me and my father. You know he survived too, right? She didn't wait for an answer. He was killed a few months ago, and this guy says, I'll never forget it, what makes your family so goddamned special? And all of a sudden, I remembered the letter, she said. It scared me to death, tell you the truth. I couldn't remember all the details in it, but I remembered Penumbra and Denver. After our community fell apart, I figured I had nothing else to lose.
My goodness,
Gruber replied. His eyes were shiny with tears. Who wrote the letter? Rachel asked. How did they know I might someday have questions about my family being special? This was a bit of a risk, but one worth taking. It was only natural she would have questions, particularly now that she was having this discussion validated the contents of this non-existent letter. Gruber took a sip of his drink, undoubtedly trying to decide how much of her story was bullshit.
You had a child after the epidemic, didn't you?
I did, she said. Yes. He was born 2 years after the plague.
Where is he now?
He died. A look of puzzlement crossed Gruber's face.
How, if you don't mind me asking?
He, was killed in an accident when he was 5.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Gruber raised his glass, which shimmered in the light of the fire.
To your son.
Thank you.
Do you know why you're still alive? Why your father survived? Why your son survived?
She felt like she had been shoved on stage into the world's saddest story, in front of the countless billions who had perished, in front of all the generations that would never be, the faceless, the nameless, the born and the unborn, who were looking at her and asking why. Another one of those moments where you knew what the answer was, but you didn't want to admit it. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation was usually the correct one. We were vaccinated.
Precisely,
he said. If she were honest with herself, she had suspected this to be the case for years. It was the only thing that made any logical sense. One day, many years ago, she had sat down and tried to calculate the probability that 3 generations of her family had been naturally immune to the virus, based on their best guess as to its mortality rate. If it had just been her and her father who'd been immune, she could have written it off to dumb luck. But Will's immunity changed the game. The odds were so infinitesimally small as to be no better than 0. But when would she have received a vaccine? She had grown up in San Diego, living her wonderfully geeky life, never even having met her grandfather. She scoured her memory banks for any one-offs, any medical visits or procedures that stuck out for one reason or another. Nothing. Bits and pieces of memory floated through her subconscious, but she could not pull them together into a coherent picture. And now she was confronted with this place, full of little ones who shared Will's stout defense to the Medusa virus. It was their mothers Rachel was most like.
Before the plague, he continued, I owned the Penumbra Corporation. To the extent anyone could own a publicly traded company back then, I guess. Ever hear of it?
No.
It was a big company. More than 100,000 employees worldwide. One of its subsidiaries was a company called Penn Labs, he said. The name speaks for itself, I would imagine. Penn Labs had several defense contracts, including one for the development and production of bioweapons.
I thought America didn't produce biological weapons. Didn't we sign a treaty?
Please don't be naive, he said. These were black ops, the blackest of black ops. Technically, they didn't exist.
Are you saying Penumbra created the Medusa virus? That you did this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not exactly. We did develop the Medusa virus as a bioweapon. A last resort weapon, if you will.
Jesus Christ, why?
About 10 years before the outbreak, the U.S. military came to us and asked us to build it, he replied. And we were better equipped than anyone in the world to do it.
Just because you could do it didn't mean you should have.
That's where I disagree, he replied. If we didn't, someone else would. I hired the best virologists and genetic engineers, and the best nanotechnology team ever assembled. Our security protocols were second to none.
Obviously, seeing how everyone is dead.
Well, he said, looking away toward the fire, that's on me a little bit. This virologist I had, Miles Chadwick, he turned out to be an anarchist. By the time we got wind of what he was doing, it was too late. We were able to vaccinate the folks here, but that was it.
But she played along, watching him ruminate about how it had come to this. If you don't mind me saying, you don't seem terribly broken up over it.
Miss Fisher, I've had 13 years to try and make my peace with what that man did. I will never fully do that. I have all these people to look after.
How did my grandfather fit into all this? How did you even know him? He smiled a wistful smile. The good old days.
I met your grandfather when we were freshmen at Princeton. We lived across the hall from each other.
Rachel's stomach flipped as she struggled to keep a straight face. The fate of the world had turned on the decision of a Princeton housing official decades ago. Good Lord, if that didn't twist your noodle.
We were like brothers. Eventually, he came to work for me at Penumbra, and I put him in charge of our nanotechnology division. Jack was an extraordinarily brilliant man.
What does nanotechnology have to do with all this?
We built the vaccine with nanotechnology. Or, more specifically, your grandfather was one of the primary architects behind it. The nanovaccine was specifically designed to target and destroy the virus upon exposure. Our nanotech was going to change everything. I mean everything. He was a genius, truly.
And I was given this vaccine.
Correct.
My son never received the vaccine.
The nanoparticles that make up the vaccine are self-replicating.
And they transfer to the fetus?
Exactly.
I guess I should thank you.
Your grandfather is the one who deserves your thanks. You're alive because of him.
What are you talking about?
Jack hated the Medusa project. It drove him like nothing I'd ever seen. He didn't believe the government would use it as a weapon of last resort. It's like Chekhov's gun. You see a gun in the first act, it had better go off by the third one. He believed the virus would one day get out, and he wanted a way to fight it.
If he hated the project so much, why did he keep working here? He chuckled softly.
Leaving the project was not an option.
I'm not sure I understand.
The Pentagon has a way of being very convincing.
She tilted her head in confusion.
These men, they wanted their bioweapon, you see. They left us no choice.
Everyone has a choice, she said.
Not one your grandfather was willing to make.
And my grandfather was a coward, she said, her skin prickly and hot. Gruber looked down at his drink.
You think he was afraid of what they would do to him?
He asked, his eyes focused on the liquor swirling in the glass. Everyone has a choice, she repeated. Gruber got out of his chair and stoked the fire with the black poker. A large log in the center, weakened by fire, split in the middle with a satisfying pfft, sending a plume of flame high into the flue. Immediately a burst of warmth washed over her.
Jack didn't care what happened to him,
he said, his back to her as he worked the fire.
And they knew it. One day this man from the Pentagon comes here for a progress visit. By then the bigwigs knew Jack was pushing back hard, that the project was too dangerous to continue. And to be honest, I was starting to agree with him. I was ready to pull the plug, destroy all the remaining samples of the virus. We weren't even at the final iteration of the virus, and that was terrifying enough. That was number 6, which had a mortality rate of 82%. We're in the conference room with this guy from the Pentagon, he said. Mr. Cunningham was his name. And Jack is raising holy hell, and I mean it, he was apoplectic. When he got angry, this vein on his neck would bulge out, and it was rippling that day.
Rachel felt a chill. She'd seen the same vein on her neck bulge when she got good and lathered.
Then Cunningham opens an envelope and slides an 8x10 photograph right under Jack's nose. Jack looks down, and the blood drained out of his face. He went white as a sheet.
Rachel felt cold. What was the picture of? She asked, knowing what the answer would be. Gruber looked up from his glass.
It was of you.
Her shoulders slumped down.
And this Mr. Cunningham said, finish the job or there won't be enough left of her to identify the body.
No, she said.
The outbreak began a year later.
Her stomach lurched, and it took all her willpower to keep what little food in her stomach down. She stood up from her chair, took in a deep breath, let it out, took in another. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It wasn't possible. It was impossible. The world had died so she could live? No, she said again, as if she could undo all that had happened by simply denying what Gruber was telling her. Because as it stood, she wasn't sure she could hold on to rational thought much longer. Like a balloon breaking free of its anchors, she felt her mind begin to drift away from reality because reality was no place she wanted to be right now. How did you process what Gruber had told her? That the fate of humanity had passed through her without her even knowing it. One day, maybe when she'd been in high school or perhaps even middle school, perhaps in 4th period biology, maybe eating lunch in the cafeteria, hunched over her laptop, evil men had started an engine of destruction. Evil men had negotiated mankind's extinction. It was a lot for a girl to take in. She crumpled back into her seat, her mind blank, her body cold and rigid. It was as if she had finally died, Medusa finally infecting her like it had infected no other, attaching itself to her soul, to her essence, braiding itself to her until there was no difference between one and the other. Rachel was Medusa. Medusa was Rachel. Gruber polished off his drink and set it on the table. Just 2 friends enjoying an after-work cocktail. He got up, smoothed his pants, placed a hand on her shoulder.
There's much more I'd like to tell you,
he said, standing up.
Perhaps in time.
What happens to me now? She asked. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Will. A tiny flicker of light, a whisper of hope.
I'll need to think very carefully about that. I have a community to run here, and we're approaching one of our most important events of the year.
She briefly considered inquiring further, but decided against it. If he wanted her to know more, he would tell her. Besides, most of the tale he was telling was probably bullshit anyway. The idea Chadwick had gone rogue was simply too much to believe. Not to mention that she had her own agenda. How many people live here?
Over 1,000.
This perplexed her most of all. That there had been so many people willing to snuff out humanity, to bring about this harsh cataclysm. Like they had been building a bridge or raising a house. Was that really who they had been?
I must say I'm quite surprised, he said.
By what?
You've taken all this quite well.
The world is what it is. I guess I'm glad to be alive.
We'll talk again soon. Until then, your movements will be restricted, but you'll be comfortable. You'll have food, water, shelter.
He left. 35. She didn't sleep all night. They had put her in this small room on an upper floor. It was Spartan. A twin bed, a desk, a chest of drawers, the walls bare. She was curled up on the bed, her mind working 1,000,000 miles a minute. She did some breathing exercises, trying to rein in her runaway imagination. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the playroom, to the children. There must have been at least 20 of them, many of them clearly much younger than Will, some as young as 2. As she lay in the dark, she painted the scene as best as she could in her mind's eye, trying to remember every detail, every face of every child she had seen in those precious few seconds. A girl of about 3, with a long ponytail hunched over a coloring book, her chubby little fingers wrapped around a crayon. A boy, maybe 5 or 6, smiling a big toothless grin at something that had caught his fancy, out of Rachel's view. Her eyes swept to the corner of the room, where 2 little girls were dancing on an electric mat in sync with the dance video game on the large television screen. One had strawberry hair and freckles, beautiful freckles, more than the stars in the night sky. It was like having an out-of-reach itch scratched. The room was electric with life, with hope, with joy, more than she had seen since before Aaron Thompson's baby had died. In fact, part of her was glad they had hustled her away from the room. It was almost too much to process, that sudden, dizzying rush of sugar that hit your brain from a bite of delicious chocolate pie. She got out of bed and went to the window facing the Rockies. In the light of the moon shimmered across the snow-capped peaks to the west. Focusing on the vista beyond helped calm her. She hadn't had this kind of view at the Citadel, that was for sure. The Citadel. The walled compound in the hinterlands of Nebraska, home to 50 men and 50 women who had dedicated their lives to wiping out the human race and starting anew. But something had gone wrong with their monstrous plot, something that had left every woman there infertile. And so, they had set out to find out what had gone wrong with their plan. That led to Rachel's capture, on a highway not far from here, now that she thought about it, while she'd been traveling to Virginia to find her father, back when she hadn't even known if he'd survived the outbreak. She and the other women, more than 30 in all, poked and prodded and tested until Chadwick had figured out that yes, indeed, it had been their own vaccine that had sterilized the women. The place had come undone because of it. It had led to a failed uprising. But what Chadwick had died not knowing was that the babies of those surviving women, the ones they had impregnated at the Citadel, would die too. But Rachel's baby had not. One of these things was not like the other. It could not have been a coincidence that the one baby who had survived had been born to the woman whose grandfather had had his fingers in this apocalyptic pie. Like winning the Super Bowl lottery before stepping onto an airliner that crashed in the ocean. It proved Leon Gruber was a lying sack of shit. It was proof he had been in it from the beginning, that Chadwick was never supposed to succeed in rebuilding society. Chadwick and the others at the Citadel had had one job, to wipe the slate clean. And when he had done that, Gruber had cut him loose. Planned obsolescence. No, not just Gruber. Her knees buckled under her. that meant her grandfather had been in on it as well. Dear God in heaven, a flash of memory. During her time at the Citadel, Chadwick's chief lieutenant, Dr. James Rogers, had tried recruiting her into a coup against Chadwick. He and a handful of the others had regretted what they had done, way too late for it to make any difference for the world, but regret nonetheless. And just before Chadwick had sniffed him out, he had started to confess something to Rachel. They'd convened a surreptitious meeting, huddled together around lanterns in a little warehouse office on the edges of Beatrice, Nebraska. What was it he had said? That there was more to the story? Something like that. In the end, it really didn't matter what he had started to say. Moments later, Chadwick's stormtroopers had burst in and rounded them all up. An hour later, the traitors had all been executed. Maybe he was about to tell her about this place. Maybe he was about to tell her she had been vaccinated. If she'd been vaccinated against Medusa and her baby had survived where the others hadn't, it could only mean one thing. There were 2 vaccines. It made sense. It was how Gruber would ensure his people, and his people alone, would populate this new world. At some point during her pregnancy, these tiny microscopic machines had wound their way into unborn Will, where they had protected him from that moment forward. And although the naturally immune women weren't infertile, they were infecting their babies with the Medusa antibodies flowing through their veins. That's why the babies died. If she could get her hands on the vaccine, she could reboot humanity's hard drive. If she could do that, then anything was possible. Her body buzzed with excitement. A future? Thinking about the future with something resembling hope had been a rare act indeed. She needed 2 things. First, for the vaccine to still exist. That was what worried her the most. If there were no more vaccine, if they had used it all, or worse, if Gruber had destroyed the remaining supplies, then that was game, set, and match. The second thing she needed was to find it. The next day, a woman came to see Rachel, bearing a simple but tasteful black dress. It reminded Rachel of that last terrible dinner at the Citadel, when Chadwick had executed dozens of his purported supporters as the place unraveled. Hell, maybe she would get lucky a second time. The woman was a sweet wisp of a thing, fair-skinned, her face fresh and young. But crow's feet around her eyes belied a much older woman, probably older than Rachel was. A large birthmark colored the top of her forehead near her hairline. My name is Jody. Rachel. I know. Everyone is talking about you. What are they saying? Is it true? Is what true? That your grandfather designed the vaccine? It would appear so. Wow. Yeah. So, what's the dress for? Rachel asked, desperate to change the subject. For you to wear tonight. What's tonight? The lottery. What's that? The population here is strictly controlled. Once a year, 6 women under the age of 40 are permitted to have a baby. This must have been the important event Gruber had mentioned. Jody's eyes cut to the ground. This is my last chance, she said, with an odd smile and a strange inflection in her voice. She held up her hands with fingers crossed. Oh, Rachel said, not really knowing what to say. There was a wistfulness about this woman, a yearning, a sense that this lottery meant far more to Jody than she was letting on. It was peculiar, but Rachel couldn't quite put her finger on why that was. On some level, the lottery made a certain kind of business sense. Gruber had to make sure their resources could support their population. I'll be back to get you this evening. When Rachel stepped inside the auditorium a few minutes before the appointed hour, Jody, by her side, A hush fell over the crowd. Hundreds of people craned their necks to get a look at her. This prodigal daughter returns. Rachel could only imagine what people had been saying about her. How much of it had been truth peppered with a rumor, or perhaps it had been the other way around. They were in the chalet's main ballroom, which had been retrofitted with enough stadium seating to fit Olympus's entire population. The sight of this many people in one place was dizzying. She hadn't seen such a large crowd since the plague. Not even the market had been so crowded. A profound sense of loneliness washed over her. All these years they'd been so alone. "This way," said Jody, extending her arm down the aisle. In an aisle seat in the front row, there was a placard with her name on it. She removed the card and sat down next to an older woman. She felt the flush heat of embarrassment creep up her chest as hundreds of sets of eyes bore in on her. Rachel glanced at the woman next to her. She wore a pantsuit and was frightfully thin. She wore no makeup. The woman made no move to engage her. Rachel sat quietly with her hands folded in her lap. The buzz in the crowd died down quickly. Eventually, people got restless as they waited for things to get started. She glanced around the utilitarian space they were in. Nothing adorned the walls. Function over form all the way. A few minutes later, Gruber emerged from the wings, striding purposefully across the stage to the podium. Under his arm was a leather portfolio, which he opened before them. He tapped the microphone once, a burst of static, and he began to speak.
"Good evening. Welcome to the annual lottery."
He opened the portfolio. The old leather creaked in the silence that had come down on the room like an anvil. 1,000 people, and not a soul breathed. She glanced around the room and caught a glimpse of Jody. The woman was on the edge of her seat, her eyes wide, her face frozen in a blank stare. Her hands, clenched in prayer, tapped metronomically against her lips.
"Before we start," Gruber was saying, "there's someone I'd like you all to meet. As you all know, it was James Rogers and Jack Fisher's brilliant vaccine that allowed us to survive the epidemic all those years ago. I only wish we'd been able to make more before it was too late. That said, I know Jack would be thrilled that we soldier on, thanks in large part to him. That because of the vaccine flowing through the veins of every one of us, the human race will live on." "To Jack!" someone called out. Laughter, followed by a crash of applause that swept across the room like a wave. Then everyone was on their feet, cheering, whistling, hooting and hollering. As Rachel looked around the room at these men and women, young and old, white and black, Asian and Indian, and so many other ethnicities, a thought took root and began to grow. Some wept, others crossed themselves, still others hugged one another. "To Jack, indeed," said Gruber, "and today I have a very special gift for all of you."
Gruber caught Rachel's eye and motioned for her to stand up. She rose to her feet sheepishly. Hundreds of pairs of eyes locked on her like heat-seeking missiles. She raised her right hand to acknowledge their warm welcome.
"This is Rachel Fisher," he said. "Rachel is Jack's granddaughter."
A murmur through the crowd.
"She's been out there for a dozen years, clawing and scratching to stay alive," he went on. "It should come as no surprise to anyone that the Medusa virus was no match for Jack Fisher's granddaughter."
He laughed at his own joke. She noticed he didn't mention whether she had also been vaccinated.
"I hope you will welcome Rachel to our little community. I hope Rachel will accept our offer to stay with us."
Someone began to clap, and quickly it spread, the applause rippling out to all corners of the audience. Within seconds, the crowd was on its feet again, the ovation deafening. The woman to her left embraced her in a hug, unseen hands patting her on the shoulder, caressing her cheek. It was as surreal a moment as she had ever experienced. Gruber beamed from the podium, looking down at his co-conspirators' progeny. The celebration began dying down, and everyone returned to their seats. "Thanks, everyone," he said. "Moving on. I know you're anxious to hear what else we have on the agenda, so I will cut right to the chase. The winners of this year's lottery are as follows." He then read off 6 names. Shannon Freeman, Amy Munn, Elizabeth Parker, Hala Abuasi, Jennifer Newsom, Michelle Steele. A gasp or giggle or burst of subdued applause followed the announcement of each name. Rachel stole another glance at Jody, whose chin had dropped to her chest. Tears fell silently onto her blouse, darkening the fabric where they landed. She was fumbling with her hands. Gruber closed his portfolio and looked out over the crowd. "This concludes the lottery," he said. He exited stage left, back into the wings. Just like that, it was over. The crowd burst into chatter. The room was awash in tears, laughter, and even a little argument. An escort took Rachel back to her room, where she tried to process what had happened. Why did she care? So what if sad little Jody didn't get to have kids? She had helped make this happen. Reap what you sow, bitch. 36. As evening descended on Olympus, Jody delivered Rachel's dinner. The woman's face hung in the same sad rictus that Rachel had seen in the auditorium. Redness rimmed her puffy eyes. It was clear she had been crying. Jody set the tray of food down on Rachel's bed, paused, pressed a finger and a thumb to either side of her forehead. Despite herself, Rachel's heart went out to the woman. Gruber's endgame remained a mystery to her. It was as if he didn't know what to do with her now. He could kill her, but there seemed to be little value in exchange for that. He didn't know about Will. That was another bit of intel he wouldn't be able to use against her. The vaccine flowed through her veins. Her having a son wouldn't exactly be earth-shattering news, especially here, where he wasn't unique, where he was one of many. "Are you okay?" Rachel asked. The words were out of her mouth before she realized it. "I'm fine." "You sure?" Jody ignored her, drifted toward the door, stopped. "That was my last chance." "I'm sorry." She stood at the doorway, scratching at the jamb with a single fingernail. "Why is 40 the cutoff age?" Rachel asked. "One of their rules." "What happens if you break the rule?" "The pregnancy is terminated. It's a capital offense." Rachel's heart hardened to stone. "You made the bed," Rachel said. "Now you can lie in it." Jody lifted her downcast chin, glanced back over her shoulder. "What do you mean?" "You were part of this." "Part of what?" "The way things are." "Sure, I guess." "Pretty nonchalant about being a mass murderer." "What are you talking about?" Now she had turned around to face Rachel. "Don't try to rationalize," Rachel said, even as a sliver of doubt crept inside her and began burrowing. "Rationalize what?" The conversation was becoming more and more tangled, like recalcitrant headphone cords. "I mean, I guess I was lucky," Jody said. Rachel didn't say anything, hoping the woman would let the discussion unspool without her interference. Jody's chin had dropped back to her chest. "Never thought it would turn out like this." She looked up again. "You ever think about it anymore?" Jody asked. "The outbreak, I mean." "I try not to." "We'd been here 2 weeks when it started," Jody said. "We were here for a corporate retreat. I worked for North Star. That was one of Penumbra's subsidiaries. Pretty sweet, huh? A month in this place? Then we started seeing the news reports about the outbreak." She paused and smiled an embarrassed smile. I was always a bit of a germaphobe. I think I was paying attention before anyone else. Like the virus that had brought her here to this place, the doubt began replicating wildly inside Rachel. Jody was telling the story of a random survivor, not of an apocalyptic conspirator. Either she was an exceptional liar or... She didn't know. She didn't know. She didn't know. I remember being so excited to get sent on this trip, she said. I'd never been away from my kids that long, she said, her voice cracking. But it was such a big honor, I couldn't turn it down. I worked in the Seattle office, she said. Then they grounded the airplanes. Then Mr. Gruber wouldn't let us leave. Said it was too dangerous. By then, I didn't have any place to go. Then they told us about the vaccine. What did they say? They told us it was an airborne strain of Ebola. Said Penn Labs had been working on a vaccine for Ebola, but they weren't sure if it would work. It was terrifying, she said, her eyes closing. All of us lined up to get the vaccine. The slightest sniffle or cough and people would flip out. She was rambling now. I remember the last time I talked to my kids. They were all sick by then. It was on FaceTime. You remember FaceTime? Rachel nodded, a lump in her throat. I was hysterical. There was no way to get to them. Can you imagine that? Having to watch your kids die on an iPad? I'm sorry. Did you have kids? I was in college then, Rachel said, carefully wording her response so as not to lie to her. For some reason, she did not want to lie to this woman. Oh. Anyway, Michael is my husband now. Michael and I wanted to have a baby. I wanted to have a family. To be a mother again, you know? And now, that's all over. I'm sorry. It's okay. Well, it's not okay. It's how it is. Amazing what you get used to, you know? I mean, I get up every day and get on with my life. That's something, right? I have a safe place to live. I want for nothing. Everyone pitches in. Rachel took Jody into her arms and held her tightly. Something inside the woman disintegrated, and out flowed the tears, an explosion of a dozen years of anxiety and worry and grief that had been building up. She'd reached her breaking point, was all. Rachel held her until the crying subsided to subdued weeping and sniffles, the last remnants of a terrible emotional hurricane sweeping through. Jody broke the embrace first. Her eyes were shiny and wet, but her face looked calm. I don't know what came over me, she said. I'm sorry. Don't be. Jody left. Fallout from the lottery spread swiftly across the chalet. By the time Jody left Rachel's room, the place had fallen dead silent. People had retreated to their rooms to celebrate or mourn, depending on the news they'd received. After waiting several hours, Rachel jimmied the lock open and exited her room, which was at the end of a long corridor on an upper floor of this wing. The plush red carpet swallowed up her footsteps as she made her way down the brightly lit hallways. The silence was eerie in the brightness of the corridor. The stifled cries of despair greeted her as she passed by one doorway. Pity. She felt pity for these people, here with their warm beds and hot meals. She couldn't even fault them for staying here because where would they go? How would they survive out there by themselves, let alone with a baby? No, Leon Gruber had them by the pubes. He had trapped them here to execute his vision, punishing them with life. There was no doubt in her mind that Jody would much rather have died with her children back in Seattle than live here. But pity did not solve her very pressing problem. She was running out of time to find the vaccine. Using her left arm as a canvas, she sketched out a very rough map of the chalet with a pen from her room. The upper floor appeared to be exclusively residential. At the far end of the corridor were the stairs. She entered the stairwell and slipped down to the 3rd floor. It was cooler down here, almost chilly, quiet but for the hum of electricity. More closed doors. Panic began tickling her insides like a rat loose inside a wall. The place was too big. Did she think she was going to stumble across a bag marked "free vaccines"? Her breathing was becoming a bit ragged. She stopped and set her hand against the wall. Calm yourself, girl. Calm yourself. This was a Hail Mary pass anyway. She had nothing to lose. If she failed, Will would be lost to her forever. But maybe that was for the best. She wouldn't be able to take care of him or keep him safe. Perhaps there was a medical clinic somewhere, a separate building deeper on the grounds of the compound. On the move again, back into the stairwell, down to the main level, outside. It was snowing lightly, and she was cold. She edged her way along the building's facade, the dusting of snow crunching under her shoes. At the corner, she turned right and continued up a slight incline. She felt small here, alone. This was what her father had done for her. Alone, afraid, cold. Her father, dead now. Her father who had died with his daughter hating him. She was sorry for what she had said at his funeral. That should have been between them. Instead, she had embarrassed his memory in front of so many to whom he had meant so much. All those years, and she hadn't said a word to him. She had chosen to be afraid, to take the easy way out. And now it was too late. The only thing she could do now was finish this. Find the answers he never could. Save his grandson. Save all of them. She could do that for him. After all, it was only because of him there even was a Will. Will. The easy way out. She had done the same with Will, hiding him from the way the world was. Look where that had gotten them. A young man woefully unprepared for the world in which he lived. Unprepared because she had been too afraid to do what needed to be done. All these years, she'd lived her life in fear. She shut off her if-then machine. That thing could wreak untold devastation if you let it. The past was past, and could not be unwritten. The future was still open, at least for the next little while. A deep breath, and she was on the move again, around to the back of the chalet. The pathway cut up into the hillside toward another building, also bearing that Bavarian motif, but far smaller than the main chalet. She followed the path, caution fully tossed into the wind swirling around the mountain tonight. At the entrance, she paused, glancing around, feeling like a teenager sneaking out for a night of revelry. As she opened the door, a bright light filled her field of vision, the pop and hiss of sulfur filling the air. It rendered her temporarily blind as wide-open pupils absorbed the blast of white light. She held up a hand and sought darkness, anything that would help her regain her bearings. Awfully late for a stroll, isn't it, Rachel? Despite the cold icing her skin, Leon Gruber's metallic voice chilled her soul at a depth she couldn't have previously imagined. With that one statement, her whole world went up in a mushroom cloud around her. Her vision was still impaired, but she could just make out some activity around her, shapes and blurs. Then, a crack, a sharp shooting pain to the head, and the world went dark around her. Concrete. Sleep. She dreamed. She'd been having the same dream for years. She dreamed about Will playing in an elementary school recorder concert, standing in the front row, making sweet and terrible music. They sat in the school gymnasium in metal folding chairs that ruined spines, crowded together like sheep, watching their children make terrible music through smartphone screens, making videos they would never watch. Then, afterward, she and the other moms would take the kids for ice cream, and the boys would ditch their little clip-on ties and blazers and run around the shop's patio, annoying the other customers, chasing each other, dribbling little trails of melted ice cream behind them. It was springtime, and the evening air glittered with the light of fireflies, a world where the plague had never happened. She always woke up when she started to yell at him. It was so routine that she knew she was dreaming, but it always ended the same way, getting up to yell at Will, drawing the side eye of her fellow moms who were content to leave well enough alone. A shower. She woke up, but her eyes remained closed. Another shower. Her head was pounding where she'd taken the wallop. Ice-cold water slithered up her nose, and she began coughing as it raked her airway, big hacking coughs that served only to make her headache worse. The coughs vibrated in her skull, amplifying the pain exponentially. Another shower. A chilly spray of water blasting her face, making her cough and sneeze, spraying mucus everywhere. Her head bobbed from one side to another until she focused all her efforts on stabilizing it. "She's awake." "Just kill me and be done with it," she muttered. Her words came out in a sticky, clumped mess, owing largely to her dry throat.
"So brave."
She opened her eyes slowly. It seemed to take an unusual amount of effort to complete such a simple task. One managed to come to half-mast, but the other remained closed, puffy, gummed shut with goopy crust and dried blood. A drab, empty room, damp and cold. Square, gray walls, gray concrete flooring. Her head rested against a cold wall. She was in a metal folding chair. Poetic, really fucking poetic. Her hands were bound together with a pair of zip ties. She was dressed in pants and a short-sleeved t-shirt. She shivered. There was an empty chair set immediately opposite her. While she waited for someone to fill it, she sighed, the totality of her failure laid out before her. Her insides ached, a scar on her soul, knowing she had fallen short, that Will was gone now, forever, that she would die here and he would never know what happened to her. Footsteps. She looked up with her one good eye to see Leon Gruber taking a seat before her. He wore a heavy parka and snow pants. Just seeing him dressed warmly made her feel even colder.
"A letter from the attorney, huh?"
She shrugged.
"Not a bad story, to tell you the truth,"
Gruber said. "And I was sitting there, racking my brain, trying to figure out where the hell you had come from.
I mean, it was such an impossibility that you would ever find us. I almost went for it.
Can you believe that?
You almost had me fooled. But since you were here, it was as plausible an explanation as any."
"What gave me away?" she croaked. Her throat was dry, and the words came out harsh and sticky. He grabbed her arm and flipped her wrist over. The tattoo. The phoenix rising from the ashes.
"You were at the Citadel."
She nodded. There was no point in obfuscating. It was time to lay it all on the table.
"Is Chadwick dead?"
he asked. "Yes."
"Some years ago I took a trip there, saw the ruins. Did you see the explosion?"
"Yes," she said. "Why did I get the vaccine?"
"Your grandfather. It was part of the deal."
She shivered. "What deal?" He leaned to the side of his chair and held up a silver metal briefcase.
"Do you know what this is?"
He unfastened the latches and set the open case on her lap. It was padded, a deep, velvety red, divided into dozens of smaller compartments. He withdrew a small vial and handed it to her. She studied the affixed label carefully. PB 815, Lot 522, Human Vaccine. 12-dose vial, 2.0 milliliters. 070-894. The Medusa vaccine. She gently rolled the small vial between her fingers. This was it. The future of the human race was in her hands. Aaron Thompson. All the women who had lost their babies.
Your grandfather wanted you to survive the plague?
No.
You don't want to believe he was involved, he said. I can understand that. But without him, none of this would have been possible. Oh, he had his doubts, of course, and he made me promise to vaccinate you.
When was I vaccinated?
About 3 years before the outbreak. We bribed a nurse at your pediatrician's office to slip in an extra shot during his school physical.
Guilt ripped through her. Like an arrow in flight, her life had been soaring toward the plague since the day she was born. Toward the end of all things. Everyone she had ever met, ever became friends with, from the first boy she kissed to her high school biology teacher to the guy who delivered her Chinese food her freshman year at Caltech, had been a walking corpse, ghost in the flesh. Already dead. The world was dying, a hidden tumor tucked away, as her survival had been planned and bargained for. It made her feel dirty, used. A pawn in some grand game that she wasn't even aware was being played. Jesus Christ, she whispered.
You shouldn't judge your grandfather, he said. He did this partly for you.
Her stomach roiled at this.
He wanted a better world for you. For your children.
I never asked for this, she said. The world was doing fine before you deleted it.
That's such naive thinking. This idea we were all equal, that we were all in it together. It was so destructive. What's that old joke?
What joke?
Half the people in the world are below average. I couldn't have that. We needed to evolve from our troglodyte existence. Mankind was stuck in first gear. The 1% held back by the rest.
So you killed everyone.
I simply added a catalyst to the system. I let natural selection take it from there.
I don't get it, she said. You're no different than Chadwick. I had this exact conversation with him 13 years ago. Kill everyone, and you too can live in this utopia. Hooray! He shook his head, but she went on. Besides, what's the point of living in a world like this? Do you know what it's like out there? It's all-out war. People are starving to death every day. He smiled.
You're thinking about this all wrong, he said. There's much more.
What else is there? The food is running out. You'll all be dead soon. I wish Chadwick was still alive, just so he could see how badly you all screwed up. He dropped his chin and shook his head, tisking her for her short-sightedness.
I'm disappointed in you. What's the point of going to all this trouble if I'm going to be dead in a few years? If I didn't make contingency plans for our survival?
I don't know.
Do you know why we have the lottery?
No.
I believe in chaos theory, in entropy. The idea that, left to their own devices, systems will act unpredictably, usually to their own detriment, usually to the point of collapse. We prepared for every eventuality. Do you know why the crops stopped growing?
The nukes, probably.
Very good. We ran an algorithm that predicted a 98% chance of a nuclear exchange within 24 days of the initial outbreak. A 94% chance of the global temps dropping by 8 degrees Fahrenheit. We had to be prepared. We developed hybrid crop strains that would thrive in a world where the temperature dropped 20 degrees. But we had to make all this worth the effort. That we would be the stewards of this new world for a lot longer than one might think possible.
Her head was starting to ache, and she was having a hard time following his line of thinking. He was telling her something important, something vital, but her brain wasn't putting it together. Bits and pieces of a larger picture. There were 2 vaccines, she said. 2.
That's right.
Why?
Chadwick's responsibility was to develop and produce the virus, he said. He was a brilliant doctor. Brilliant! But he was a bit unhinged. I never really trusted him. I didn't know what he would do. I knew I would never be able to control what he did in Nebraska. And so your grandfather worked with Dr. Rogers to create the second vaccine. We knew the Citadel would come undone after they discovered their vaccine had sterilized the women.
Aren't you breaking the bad guy code? She asked, smiling, a little punch-drunk.
What do you mean?
Telling me your whole plan? His face darkened as he leaned in close, his lips at her ear. His warm breath tickled her skin.
I wanted you to know. I wanted you to know that you owe whatever life you've led for the past 13 years to me. I wanted you to know your grandfather paid for your life with the human race.
Her stomach clenched as he spoke, his words like dark clouds raining blood and death on the ground of her soul.
At that moment, she was glad her father was dead, that he would never have to know this terrible truth about his own father, about their family. Death would be better than having to walk around with this knowledge in her head. This was worse than survivor's guilt, a feeling that this was somehow her fault, that the dead world around her was her fault. Anyway, back to the lottery, he said. We carefully control the number of births because the babies born here are going to live a very long time.
What?
The nano vaccine does more than protect you from PB-815.
I'm not following. He smiled strangely at her.
Rachel, have you been sick even once in the last 15 years?
Her brow furrowed as she considered the question. Yeah, sure.
When?
She scoured her memory banks, thinking back to the last time she'd been under the weather, fighting off a cold or stomach bug.
Think back to the last few years before the plague. Did you miss a single day of high school because you were sick?
No, she had not. At her graduation, the principal had handed her a certificate for never having missed a day of high school. It was the only time, Principal Grayson had said, the school had ever awarded that certificate. Her freshman year in college, less than a year before the outbreak, a stomach bug had ravaged her dorm, but she had remained healthy. Every single person on her floor had come down with it except her. She escaped outbreaks of mononucleosis, influenza, even ringworm. No.
And after the epidemic, did you ever get sick? Even once?
Cold and flu had still circulated during their years at the warehouse. There seemed to be enough human contact to keep the bugs moving, especially in the absence of annual flu shots. And they had dealt with other illnesses, cholera, even an outbreak of typhoid fever. But again, she had never gotten sick. Not once. Her 3 months with Millicent unspooled like a home movie. She'd had sex with dozens of men, and she had never come down with so much as a urinary tract infection. Every one of the girls had contracted at least one sexually transmitted disease, but not Rachel. Not once. And Will had never been sick in his life. Never once. No ear infections, no croup, no sniffles, not one runny nose. He had never thrown up, had never even run a fever. How had she never noticed that before? No, she said through gritted teeth. She didn't want the answer to be no. She didn't want to believe what Gruber was telling her.
You've received the ultimate gift, he said. The gift of life. 100 years from now, I'll still be here. 500 years from now, all these people you've met, they'll still be here. That's why I don't care about this bleak world you're so despondent about. All those people will die. In time, even the skies will clear, and we will have this beautiful, pure world to call our own.
Rachel simply stared at him, her mouth hanging open.
What are you doing here? He asked. Why did you come?
I wanted to know the truth.
And now that you know it, was it worth it?
Yes.
You could have lived the rest of your very long life in peace.
Her head was spinning. She was dead. Gruber was going to kill her, probably in the next few minutes. But Will, her heart broke for him. Bad enough he'd grown up in this world. Worse was knowing he might be wandering the earth out there alone for God knew how long. Should she try to cut a deal? Bring him in? Tell Gruber about him? If these people didn't know the truth about the plague, then maybe Will could live with them in beautiful, blessed, blissful ignorance. His conscience would be rightfully clear. He could be around other kids for the first time in his life. He could be happy. Maybe Gruber would spare her too. Will would have his mother. They could have a life. And she would carry this secret about the plague to her grave. And when she died, if there was a maker to meet, if there were debts to be paid, they could settle this matter then. Throwing her lot in with Leon Gruber. That was a tough pill to swallow. But she could someday try to make it right, to make things better. There were women out there right now who could become mothers again. That Felice with the vials of vaccine, she could take it one day, take it out into the world and vaccinate women so they could have kids again. If Gruber was right, they could wait for the climate to stabilize again and maybe the crops would grow again. But would he even want to cut a deal? He might kill Will just to spite her. She sat there, mulling it over. This terrible choice. Will. It had to be about Will. Since the day he'd been born, every choice was for him. To make his life better, to fill his toolbox as best as she could so when the day came, he could take care of himself, protect himself, perhaps extract some joy from this mine of misery in which they lived. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't bring herself to say the words to Gruber. She didn't even want him to know Will existed. He didn't deserve to know about Will. She was afraid it would bring him joy to see her grandfather's wish granted at yet another level. "What now?" she asked. He rubbed his chin.
"Seems like I have 3 choices. 1, I let you go. You don't know where we are. You live your life. I feel like I might owe that to your grandfather."
He studied her carefully, like he was trying to decide between 2 entrees on a dinner menu.
"But you're a bright girl. You might someday find your way back here. After all, you're going to have the time to look. I don't want to spend my life looking over my shoulder. 2, I let you stay here. The others would accept you, but I sense you're a crusader, that you'll undo everything here out of some misguided sense of justice or duty."
"What's the third option?"
"I kill you."
Her skin turned to ice.
"Put yourself in my shoes," he said. "I've made it. I succeeded. The game is over. The people here are going to outlive everyone out there."
He made a dismissive motion with his hand, as though she and all the other survivors were nothing more than roaches scurrying about. "Give me the vaccine and you'll never see me again."
"I personally vetted the Penumbra employees I brought here before the plague. They were chosen for their intellect, for their psychological mettle, for their physical health, and they've done beautifully."
"Don't you see the flaw in your thinking?"
"What flaw?"
"Complex systems are unpredictable. They want to collapse. They trend toward failure. Why is this any different? By extending everyone's lifespan, you've simply increased the chance of that happening." His face darkened for a split second, then brightened just as quickly.
"You are indeed Jack's granddaughter. But you're wrong, Ms. Fisher. No theory is infallible, and if chaos theory is not infallible, that means it can be proven wrong. And that is exactly what I intend to do."
"You can't design your way around human nature. We are who we are. These people, their little psychological quirks will pop on you sooner or later. You're a fool. Just like Miles Chadwick was." He reared back and smacked her across the face, the pop of flesh echoing in the empty room. Blood rushed to her cheek and it felt warm, but she made no move to cradle it with her hand. "See?" Another smack, harder this time, so hard it toppled the chair over. Her shoulder hit the concrete floor first, and a bolt of pain shot through it. As her shoulder throbbed, Gruber knelt next to her, grabbed her ear, pulled her head off the ground. "Thank you, Rachel. You've made my decision very easy." 37. The night crawled by, Priya's deadline looming even larger in her head. Exhaustion enveloped her, but she couldn't sleep, a combination of the cold and the fear. She didn't know what the air temperature was, but she didn't need to know. The misty puffs she expelled with each breath told her all she needed to know. It wasn't cold enough for her to freeze to death, although she was starting to wish it were. "Tell him about Will," a tiny voice cried out. Will was all the insurance either of them would ever need. Gruber's guarantee of his safety would be more than enough to buy her silence. In her mind, the next decade, things that had yet to pass played out. Over and over, she saw Will playing with kids his own age. Will growing up. But she hadn't been able to say the words. She sat there on the cold floor, her elbows propped on her knees, her head in her hands. The words hadn't come out when she had the chance, because she would know. She would know Will's future would have come at a terrible price. She was his mother. Her job was to do what was best for him. That was it. The problem was that it wasn't as easy as it looked on the surface. Doing what was best didn't mean only finding food and a safe place to lay his head. It was more than that. If she gave him up to Gruber, the truth would eat at her like lye, dissolving her insides. In some way, she would be endorsing what he had done. What Chadwick had done to those women. Fruit of the poisonous tree. And if that meant no happy ending for her sweet Will, then that's how it would be. She would die on her feet. She would die with her soul intact. She didn't want to die, no more than anyone. But thanks to this la-di-da vaccine running through her veins, it sounded like she'd have to be able to feed herself for a good while to come. And who knew when the skies would clear? When the crops would grow again? In the end, she would know she had done her job as a mother. As she sat there, acceptance of her fate curing like concrete, the door screeched open. When she looked up, she was surprised to see Jody standing in the doorway. She wore jeans and a heavy gray fleece. "What did you do?" she whispered. Her words, even muted, echoed across the empty chamber. "What are you talking about?" "I'm on kitchen duty," she said. "I'm supposed to ask you what you want for your last meal. It's for tonight. What did you do?" "I guess I've overstayed my welcome." "I don't understand." "There's a lot you don't understand." "I don't have a lot of time," she said. "Please tell me." Rachel climbed to her feet. "The lab. Do you know where it is?" "Yes." "Can you take me there?" Her shoulders sagged. "I'm not sure I should." A long silence as Rachel considered an alternative. She couldn't afford to wait for Jody to make peace with her decision. "It was him, right? Gruber?" she asked suddenly. "The outbreak." "Yes, he was behind it." Her jaw clenched, her lips tightening. "Deep down, I've always known," she said. "I think most people do. No one wants to be the one to say it. There's always been a shadow over this place. It seemed too perfect, too clean. You know that feeling when you know something and you don't want to admit it? I do. I would push it away, tell myself I was just imagining it." Her eyes were shiny with tears now. "Why do you stay?" "We have nowhere to go," she said. He's telling the truth about that, right? She nodded. A few years back, there was an unauthorized pregnancy, Jody said. They took her outside, right in the square behind the chalet. Put a blindfold on her, shot her in the head. We all had to watch. I'm sorry. It never happened again. Another pause. We have to go now, Rachel said. I don't have a lot of time to explain, but he showed me a metal valise. It has hundreds of doses of the vaccine inside. If we can get these out, back to where I came from, it will give people hope. Maybe we can figure out the food problem. She was talking crazy now, but she didn't care. It was worth the risk. It was worth dying for. The seeds, she said. He mentioned hybrid seeds that grow in this climate. Those are kept in a safe, too. Damn it! There had to be a way. Take me to the lab, she said. Can't. The guard is outside the door. Rachel held up a single finger and closed her eyes, taking a moment to get her bearings. She couldn't do it all at once. It had to be like one of her coding sessions. One thing at a time. I've got an idea, Rachel said. She moved to the back of the room, away from the door, and began running in place as hard as she could. After a minute, her legs began to ache, and a deep burn settled into her chest. Her legs pistoned quickly beneath her, a muscle car revving its engine. A necklace of sweat formed at the hollow of her neck as her body began to cool itself. She pushed herself even harder, the sweat dripping off her now, even in the chill of the room. When her muscles began to fail, she nodded toward Jody. She lay down on the cold, hard floor and began twitching as violently as she could. Her legs flopped, her eyes rolled back in her head, and she left her mouth partly open, a bit of drool snaking to the floor underneath her. She was completely winded, her mouth hanging open, sucking in huge gobs of air. The altitude had taken its toll on her. If she kept this pace up, it wouldn't be an act much longer. Help! Jody called out, banging on the door. Something's wrong! A guard rushed into the room, his rifle up. She's having a seizure! Jody yelled, her voice breaking with worry. What the hell is wrong with her? I don't know, Jody said breathlessly. She said she wasn't feeling well, and then she collapsed. She's faking, the man said. She knows what's coming. Rachel went still, her eyes closed as Jody pleaded with the guard. Look at her! She's beet red, Jody said. Check her forehead, the guard said. Rachel felt Jody's warm hand against her forehead. Jesus, she's burning up. Let me see. The guard's bigger, rougher hand replaced Jody's and pulled back just as quickly. Shit! Is she breathing? I think so, Jody said, her voice appropriately spiced with panic. Look, her chest is moving. What do you think's wrong with her? Fuck all if I know, he said, but I ain't taking any chances. You think it's Medusa? Jesus Christ, now I do, he said, stepping back and wiping his hands on his shirt. The hell with this. I'm getting out of here. I'll tell Gruber. The man grunted in frustration. Remember, we're vaccinated. Right, the man said, his breath ragged. Okay, I'll get her to the clinic. You get word to Gruber. Rachel went as limp as she could as the guard yoked her into his arms. Through half-lidded eyes, she could see how big the man was. He outweighed her by at least 100 pounds, and carrying her would not be much of an issue. Jody led the way, the guard trailing behind. The pair hustled out the door and into a small anteroom that was bracketed with a stone staircase at its opposite end. Up the stairs. Rachel lay limp, feeling helpless now. A bottle bobbing along the surface of the ocean, its fate still in doubt. Maybe it would wash up on the shore, or perhaps it would be dashed along the rocks. The stairs brought them to a short corridor that led outside. He was focused on getting her to the lab, which afforded her the chance to steal a few glances of their route. They were behind the main chalet, headed for the same building where Gruber had caught her earlier. It was still daylight, the weak sun at its peak. There were people out and about, getting on with their day, doing their jobs, living their lives. Maybe it could have been like that for them. Maybe not. Then inside again, the warmth felt good against her chilling skin. Her body temperature was returning to normal, so that part of the ruse would be lost. Too bad. Nothing worried people more than a high fever. Shades of Medusa. He navigated a long corridor before making a sharp left at a T intersection. A noisy commotion erupted around her.
"What the hell is this?" "She's sick," the guard barked. "She spiked a fever and then started having seizures. Get her into exam 2.
Now she was on an examination table, the crinkle of sterile paper under her body as her weight settled onto it.
"Get the zip ties off her!"
The room exploded into a cacophony of panicked medical jargon. An oxygen mask was strapped to her face, the squeeze of a blood pressure cuff on her arm. Someone slid a pulse oximeter onto her fingertip, a sharp point into her arm as blood was drawn.
"BP 160 over 120, O2 stat is normal, pulse is 145. Check her for signs of trauma. Need a Chem 7 full workup. I want those results ASAP."
She lay perfectly still, wondering how long she could maintain the charade, how long she would have to keep up the charade, hoping the numerical value assigned to the former outweighed the latter. Eventually, the activity began to subside as the condition of the patient stabilized. Increasingly confident their most precious patient wasn't going to die on them, their voices returned to normal.
"What do you think happened?" a woman asked.
"Hard to say," said a second woman. "Maybe altitude sickness? Stress could have triggered an autoimmune response. We'll have to see what the blood work says." The last 2 care providers exited the room, leaving her by herself. It gave her a chance to explore her environs for the first time. Nothing spectacular. A standard examination room. A long counter with a series of cabinets mounted underneath. Don't suppose the secret vaccine briefcase would be in here, huh? As she waited in the room, she repeated the workout, driving her heart rate and body temperature upward. When the doorknob jiggled, she quickly lay down on the exam table. The door swung open, and Leon Gruber stood before her, his arm wrapped around Jody's neck, a large knife to her throat. Her eyes were wide with horror, tears spilling down her cheeks. Dangling from his right hand, the one holding the knife, was the silver valise. Then he slashed Jody's throat open. Rachel screamed, scurrying toward the back corner of the bed as Jody's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. If Rachel hadn't been sedated, she might have had that heart attack after all.
"Quite the performance," Gruber said. "Very impressive."
Rachel could not take her eyes off Jody's body, which had been nearly separated from her head. A pool of blood was spreading across the floor, shading the floor in a deep crimson red. The glug of blood cascading onto the linoleum floor reminded her of an upturned cup of coffee.
"You came for this?"
he said, lifting the briefcase. A glint of silver flashed under the fluorescent light, pulling Rachel's gaze from Jody's body. After setting the briefcase down on the counter, he unhitched the latches and flipped open the lid. Then he plucked a vial out and held it out for her to see. Rolled it between his fingers, tossed it in the air, making Rachel gasp, saving it from its gravity-defying fate at the last second.
"This is all the vaccine we have left," he said. "This little bottle. This is enough for 12 people. You could give this to 12 women, kill the antibodies to the virus, and they would have beautiful, bouncing, healthy babies. Babies who would grow up."
He tossed the vial into the middle of the room. It arced, end over end, before striking the floor and shattering into 1,000 pieces. He repeated the act 6 more times, with 6 more vials, the floor now slick with a thin mixture of Jody's blood and vaccine solution. Rachel looked for something to say, but the well was dry. What was there to say in the face of such evil? Of such darkness? Maybe Eddie had been right. Maybe they should have made the deal with Priya. Maybe Priya would have found the answer where she and her father had failed. Maybe there was a method in her madness. Maybe the end justified the means. Instead, she was here, watching Leon Gruber extinguish humanity's fire, perhaps forever. There would be no way to undo what he was doing, no way to turn back the clock to a place where they still had a future. As she watched the clear liquid of the vaccine swirl together with Jodi's blood, an empty finality settled deep inside her. Not sadness, not regret, not even a sense that she'd come so close to seeing it all the way through. A giant void. Perhaps it was better this way. Perhaps humanity was capable of nothing better than destroying itself. A memory of San Diego flickered. A rocky outcrop overlooking the beach she'd found in high school. It wasn't far from their house, a 10-minute walk up Dunlap Avenue. Sometimes she would stop for tacos and eat while watching the waves gently caress the shoreline, the way a new mother might kiss her baby at night. Her view pulled out suddenly, like an overhead satellite view retracting from the tiny "you are here" of the little rock, and then she could see all of it. The entire country, the strange cartographic shape of the country, which had always reminded her of a terrifyingly obese turkey, the big belly of Texas scraping the ground, the proud plumage in the northeast. Then the sky blue of the oceans. She wondered about the oceans. How had marine life done in the years since the plague? Had the changes in the climate wreaked their havoc on them? An empty planet. A faint boom reached her ears. At first she thought she was hallucinating, a side effect of the sedative they'd given her. Then a second one. Gruber's head tilted toward the door as he reacted to the sound as well. Something was happening. "Get up!" he barked. "Now!" He moved fluidly across the room, his heavy boots crunching the bits of glass underneath. His aged countenance concealed his vim and vigor, and he was on her, yanking her off the bed with the coiled strength of a man half his age. "We're moving," he said. "Try anything and I snap your little neck. We clear?" She nodded. "Say it." "Clear." Gruber dragged her back outside, where they walked into a maelstrom of panic. The far end of the chalet was ablaze. Thick black smoke curled into the late afternoon sky, catching the wind like a child's balloon and drifting east. What the hell? Small arms fire peppered the afternoon air. A whistling sound, followed by another boom as the chalet took another hit. Briefly, she entertained the fantasy that Jodi had somehow spread the truth about Gruber to the others, that they were rising up against him, casting off the shackles of lies that he'd used to keep them there. But that fantasy died as quickly as it had been born. Wishful, naive thinking. Jodi had been right. These people knew the score. They wouldn't bite the hand that fed them, no matter how dirty the hand. One of Gruber's men flagged him down. "What the hell is going on?" he snapped. "An attack." One chance. While he was distracted, she cocked an elbow and drove it backward into Gruber's flank. He grunted and his grip loosened just enough for her to slip free. She bolted for the building housing the clinic where Gruber had left the metal briefcase. "Kill her!" She took a zigzag route as she sprinted across the clearing. The bullets chewed up ground behind and around her, but she remained a clean sheet for her would-be killer. The gunfire ramped up sharply as the battle below her intensified. It was chaos around her, and her thoughts went to the children who lived here. Where were they? Would they live? Would they die? Once inside the clinic, she retraced the route back to her examination room, where the briefcase sat perched on the counter, right where Gruber had left it. Jodi's body lay where it had fallen. Rachel grabbed the briefcase. She had it. It was in her hands. In the chaos outside, she could slip away. She had no dog in this fight. Back down to Priya. She would hide some of the vaccine. She could do it. The sounds of battle had drawn closer to the front of the clinic, so she retreated deeper into the building, looking for another exit. Her heart was racing, her mind locked on the children of this place. She paused again along a rear corridor, small exit signs marking the way. She was fooling herself if she thought there was a decision to make. The decision was made. It had been made long before she arrived here, long before she had even had Will. She couldn't leave the kids here to die. There was no plan beyond that, but simply leaving them here was not an option. Save as many kids as she could. She peeked outside. Bodies littered the ground in the plaza. The fighting continued unabated as Gruber's troops had begun to shake off the surprise and mount a counteroffensive. The air was thick with the pungent tang of smoke, of gunpowder. Rachel scanned the woods surrounding the chalet, wondering if she could get out that way. This building backed up to the rear of the narrow valley in which the chalet compound was nestled. Beyond that, the mountain climbed sharply, disappearing into a thick scarf of fog. If nothing else, it would be a good place to stash the vaccine. Not all of it, some of it. An insurance policy. She edged her way around the building, toward the tree closest to the corner. She stepped around to the tree's backside and dropped to her knees, digging out a hole in the snow between a pair of crossed roots. She dug until her fingers were numb. Then, she flipped open the valise, revealing 4 rows of 12 vials each. Hundreds of doses, nestled in red velvet compartments. A starter kit for humanity. But she couldn't keep all of them. She needed to give most of them to Priya. 4 vials. That's how many she would keep. The vials were factory sealed and would probably survive a few hours buried in the snow here. One by one, the small bottles disappeared into the pockets she'd carved out. This method of vaccine storage probably wouldn't pass muster with the FDA, but hey, what did they know anyway? When she was done, 38 vials remained. She could only hope Priya would believe her. She clapped her hands clear of the snow and climbed back to her feet. Now she had a clear line toward the woods. Keeping her eye on the melee, she sprinted across an open patch of ground. This brought her to the rear of the main chalet, where she hugged the wall, staying in shadows growing longer as the afternoon wore on. Shouts and screams filled the air as people battled the blaze still burning in the corner. It appeared to be under control, or at least, it wasn't spreading. About 50 yards north of her, a door swung open and a mass of humanity poured out. A heavy stream of folks, mostly children, a few adults, escaping the fire. Many were crying, some of them uncontrollably. Rachel counted 3 women and 2 men shepherding the kids. "This way, kids!" the younger woman snapped, guiding them toward the mountain. "Right now!" A huge explosion rocked the valley, the world knocked off its axis before snapping back into place. Rachel turned in time to see a bloom of fire erupt from the opposite end of the chalet, chunks of concrete and glass spraying the ground. The first column of smoke now had an eager twin. They had to get away from the building. She sprinted toward the group, gesturing toward the woods as she drew closer. "That way!" she yelled. "Into the tree line!" The woman stopped and turned to face her, sizing her up. "You're the granddaughter. Rachel. We tried putting out the fire, but the smoke got too thick." "What happened?" "Not sure. We were in the classroom. Lot of dead back there. I don't know where all the parents are." "Are these all the kids?" "Most of them. I can't be sure." The chatter of gunfire interrupted them. "We need to move." Like a swarm of fish, they flowed along the edge of the building en masse. At the end, in groups of 3 and 4, they raced up the hillside and into the woods, the snowpack thick around the base of the trees. They came to a clearing where Rachel stopped the group. "What's your name?" Rachel asked one of the women at the front. "Iris." She was young, probably in her early 20s, rail thin, her skin as black as onyx, contrasting sharply against the white snow. "Iris, can you get us a vehicle?" The girl pressed the heels of her hands against her forehead, her jaw clenched. "I'm not sure," she said. "We don't have that many." Rachel felt panic rising in her. She still had to get back to Will with the briefcase, and she was God knew how many miles away from the rally point. These people were in the biggest trouble of their lives, and Rachel did not know what to do for them. She looked down at the faces of the children, standing in the cold, some of them not even wearing jackets. Further down the mountain was nothing but trouble. Cold, cold death. Up top, there were supplies, weapons, vehicles. The vaccine she'd hidden away. If she were careful, if she were stealthy, she could exploit the gaps created by this sudden skirmish to her advantage. She swept her gaze over the faces in this crowd, looking longingly up at her, feeling very much their tutelary. She had to trust they would do what she said, that she could leave them for a little while and not worry herself sick over 24 small children. "Wait here. Don't go anywhere. Don't wander off. I'll be back soon." "Where are you going?" "Get us a ride." 38. Rachel followed her footsteps through the snow, the powder crunching under feet. Back at the tree line, she paused and spied on the battlefield. From here, removed from the core of battle, it looked like a video game. Tiny characters moving back and forth on a pixelated backdrop. The gunfire continued, but it had a far-away quality to it. She moved up a bit higher through the trees, which gave her a panoramic view of the huge compound. The main gate was smashed, the metal folded in over itself like some great being had punched it in the stomach. 2 bodies lay prone in the snow, surrounded by reddish snow cones. Her gaze moved farther up toward the chalet. Parts of it were on fire, the blaze taking its time but moving steadily. Soon, the entire structure would be engulfed. The firefight continued in earnest below. One group of attackers had taken cover behind the black SUVs, firing machine guns. Another paced their impromptu perimeter with rocket-propelled grenade launchers. Still more prowled the grounds. A whistling sound. She looked up in time to see another explosion, this one in the heart of the chalet building. This strike must have hit something load-bearing. The roof collapsed like a failed soufflé. Smoke and debris poured from the gash in the building as a section of the outer wall crumbled. Just another day in the good old US of A. She turned her sights on the area around and behind the chalet, where she saw more similarly dressed attackers combing the grounds. Dozens of bodies littered the grounds. These people had no chance. They were reaping what Gruber had sown. No matter now. She needed to get to one of those trucks and get her raggedy group of refugees down the mountain. She needed to get back to Will. She pushed a bit farther up the mountain, her feet sinking into the snow. A large tree at the edge of the trail gave her decent cover, let her review her options. A straight line to the trucks wouldn't work. She'd be too exposed. There were too many attackers. Her best bet would be to go back around the burning chalet, stay as close to the building as possible. The body of an attacker lay in the snow about midway from her current spot and the corner of the building. The muzzle of his gun was pinned under his body. A weapon. It would take her a good 30 seconds to cover the distance, during which she would be completely exposed. At this point, there was nothing she could do but hope for the best. Maybe pray a little? She wondered where Gruber was, whether he was even still alive. A little part of her had expected a final showdown with him, because that's how these things were supposed to go, right? She, her dad, and Sarah had had one with Miles Chadwick, and it had been a doozy. But that's not the way life played out. Life was messy and twisty, and not all the plot threads tied together. And so was death. It scared her a little. Not that she might die. She'd long ago made her peace with that. But that she would die and Will would never know what happened to her. Her body would lie here in the snow, slowly decomposing until there was nothing left but the bones. Whenever she saw human remains, and man alive had she seen a lot of them in the past 13 years, it always made her sad to think that that had been it. That whatever that person had been, had stopped forever. She took a deep breath and bolted before she could change her mind. She flew across the snow like an arrow, her feet churning, kicking up clouds of snow in her wake. A few feet shy of the body, she slid low, coming to rest abreast of the dead woman's body. The woman was on her stomach, her left arm reaching out over her head, her legs forever origamied into a runner's pose. When Rachel saw the woman's face, she gasped. One of Priya's! Priya was here! But how? And where had Priya gotten all these people? When she'd left them, there were only about 10 of them. Did it matter? They were here. Had she brought Will with them? Was he down there right now? Sweetie, wait in the car. We gotta go kill everyone. Quickly, she searched the dead woman's go bag. Binoculars, ammo, a grenade. After taking a moment to ensure she was still alone, she pressed the field glasses to her face and zeroed in on the main caravan of vehicles, 4 in all. 2 more vehicles than she'd left behind at the lab. Where had they come from? The windows were slightly tinted, which partially obscured her view of the interior. Maybe a silhouette of a small figure in the back seat, maybe a trick of light and shadow. She zoomed out her view, focused now on finding Priya. A slower sweep this time, moving from one vehicle to the next. Nothing. The attack was concentrated on the main chalet now, as they seemed hell-bent on turning the building into rubble. Despite being outnumbered, the group was still riding the element of surprise like a wave. But the tide appeared to be turning. Perhaps Priya's group had bitten off more than it could chew. She stuffed the binoculars back in the bag and tucked the submachine gun under her arm, before continuing down the hill to the cover of the building. As she did so, she considered her best option to save Will. It was simple when you thought about it. She had to help Gruber's people fight off this attack. In the cover of the building, she paused to study her new weapon. It was an M4, not unlike the one her father had given her, passed on from Sarah Wells. Knowing she had the same weapon Sarah carried on her final mission made her feel better. Rachel had only spent a few minutes with the woman, right there at the end of her life, right before she had sacrificed herself for Adam and Rachel. Her father had loved her deeply, that much she could tell, and she had loved her father back. At a time when you saw what people were made of, what people were really made of, Sarah Wells had chosen to die for them. A round of gunfire chipped away at the wall around the corner, breaking her out of her daydream, showering her face with bits of concrete dust. She steadied the gun and returned fire, hitting nothing but tamping down the attack. The gunfire resumed, countered with another burst from her weapon. A flicker of movement to her left caught her eye. 2 more shooters were approaching from the left, but she couldn't tell if they'd spotted her. She fired again, missed again. As she moved, she fired off a couple more bursts, painfully aware of her limited ammunition. There were 2 more clips she had taken from the bag, but that was it. And her problems were multiplying. The 2 new players drew closer. In the fog and smoke, she couldn't make out if they were Gruber's or Priya's. She fired. The pair dropped to the ground and returned fire, pushing her back around the corner. A way out was what she needed, trouble closing in quickly around her. Both sides would be out to kill her. There was a door a few yards ahead of her, hanging slightly open. She flung the door open and ducked in. Smoke curled around the baseboards, but it was still cool down here. She took a moment to soak her shirt in the snowmelt at the threshold before continuing down the hallway, trying to keep her bearings. Her destination would be the other side of the building. All she needed to do was keep a steady course. The corridor here was wide, a bit smokier now. She pressed the wet shirt to her nose, the icy fabric a glorious relief from the smoke, and kept moving. 50 yards deeper in, she came to an intersection, took in one branch, took in the other. She went left because it seemed too obvious to go right. Panic began stirring inside her, maybe not fully awake yet, but blinking the sleep out of its eyes. The place was deserted, the fire pushing everyone outside. On her left was a control room, equipped with computer workstations, the wall adorned with maps of the surrounding area. She paused at the door, trying to think if there would be anything worth scavenging here. Her mind came up empty. She pressed forward. Supply closets and storage rooms awaited her in this part of the chalet, but she passed those by as well. The smoke had thickened, but there were no signs of fire yet. Up next was a large kitchen, which did warrant a stop. She made a quick run, grabbing whatever food she could. Bread ends, a box of crackers, and a box of beef jerky went in her pack. She ate a piece of jerky as she made her way back out to the corridor and headed deeper into the chalet. Smokier now, blacker and denser, rolling, twisting, almost alive. Another entity in here with her now. She tied the wet shirt around the lower half of her face. Memories of fire safety drills from elementary school came back to her, reminding her to stay low, so she got on her hands and knees. This made for slow going, but it was worth it. The air was clearer down by the floor. Her skin grew warmer with every inch, sweat slicking her body in the rising warmth. She made another right turn, back toward the middle, hoping beyond hope the ceiling had not caved in. A few more minutes of crawling brought her first taste of fire. The flames were inside the walls here, starting to push their way out like angry apparitions, licking at the ceiling, popping, cracking. In some places, the walls had disintegrated, replaced by ramparts of fire. There were a few bodies here. This was bad. This was very bad, but she kept on. It couldn't be much farther to the main entrance. The coughing started in earnest here, her makeshift breathing mask starting to fail under these deteriorating conditions. The first spasm was bad, her lungs straining, her eyes watering. She took a quick break to clear the irritants from her lungs, but a quick one, because the air quality was only going to get worse. After a few more yards, the corridor opened up onto a large reception area. A pile of rubble from the partially collapsed ceiling lay in the middle of the foyer, bisecting it into two equal sections. Above her, the sounds of cracking and warping as the guts of the building began to feel the burn. Ahead of her was the main entrance, and ahead of her was the biggest problem. A curtain of fire ringed the doorway like a beaded curtain in a college freshman's dorm room. It was lightly burning now, but there was no way to get through without exposing herself to the flames. Behind her, there was a huge crack and splintering as another part of the ceiling caved in. Immediately, the temperature jumped 10 degrees, the heat searing her back now. She draped the still damp shirt over her head and face and, without another thought in her head, bolted for the exit. She hit the door at full speed as the flames seemingly reached out to grab her, kissing and licking at her arms, the terrible heat eating away at her coat. Screaming, she fell through the doorway and into the outside, angling her body toward one of the large fake plants guarding the entryway. As she crouched behind the heavy pot, which was almost as tall as she was, she winced in pain, careful not to cry out. She took a couple of deep breaths, the cold, damp air soothing on her battered lungs. She used handfuls of snow to extinguish any hot spots on her clothing. When she caught her breath, she conducted quick surveillance. A long, circular drive connected to the main access road to the chalet's entrance plaza, putting the caravan a good 50 yards away from her position. Priya no longer appeared to be focused on the chalet itself, given the extensive damage they had already inflicted. Running a mobile strike team in an operation this large, she would be concerned about supplies and ammunition. Another sweep of the caravan with the binoculars. Once more, She focused on the second vehicle. Keeping her hands steady, she looked for any clue of the vehicle's occupants. Perhaps a shimmer of movement? Maybe not. She was going to have to get closer. The front lines of the battle had shifted to her right. Priya's troops hunkered down behind the vehicles and a small outbuilding. Gruber's army had the higher ground, using the fountains and a ski rental shop as its base of operations. There were about 100 yards of open ground between them, a no-man's land laced with crossfire. Staying low, she scurried across the driveway toward a support post and took cover again. Still a long way to go. The good news was that she didn't have to worry about being too quiet. The gun battle was deafening, a veritable shooting gallery, the reports of dozens of automatic weapons echoing in the valley, bouncing off the mountains. Another scan of her surroundings, checking in front and behind her, side to side. The chalet was really burning now, rapidly approaching a point of no return if it hadn't hit it already. The next chunk of the route would be the most dangerous. She would be totally exposed to Gruber's people, who would shoot her first and not bother asking any questions if they saw her. But the angle of her planned route gave her a bit of hope. To see her, they would have to turn their heads more than 90 degrees, and in their current situation, that would be unlikely. She switched out the magazine for a fresh one, slamming it home as she ran. Her burned arms throbbed with pain as she ran, making it uncomfortable to even hold the weapon. Still, she held it fast as she neared the rear vehicle. She came in at the right rear bumper of the trail vehicle, staying low, creeping along the edge of the car. Priya's team had shifted a bit farther north, away from her, but they had concentrated the bulk of their force at the lead and second vehicles, which would make approaching it very risky. Now she was inching along, certain each step would be her last. The cacophony of the gunfire grew steadily as she moved, a terrible wave of sound crashing down on her until she could barely think. Her target was the rear passenger door of that second vehicle. What she would do when she got there remained a bit of a mystery. Improvisation, a programmer's best friend. Then she was there. She crept along, passing the rear of the still-running vehicle, passing through a cloud of exhaust, a single whiff of which made her head a bit swimmy. She paused at the rear passenger door, contorting her body to peek through the window. 2 of Priya's soldiers were about 20 feet away from her, the driver's side doors open to give them cover and shield. Again, her position left her exposed, virtually a sitting duck for Gruber's shooters. Then, an idea came to her. Thinking back to her game with Will, she tapped rhythmically 5 times against the door and waited. Tap, 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 tap. She steadied her gun, her finger snug on the trigger, ready to unload on any non-Will individuals who emerged from the car. Nothing. She repeated the knock. After an eternity, she got her answer. Tap, tap. Will! Gently, the latch released and the door swung open slowly. Her entire body froze, the moment stretching out forever. The laws of space and time no longer applicable here. Then, a little hand wrapped around the doorframe, pulling its owner toward the opening. Then he was there, his face shaded by the edge of the door, the shadow of the front passenger seat. They locked eyes, and she motioned for him to join her. He nodded his head, his eyes wide, his lips pulled tight. She smiled her biggest smile, trying to diffuse his fears, hoping they covered the terror in her eyes. He extended a skinny leg and started to climb out, before freezing in place. Rachel sensed movement behind her, and her stomach flipped. The feel of cold metal at the base of her skull. She glanced behind her. Leon Gruber. 39.
Get up, said Gruber. I see that machine gun, so do it slow.
Rachel considered her options. If she made a scene, she might draw the attention of Priya's people. She stood up slowly, keeping the gun close to her body.
You have a son?
I do.
Get inside the car, he said. Leave the gun on the seat. Son, stay where you are.
She climbed over Will, giving his arm a quick squeeze as she went by, and crouched in the second row of the car by the passenger window. The Suburban was spacious and gave her room to draw back from Gruber. Keep some distance from the man.
The gun, now!
She set it down on the first row. A flicker of movement drew her attention.
No one move,
Priya said, stepping up behind Gruber and pressing a gun to his head. Gruber froze, his face tightening into a grimace. Rachel eyed her carefully as she struggled to take control of Gruber. Quickly, she reclaimed her gun from the seat and trained it on them. Priya kept Gruber between Rachel and herself as a human shield. She pushed them inside the vehicle and pulled the door closed behind them. "Mommy!"
Quiet,
Priya snapped. Then Gruber drove an elbow into Priya's midsection and dove to the floorboard, bringing his gun up toward Priya. Rachel swung her gun back toward Gruber, painfully aware of Will's presence in a potential crossfire between these three. Priya recovered quickly and retrained her gun at Rachel's head.
"Don't you see?"
he said, cutting his eyes toward Rachel but keeping his gun trained on Priya.
"See what?" "It's almost poetic, this predicament."
She ran the permutations through her analytical head. A stalemate. Any move right now would almost certainly prove fatal. But there had to be a way out. It was a proof to be solved, a math problem, game theory. The best solution was for everyone to walk away. If these two simply thought it through, they would come to the same conclusion.
"What do you want?"
Gruber asked, directing his query to Priya.
"Why did you come here?"
"To burn it all down," she said. Rachel turned slightly toward Priya, keeping her eyes squarely on Gruber. "What?"
"Humanity had its chance, my dear," Priya said coldly. "I'm here to finish the job."
"But you said—"
"You were right not to trust me."
"You could have killed us."
"And I'm glad I didn't, because then I would never have found out about this place, and my work will have been for nothing. This is the Holy Grail, humanity's last gasp. Once we finish here, there will be no more second chances, no more Hail Marys. This is where it ends. I'm in no hurry to die, but it matters little whether I survive this or not."
The briefcase. That was the key. That it live on beyond today. Gruber may have had his moment in the lab with her, playing God, torturing her with his power over her, over life itself. Priya destroying it all. Two sides of the same coin of evil here in the car with her. "Wow," she said, the words slipping free like a puff of wind. It was growing steadily warmer in the car, which was becoming pungent with the gamey smell of fear and stress. Faces were flushed, breathing heavy. There was no way out of here. She saw that now. They would all die. Game theory assumed the players would act rationally. But, Rachel reminded herself, Priya wasn't acting in her best interest. She was playing toward an irrational endgame. She was the wild card. She was the threat. Whatever had brought her to this point was irrelevant. Whether Rachel liked it or not, Gruber's people were the solution. Always had been. She had to dispatch Priya first. But the thing was, the thing she couldn't get out of her head. Maybe she wasn't acting in her own best interest either. She was acting in Will's best interest. And Will's life currently sat in the hands of a very irrational actor. Her shoulder began to ache, and her singed arms stung. The others were fatiguing as well, hitching their shoulders, their arms trembling. They were reaching the endgame here. And if she didn't come up with a solution quickly, she would be left to the mercy of fate. And then it hit her. "I want to show you something." Keeping her gun up and her eyes on her adversaries, she reached down into her pack and rooted around until she found it. Then she held up the grenade for everyone to see. "Anyone moves, we all die." "What the hell are you doing?" Priya asked softly. "We're all gonna die here today," Rachel said. "I see that now. This way, I get to pick when we go out, and I want you to know that you don't control shit. You have until the count of 3 to let my son go, or we all die." "You're bluffing," Priya said. 3. You didn't have time to remove the pin. 2. "You're both fucking crazy," said Gruber. 1. Rachel lobbed the grenade like a softball, taking the moment to kick up the gun and slide her finger into the trigger well. Priya's grip on her son softened, her eyes tracking the grenade as it arced end over end and began its downward trajectory. It clattered harmlessly to the ground, and a moment later it became clear the grenade was still secured, the pin still in place. It would have to be enough. "Will, get down!" The boy pushed free of his captor just as Rachel kicked up the gun, sliding her finger in the trigger well as he dove to the floorboards. Her timing would have to be perfect. Mindful of her son's presence near Priya, she turned and fired a burst into Gruber's chest. She swung back to take out Priya, but it was too late. She had pulled Will close to her, the gun pressed squarely against his head. "No!" Behind her, Gruber grunted, the sound of his gurgling huge, the coppery smell of his blood and gunpowder hanging in the air. Her arms ached, her body ached, her head hurt. There was only one card left to play, and she was going to play it. At the end of the day, she was Will's mother, and she was going to pick Will's life over the life of all the babies yet to be born. How could she not? She was his mother. History could judge her, fate could judge her, God himself could judge her. She would pick her son every day of the week and twice on Sunday. If God or fate or karma had wanted a different outcome, these would not have been the stakes. "If I give you what you want, will you let us go?" "What is it you think I want?" "I hid a suitcase full of vaccine in the woods," she said, her heart breaking as she gave in. "Hundreds of doses. It lets women give birth to Medusa-immune babies. If you get that, it doesn't matter what happened here." Rachel watched her work it out in her head. A fighter came up to Priya. He was injured, bleeding from a wound in his shoulder. "We can't hold them off much longer," he said, struggling for breath in the thinner altitude. "Look," Rachel said, "if I'm lying, you can kill us both." Priya looked to her soldier, glanced out the windshield toward the battlefield where it was becoming clear her gambit had failed. Much of the compound was destroyed, but it had come at a terrible price. And now there was nothing to stop her from cutting her losses, simply killing her and Will right here in this suburban. "Let's go." They alighted from the car into a chilling quiet that had descended on the chalet. The battle appeared to be over. This was it. In a few minutes, Rachel would surrender virtually all of humanity's last hopes to this woman. "Give me 2 guys. We're taking a little stroll into the woods." "Yes, ma'am." They waited a few minutes until her 2 charges joined them. After explaining what they were doing, she shoved Rachel in the back and they started anew, following the cut of the driveway, around the ruined chalet, and then to the tree line. The mismatch of footprints pointed the way to the edge of the property and into the woods. "Keep moving," she said. "If you don't do exactly what I say, I'll splatter his brains all over the snow. How do you think that would look?" She ignored her, watching her footing, studying the terrain, looking for the tiniest opening that would let her save Will. They dropped into the woods, their pace slowing a bit now. Ahead, she could hear her flock, chattering nervously. The barren trees were thick here. Heavy roots crisscrossed the ground, more akin to a relief map. Clouds of fine snow wafted about in the steady breeze that had picked up. "There are others," Rachel said. "They escaped with me."
"Make it clear to them. If I sense any trouble, the boy dies."
She paused and turned to face her son. He looked scared but alert. "You okay, buddy?" He nodded. "It's almost over. Can you hold it together for Miss Priya a little bit longer?" "Yeah," he said, almost sighing the word. They covered the last 50 yards in silence, concentrating on negotiating what little trail there was here. Here the trees were so numerous, there was barely enough room to slip through them. It made for slow going and all but eliminated any possibility of escape. After about 100 yards, the trees began to thin out, and the trail opened up on a large clearing, where the group was waiting for Rachel. She could hear them before she saw them. "Stop," Priya said. Rachel and Will froze. "What's that sound?" The children. Priya could hear the children. She didn't know about them yet. "I said there were others." Priya was visibly shaken now, her eyes wide, her hand tightly gripping the barrel of her weapon. They continued through the trees, Rachel's mind on overdrive now. Surprise. The element of surprise was on her side now. She knew what lay ahead. She'd seen them. After a few minutes, the trees thinned, giving her her first glance at the group, now seated in a circle, talking quietly. There was a narrow trailhead here, allowing them to walk single file. "Buddy," she whispered, "slide ahead of me." Will did as he was told. Behind her, the crunch of the trio's footsteps in the snow grew louder as they hurried to catch up. As she neared the clearing, she slowed down, narrowing the gap between herself and Priya. She hazarded a glance back toward the woman, her head swiveled from side to side, anxious, on alert. Her gun was up, aimed squarely at Rachel's back. Her escorts had lagged back a bit. 20 yards now from the clearing. A giggle. "What is that?" Priya asked, her voice suddenly cloaked with fear. It was a strange sound, Rachel now knew, when you hadn't heard it in a decade. The sound of a child laughing. 10 yards. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. Rachel played it off. "We're almost there," she said. 5 yards. Rachel cleared the trees and stepped to the side of the clearing, just enough to give Priya room to come through. A few more seconds. Priya stepped into the clearing and saw the children. "Dear God," Priya said. Rachel glanced back at the woman, who stared at the children with her jaw hanging open. There it was. Their future, right here. The future Priya was desperate to stop was already underway. "Now, Rachel. Now." She lowered her shoulder and drove into Priya's midsection like a linebacker. The shock of seeing the children must have frozen her because she put up virtually no defense at all. Her gun flew out of her hand, banging against a tree at the edge of the clearing and dropping down into the snow. She reared back and delivered a jab to Priya's chin. The woman turned slightly at the last second, reducing the punch to a glancing blow. But she was still recovering from the hit Rachel had laid on her, gasping, clawing for air. Rachel lunged for the gun, reminding herself this was now a 1-on-3 battle. She flipped over to her seat and slithered up against the tree as Priya rolled over onto all fours. Adrenaline flowed through Rachel's veins as she struggled to get a bead on her target, even as the two escorts closed in on the scene. Then they were in the clearing as well, and they too were stunned into still life by what they saw. Rachel swung the gun toward them and fired twice. At such close range, they were easy pickings. Each took a round in the torso, dropping them to the snow. That threat was now neutralized, but it had given Priya time to recover. She leaped onto Rachel and grasped wildly for the gun, which proved tough to hang on to with cold fingers. They were face to face now, inches apart, Priya's forearms sliding up Rachel's neck toward her throat. Rachel pushed the gun up, near her clavicle, pointed toward Priya's face. But she couldn't fire. She couldn't get her finger inside the trigger well, and Priya's forearm was now pressing against her throat, cutting off her full intake of oxygen. Priya had the upper hand here, the leverage. In a few more seconds, she wouldn't be able to breathe at all. "Mommy!" Will's voice was everywhere in the clearing. "Fight, goddammit, fight!" They locked eyes, Priya's round brown eyes filled with hate, filled with rage, filled with sadness, staring at her. The sadness of the world lost, the sadness of the babies lost, of the babies that had never been born. From the corner of her eye, she detected movement, a blur of movement coming toward them. Will. "Mommy!" "No, no, sweet Will, stay away!" He jumped on Priya's back and tried to pull her free, but the woman was too strong. She had locked herself to Rachel's body. She reared back and grabbed Will by the collar, swinging him clear and back into the snow. But her weight shifted, just a hair, just a smidgen, giving Rachel clearance to get her finger around the trigger. She fired. The boom echoed through the clearing and up the mountain, the vibrations rattling free the beards of snow clinging to trees, showering the area around them with fluffs of white. Priya's body went slack, her forearm easing up on Rachel's throat as the bullet tore through her, but her eyes remained open. They went blank, totally blank, as though someone had pulled the plug on her. Rachel shoved Priya's body off her and pushed up onto her hands and knees. She vomited in the snow. "Mommy!" Will called out, sliding next to her, throwing his little arm around her back. "You okay, Spoon?" she croaked. "Yeah," he said. "Is it over?" She wept. "It's over." She washed her mouth out with a handful of snow. Then she pulled her son close, hugging him tightly, breathing him in. He had saved her. He had turned the tide. Around them, the crowd stood mute, watching the bizarre scene unfold before them. She kissed him on the cheek and then stood up. "Love you, bud." He nodded. Nearly 20 people in her charge now, nearly all of them children. There would be many more back at the ruins of Olympus, wondering what to do now. They had little food. Their shelter was in ruins. But they were free. These women were no longer bound by the stricture of their oppressive lottery. These children would have a future. That much she would see to. They were in her charge now. And most important of all, they had the vaccine. She passed out the little bit of food remaining in her pack, told the group to share it. They ate in silence. Their faces were long and dirty and sad. Will sat quietly in a group of kids for the first time in his life, his eyes bouncing from child to child. He had never spent time with other kids. Ever. The enormity of that burden made her tear up as she sat there. It hadn't been fair. Not fair at all. A little girl, maybe 7, approached her. She wore a heavy jacket and ski pants. Her face was small and round, and Rachel wanted to scoop her up and read her stories and drink hot chocolate with her. "I want my mommy." "We'll go back and look for her." "Is she dead?" "I don't know. We'll try to find out." "Okay." She tottered away, chewing on her jerky. They would find out, Rachel decided. They would wait. They would scavenge for supplies. They would find the hybrid seeds Gruber had mentioned. They would do the best they could. And they would press on. If Gruber's wild claim was to be believed, they all had many decades ahead of them. They would start again. She thought about her father. I hope you can rest now, Dad. I forgive you. Whatever debt he had built up to her, he had paid off in spades. He had done the best he could with the equipment he had. She liked to think she had done the best she could with Will. No beating around the bush. It was a terrible world out there. If the last few months had taught her anything, it was that every day, every minute, could be their last. Maybe there would be no happy ending for all of them, for any of them. Maybe they would have to be satisfied with a happy present, a happy moment, here and there, putting those moments together like a puzzle until it resembled a picture worth looking at. She saw Will smile at something one of the kids said.